All right, I hope you guys can hear me right now. We're doing a little sound check. I think you guys can hear me. Schedule release tonight. Are you ready? Tampa Bay Buccaneer fans, this is your host, the Rolex reporter, Peter Blake, giving you something to think about. 4 minutes to go. We'll be live. Stand by. What's going on, guys? Welcome back to another edition of the Evolution of Sports Talk Television. It's the Sports Web on a happy Hump Day edition for your Tampa Bay Buccaneer NFL schedule release. So how do we start off this show? As you know them, you love them, you got to have them. So here it is. You ready? Ready, set, go. Bring your passion, bring your excitement. Just don't bring any nonsense. On tonight's show, we will have Louie from the Frozen Pirate podcast coming on here in just a couple moments, breaking down what else. Who will the Tampa Bay Buccaneers play? Will it be the Atlanta Falcons the first week, as the rumors are flying today, swirling? It's going to be the Falcons. Is it going to be the Panthers? Is it going to be something else? Will the Bucs play it on on Thanksgiving? There have been some reports out there the last couple of days. In fact, we kind of put that out there on Monday night. It may be disputed. Let the rumors end at this point. At 8:30, we will have the media icon, Mr. TJ Reeves of the Buccaneer Radio Network on the Evolution of Sports Talk Television. And at 9 o'clock, we will have Leo Haggerty. And then if we have some time, which you know we always have time on this show, we got Turnbuckle Talk, talking WWE, AEW action. And as always, as my phone continues to go off, the phone lines are always open for you Bucs fans. You know what I say here. 727-255-0391. It's 727-255-0391. As the comments right now are we're just going to read the comments, and then we'll get out to Louie here. Let's go out to the Tribal Troll. First, Bucs win 9 games, NFC South again, but no further.
Acknowledge me.
And then I will go ahead and do this. I think you're trolling once again, Roger Shoe. Hear you perfect, dude. Absolutely perfect. Good. Christopher Cole says, let's go, Bucs. Let's go, Bucs.
Wait up, little boy.
Yeah.
Wait up.
Get your weight up.
How about them Bucs, baby?
Get your weight up. There you go, right there. Arena Smart says, let's go. Let's go.
Oh, yeah.
Eric says, LFG Bucs right there.
Victory!
Love it. Eric again. Let's go out to him. Epic show tonight. It's always an epic show on the Evolution of Sports Talk Television. Facebook stars are open. YouTube super chats if you want to give to the content. If you love the content, we like to do it here for you. We'll give you 1. We'll give you 2. We'll give you 3 hours. Sometimes we give you 4 hours. We'll see. We'll see where I'm at this point. My energy level is right there today. Who is ready for the 2025 Buccaneers schedule release? I am, absolutely. Let's go out to Eric. Boom. So we'll go ahead and fire the cannons. Roger Shoe. I'm also watching the Bears schedule release. I think everybody around the National Football League, if you're a fan, you're watching your favorite team. We shared it to some sites tonight there, Facebook pages. It doesn't mean that if you're not a Tampa Bay Buccaneer fan, you can't comment. You can't talk about your favorite team, how many wins you think. I get it. It's on paper. We don't know how many wins they're going to have, but we'll throw out the predictions. So if you're a Detroit Lion fan, if you're a Dallas Cowboy fan, if you're a Philadelphia Eagle fan, if you're a Kansas City Chiefs fan, Denver Broncos, Raiders, whatever fan you are, Buffalo Bills, Miami Dolphins, you are welcome here tonight on the Evolution of Sports Talk Television. Good evening, everyone. Good evening to you.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go out to Risa Jojo White. What's up, Peter? You're the man. I appreciate you. You're the man. Let's go out to Eric. Rays 1-0. We will, by the way, congratulations to the Rays last night beating the Blue Jays after they blew the lead 6-3. Junior Caminero comes in with a grand slam. Got to love that right there as they went 11-9, keeping every Rays fan on the edge of their seat as they always do there. So thank you very much. What's up, Alex, right there?
Oh, yeah.
What's up, CSB brother Cole? I can't wait for all of it. Well, it's also wrestling. Let's go to Ed. Hey, Pete, what's up?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there's a Detroit Lions fan right there that I work with, that Policy Scout. Appreciate that. Tickets on sale now. The Green Queen herself, $9.99. Super chat. Gotta love that. She says, excited for the Eagles schedule. We're going to repeat. We shall see about that, Miss Green Queen herself. Let's go. Buy tickets now on sale. And Eric again, already waiting for tickets. All right, so we will see what the Bucs, who they play the first week, who they play every week here. We'll get your comments. We'll take your phone calls as always. Before we do that, let's go out to my co-host here. I said I got to get myself a gun this morning. That's exactly what I did. Yep, I did wake up this morning. Let's go.
What do you hear? What do you say?
Let's go out to Louie from the Frozen Pirate Podcast. What's going on? Welcome to the evolution of Sports Talk Television on a schedule release Wednesday night, my friend.
It's very exciting, Peter, to be on the show. I think we can just go ahead and say it. The Frozen Pirate Podcast is officially, basically, I want to say it's part of the sports web now. It's under the sports web. It's
listen, we're NWO. You're NWO for life, my friend. You're a part of the evolution of Sports Talk Television. Welcome. Yeah, I told you that you were going to be a part of it, and here you are, and we're just going to continue to evolve. That's what we're going to do.
Yeah, man, I'm so pumped today, Peter, because there's a lot going on because we got a schedule release, and this is going to determine what games I'm going to be attending in Tampa. I'm really looking forward to what time that game is. I'm seeing something about the New England Patriots, maybe week 10. I don't know where that would land, but I'm definitely going down there for that. And I'm going to be traveling to Buffalo for the Buffalo Bills and Tampa Bay Buccaneers. That's going to be a cool game. But I'm excited. I'm ready to bring the passion. I'm ready to bring the excitement. And for everybody out there, I don't bring any nonsense. Make sure you guys call into the show, 727-255-0391. We want to hear everything about what you guys think this year of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I've been seeing a lot of nonsense out there, Peter. There's people putting out nonsense. I've been seeing 9-8 and a losing record. We'll get to that. Man, I'm excited. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go Tampa Bay. Let's go Bucs, and let's see
what the cannons. Have. Let's go.
Yes, fire the cannons right there. What I need to do is fire your Wi-Fi service. That's what I want to do next.
Is it doing it again? I'm ready to switch over to the iPad, man. I'm going to switch over to the iPad.
You want to switch to the iPad? All right, switch to the iPad really quick. We'll get you switched out if you want to. Switch over to that. Oh, wait a minute. Let's go out to Roger Shue. Where's the Greek? He will be joining us in just a little bit. Of course, he'll be talking some Bears around the NFL. We got you covered tonight. We got guests. It's fluidity. Leo Word, of course. And really quick, I want to put a special, because you're going to go get your iPad, special shout out to Up the Block Barbershop. Thanks a lot to Ricky there, the barber. Let me take off my headphones here, show you the haircut right there. Ricky from Up the Block Barbershop in Holiday, Florida. Thanks a lot for getting me set up. As always, guys, you don't have to go far. Get Up the Block Barbershop there in Holiday, Florida. So with that being done there, let's go out to my agent, my beautiful mother, of course, watching the best sports talk show in the Tampa Bay area, the Sports Web. Let's go Bucs. She says, let's go Bucs. So I give her a let's go Bucs. Let's go Bucs.
Wait up, little boy. Wait up.
Yeah.
It's exciting.
Yeah.
How about them Bucs, baby?
Here we go. All right, there you go right there. Again, open phone lines. We'll see what the Bucs or who are they going to play at this point. And then we'll go from there. So I'm still waiting for it. I have something in front of me that I was given. So let's make it official here. It is not official yet. So they're still talking about it. I've got it in front of me right now. Something I was given. So we'll just put it out there. We'll see if it matches up. I kind of think it does match up because I got somebody out there that's in the know. We'll put it out like that. First week at the Atlanta Falcons. Second week at the Houston Texans on Monday Night Football. Again, this is not official, but this is what I got. So we'll see if it matches up. Then it's the Jets at home for your home opener. It's the Philadelphia Eagles for the fourth week right there, coming to Raymond James Stadium. At the Seahawks, the fifth week. The sixth week, the Niners right there at home. The seventh week at the Detroit Lions on Monday Night Football. The seventh week of the season. And of course, you get the bye week, week 8. Then you come back out of the bye week. It is at the New Orleans Saints on week 9. Week 10 at home against the New England Patriots there in Drake May. 11th, you go on the road versus Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills. 12 at the Rams on Sunday Night Football, which I do not believe would be Thanksgiving. Again, this is something that I was given. We're going to match it up. We're waiting for the official announcement at this point. Unless I missed it, somebody let me know. 13, Arizona Cardinals at home. 14, Saints at home. 15, Falcons on Thursday Night Football at home. So 3 straight home games right there. Cardinals, Saints, and Falcons. 16th is the Panthers, week 16 on the road at Carolina. Week 17 at the Dolphins. And they finish up with the Carolina Panthers right there. So there you go. Let's go out to, let's see. I got the Michael Cole haircut. Always got to look good, man. Michael Cole's a Hall of Famer, so thank you very much for that. Let's go out to KRS13. Hey, Peter, go Bucs. The schedule's officially out now. I give us a 12-5 record with the way it's looking. I like that mark, too. You kind of stole my thunder there because that's exactly where I think the Bucs are going to be doing business, if you will. 12-5. What do you say, Bucs fans? 727-255-0391. It's 727-255-0391 is I am just awaiting that's official schedule at this point, and I still don't have it, what I'm looking at or looking for. So, again, let's see. It is KR. I absolutely know who that is.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go out to Louie from the Frozen Pirate Podcast. Are you there? There you are, my friend.
I am here.
Do we got something official?
I think so. I think I can get. I swapped out cameras. I think it's lagging because of the cameras. I think that's the problem. So if there's any issues with the Wi-Fi, you let me know on your end, and we'll have to go last resort iPad. My microphone won't hook up to that iPad, so it's going to be very frustrating for me. But hey, by any means necessary, I'm here for the job. I'm ready to get this done. Week 10 for the Patriots and Buccaneers. Is that what they're saying?
They are saying that week 10, and this is according to the Buccaneer website. In fact, it is official. I'm looking at it as we speak right now. We're going to hold off on the call, Alex, but we're going to make sure this is official. Week 1, September 7th, 1 o'clock on Fox. It is the Atlanta Falcons. The Bucs start out on the road. Week 2, Monday Night Football on ABC, September 15th. It is the Houston Texans. All this is matching up. Do you notice that? Maybe my source was correct in the long run, huh? How about that?
Not bad, Peter. Not bad.
Week 3, September 21st, at home on Fox. It's the New York Football Jets with their new quarterback, Justin Fields. Week 4, it is the Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles coming to Raymond James Stadium. 1 o'clock game. I'm looking at this right now, and Alex, hold off for a minute. Let me just read
Relax, guys. You got time to call in. Relax.
We'll get out to it. In fact, I'm just going to go ahead and print this out so I don't have to look at it. It's like 15 pages long. I don't need 15 pages. I just need that page right there. So we'll go.
I like that week 1, Peter. I like that week 1 matchup at Atlanta. I think that's a good early matchup. It's a good test for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and we're going to see what they're going to be made out of this year. And because at the end of the day, Atlanta was a thorn in the side for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers last year. So I'd like for them to get that right out of their system, establish dominance in the division right away. That's a winnable game, in my opinion, at Atlanta. I really do think that the Buccaneers can win that game. That's a winnable game.
It is a winnable game, absolutely. So again, a lot of this stuff that is matching up with what I have at this point. So we went with the Philadelphia Eagles there, September 28th, 1 o'clock. Hold on. The preseason times have not been announced yet, but here it is right here. There you go as we speak. September 28th, Philadelphia, 1 o'clock. Another 1 o'clock game there. So a lot of Bucs fans will be disappointed because of the heat. Maybe that's a home field advantage, but it is definitely going to be hot. So the world champion Philadelphia Eagles come to town. Week 5, October 5th, 2 days after my birthday. Just saying, maybe that's an omen. Well, it's always around that time. 4:05 against the Seattle Seahawks. Of course, Sam Darnold. October 12th at home against the Sam. Is that correct there? Is that right? Yeah, that's right. At home against the San Francisco 49ers. So they go to Seattle. You would think they stay on the West Coast. No. They come back and play the San Francisco 49ers. So I thought they stay on the West Coast, but it's not.
Well, we played at San Fran last year, right?
Well, no, San Fran played here last year.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's
Remember?
strange.
Right
Why
now.
wouldn't we
In the early home games at this point, all 1:00 games at this point, especially the home ones. So I know, to the chagrin, if you will, of the Tampa Bay fans out there who do not necessarily like the heat, but get used to it. On the road, October 20th, it is Monday Night Football with the Detroit Lions. October 26th on the road versus, and this is week 8 versus the Saints on Fox. Then you have the bye week on week 9. Everything is matching up with what I said. So what I put out there for you guys was correct. Maybe I know somebody. Week 10, Patriots, November 9th at home. That's another 1:00 game. On the road, Buffalo Bills, November 16th. That is on the road. That is a 1:00 game right there.
That's
so not a
dude.
late game. Yeah, that might be a cold one. Let's
talk.
week 12 right there. The supposed wow, I'm just getting dinged right now. So we'll get out to the phone line in just a moment. November 23rd. This is a Sunday night football game, not a Thanksgiving game. It is the Rams on November 23rd. Then you have, of course, the Week 13 game at home versus the Arizona Cardinals, November 30th at 1:00. These are the 3 home games here. Week 14, December 7th versus the Saints, another 1:00 game. And then you have a Thursday night showdown there on Amazon Prime, December 11th. And that is week 15 with the Atlanta Falcons. And then you go on the road for week 16, 4:30 game, December 21st versus the Panthers.
Hey, that's my birthday.
Game. Well, there you go. Happy birthday.
Well, December 11th against the Falcons. That's
there you go.
Night.
That's an omen right there. Thursday night football, as primetime games, the Bucs have struggled. They have definitely
Might go down there for that one.
Okay.
I'm gonna break the curse, man.
All right. And then there you go. Week 17 to December 28th against the Miami Dolphins on the road, 1:00 game, and then ending it off week 18 against the Carolina Panthers, January 4th. No time has been announced. So there may be some playoff implications. We'll see how that all works out. Let's go out to our commenters here. If defense does their part, injuries don't decimate this team, and offense just maintains what they did last year. I'm going with 13 wins right there. Let's go out to Christopher Cole. What time is those early home games? 1:00. I didn't get none. It was already sold out. Eric, try to get tickets gone pretty quick, pretty fast. Let's go out to the phone lines here. Alex, I know you were trying to call before, so call in if you like to at this point. Open phone line, 727-255-0391. It's 727-255-0391. In fact, I will go out to him myself. This is what we do here on the Evolution of Sports Talk Television. What is the record? What do you think this Buccaneer team is going to do this year? Welcome to the Evolution, my friend, Mr. Alex, on the sports web here on a NFL schedule, Tampa Bay Buccaneers schedule release. Yes, and I will get you on, Harry. Go ahead, Alex.
First of all, breaking news, home opener is already sold out.
I'm not surprised. Go ahead.
Great schedule. Listen, I'm calling it right now. Listen, I'm looking at a lot of things, doing a lot of studying myself. The Bucs are going to start off on a very hot streak.
Okay.
I don't think they lose a single game until maybe the Lions.
Wow.
And that's a maybe.
Wow.
And I think if they win, and I think if they beat the Lions, don't be surprised if their first loss comes against the Bills all the way in November, in the middle of November.
Damn.
I'm that confident on this.
Wow,
I know it's a little
pretty
crazy.
bold, man.
That is pretty bold. That's definitely pretty bold. Yes.
I got them losing against the Eagles.
Rough, but I think the first half of the season we can easily start with probably, I would say, 6 wins before we get into the bye.
They definitely have an opportunity, to have a lot of wins at this point, because I get it. They start on the road against the Falcons, which is a tough game. Was a tough game for them last year. They got swept by the Falcons, but you have Michael Penix. There's questions what he can do. There's questions if they improved on defense or not. Offensively, they definitely have the weapons there. The Texans, C.J. Stroud took a step back last year. It's going to be on Monday Night Football. This is the thing that concerns you with that primetime game there. Will they be up for it? Because the Bucs have struggled on primetime games. They get a primetime game early there, the second week of the season. Then you come home, you play the Jets. That's certainly a winnable game. You play the Philadelphia Eagles. They have been, they won in the regular season. I get it. They're Super Bowl champions. But I think I like the Bucs' chances on that. You go on the road to Seattle. That's tough to go on the West Coast. You come home to San Francisco. I think they're in a rebuild. They beat Detroit last year. You play them on the road again, and you have the Saints. I think there's some definitely winnable games at this point. What else?
Yes, and the only disappointment was I was hoping for a little turkey and Bucs, but I mean, that's okay.
Yes.
Of course, they got to turn that into the prime time on the Bucs, but I think if you look at the schedule and look at the way it's spread out versus our tougher opponents, I think if the Bucs do everything right, I think we're going to get off to a hot start. Yes, it's going to be a little tough.
How many wins?
Getting on the
total wins
12,
right now. Put it on.
12-5, buddy.
12-5. All right. Great minds
Thanks,
thinking
man.
alike. Alex, appreciate the call. As always, open phone line 727-255-0391 at 727-255-0391. Look who decided to drop in. Professional handicapper extraordinaire, Mr. Harry the Greek right there. Welcome to the evolution of Sports Talk Television, my friend, here on a happy
Hump day.
edition of a Tampa Bay Buccaneers schedule release. The Bears released their schedule. I mean, welcome, buddy. How you doing?
Gentlemen, how are you? You too, Peter.
Well, thank you very much.
How's it going, man?
And for that, you're going to get some Baker Mayfield.
Wait up, little boy. Stop. Wait up.
Yeah, get your weight up right there. That's what we're going to be
No,
doing.
no, I heard that one. You know what? I think I've been replaced. I got Alex the Greek out there now doing some prognosticating. That's pretty good.
Well, listen, he put something bold out there as you look at this
That was
schedule right
bold.
there.
I can respect it.
Yes, well, we have no preseason times at this point. Of course, they start out with the Titans. I don't think anybody cares. They play the Steelers on the road, and then the Buffalo Bills in the preseason at home for the third. But
I'm not as
I like
optimistic. I'm not as optimistic to start the season this year. I think the Buccaneers are going to win the division this year. I got a substantial amount on it, but it's going to be a sweater. And I'm going to tell you why. This team is not going to hit on all 8 cylinders, especially offensively, for the first part of the season, because the uncertainty of Chris Godwin, what's he going to be like, even if he's even able to play. You got a rookie wide receiver. What are you going to anoint him? He's going to catch 1,000 yards this year? Probably not. And Mike Evans, look, man, he's not going to be able to play like he has been from before. He's going to have to take a little bit of a setback. I mean, Pete, Louie, you've watched it the past 2 or 3 years. He every 2 or 3 catches, he's coming up lame, but he's coming back into the game. Birthdays have a tendency of catching up with you. But I will tell you what they do have this year. They're going to have a high-flying top 5 defense that's going to keep them in ball games, and that running game is definitely going to set it up. And watch out for this offense from Tampa Bay. Right around midseason, then you're going to start to see it clicking.
So you think midseason? So it's kind of like
my
a Dave
thunder.
Canales
Thanks a lot,
situation.
Greek. You stole my thunder, bud.
Well, let's go through it, guys, because
Didn't mean to do it, man. I'm sorry.
That's
Louie.
all right, because I agree with you. Last year I said that the Buccaneers offense is going to start red hot and the defense is going to have to catch up. Unfortunately, it didn't happen. We got some glimpses, but I think this year I agree with you. I think the offense is going to have to find its mojo a little bit. And then I think the defense is going to play lights out. But what's really going to help that Buccaneers offense is that strong rotation of running backs, Rashad White, Tucker, and Bucky Irvin. And I think you're going to see these tight ends come up big. I'm predicting the beginning of the schedule. I'm looking at it at Atlanta. Again, that's probably one of the most important games for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers because you have to set the tone early. You have to establish dominance in the NFC South. You have to go into Atlanta. You have to run the ball down their throats, establish dominance, show off that new and improved, fast, young defense. Go into Houston. You're going to have to take that game. I'm predicting them to go 2-0 to start the season against the Jets, 3-0. Philadelphia is going to be a problem because we've got the advantage over
See,
Philadelphia.
that's the game I got them losing is against the New York Jets.
as
They're
well
gonna
as
have a
my
hard time. They're going to have a real hard time stopping the team that's going to lead the entire National Football League in rushing. Watch.
I agree.
And if
I agree.
that defense can play, oh boy, Peter, sorry, go ahead. You got a call?
No. Let's go out to one of our favorite web heads on this show. Let's go out to Curtis from Newport Richie. Welcome to your Tampa Bay Buccaneers release. Yes.
Listen,
Curtis.
I have to say this.
Give it to me.
420 has come early, okay? But anyway.
Hey, puff, pass, brother.
I'm going to tell you something.
Yes.
There is a reason I don't like this show. There's a reason I love this show.
Okay. What's the reason
you're
you don't
nervous
like
for a second?
the show? Go ahead. Give me the reason you don't like the show.
Because Harry always steals my thunder.
Oh.
Harry.
He stole. Hey, Curtis, don't feel bad. He stole my thunder too.
Can I
It's all right. I love him.
Listen, can I go full screen here? I'm going to go full screen here. I'm going to be the ultimate homer. The Bucs are going to get off to a flying start. You know why? Because they got Baker Mayfield. They got Mike Evans. I think Chris Godwin's going to be healthy. I think Jalen McMillan, and of course that improved running game with Bucky Irvin and Rashad White. And guess what? That defense is going to cause some havoc. I like the Tampa Bay Buccaneers to definitely get off to maybe a 6-2 start or a 7-1 start. And maybe that's the ultimate homer in me. Fine, whatever. But this offense is explosive.
Yes, sir.
Harry, I'm going to do my best Stephen A. Smith impression for you.
Do it.
That is blasphemous what you are saying, sir.
Who, me?
Blasphemous.
Who, me? Or
What Harry is saying.
Oh.
And I'm going to tell you something. This team, I feel like you're right. I think they're going to get to a slow start early, passing the ball. However, the pass is going to open up because they're going to be terrified of the run.
Well, let me interject, and you're absolutely correct. I think Baker Mayfield sets back a little bit this year, especially the first part of the year. And again, guys, don't me a favor. Stop with the hate mail and all the other crap that comes with it. I just tell you like I see it and what I'm going to see. Baker Mayfield is not going to have the season like he had last year, but he's going to have a really good season. It's going to start right around the mid part of the year. This offense is going to be kind of uncertain. You're going to have a rookie in there. You have decent tight ends. You have a running game. But look, man, Bucky Irving is not a 3-down back. And if you continue to use him like a 3-down back, he won't finish the season. You better get White involved. You have a 3-headed attack. You have 3 running backs on this team. Use a running back by committee. Bring in Bucky Irving coming out of that backfield. And I'll tell you what, this running game will be deadly. But if you try to use him like you did last year full time, this is not going to go well for Tampa. And injuries can happen. And look, this is coming from a guy that's dropped a lot of money on this team to hit and win this division this year coming up. And if they play their cards right, they're going to do it.
Listen, I think
that 3-headed monster at running back.
And I think they're going to definitely incorporate that more.
Bucky is people got to stop with this. Bucky Irving is not a 3-down back.
No, I'm not ready to say he's not a 3-down back. Hold on, Curtis. I definitely think that Bucky Irving has proven that he is a 3-down back in the National Football League. He is the lead back now. There is no doubt about it.
Say that you didn't say he couldn't be a lead back and not be a 3-down back, Peter. He is your lead back. But that doesn't mean he's running 3 consecutive downs at all times. I'm telling you, Pete, this could be a problem.
Well, yeah, I think. Listen, he's going to mix.
His physical stature is not there.
I would love to have a 3-down back, but the best part of this team that people are not realizing.
Mm-hmm.
This team has depth everywhere now.
Yes, they do.
Everywhere they have depth now.
Yes.
And guess what? When you have depth, you keep fresh players. When you have fresh players, they're going out there and they're performing to the top of their damn games.
Mm-hmm.
That is the best thing about having. That is what people don't understand. Listen, and I hate to change subjects real quick, but I'm going to say this because I'm watching basketball right now. That's how NBA.
Why are you doing that? By the way, why are you doing that?
Because I love basketball. And LeBron's not in the playoffs.
Yeah, but the Celtics are out. Did the Celtics get eliminated?
Is not in the playoffs. I'm happy. But anyway,
yes,
the teams that usually win the NBA championships are the teams that have the best depth, which means they have a great bench coming off their team, helping the starters win, and that's what this team has.
The biggest difference on this team from this year and last year, and this is what's going to make the difference. Everybody repeat after me. Defense. If you think Todd Bowles is going to have consecutive years the way he had from last year, trust me on this. It will not happen. The offense is going to regress a little bit. Sorry, webheads, but that defense is going to be top five, and they are going to take flight. You said you didn't have a pass rush last year. Watch what happens this year, and please spare me Vassier Dennis that he's a detriment to this ball club. He could possibly be a Pro Bowler if he stays healthy. He's the difference maker on this defense.
And I agree with you 100%. And I'm gonna just say this: I agree with the regression. Because guess what? I'm not expecting Baker to go out there and throw 43 touchdowns a game.
Well, 41 touchdowns last year.
I'm fine with 32 as long as the interceptions are under double digits.
Yep.
Yeah, you had 16 interceptions last year. He definitely, needs to cut down on some of that decision making. Live to fight another day. But the thing you love about Baker Mayfield is the fact that
is his fight.
Yeah,
he's the wheel.
He's gritty. He'll truck stick a linebacker. He'll dive for the third down. He'll dive for the fourth down. But sometimes he definitely needs to live to fight another day. We've talked about that on the show.
Lewis, Curtis,
you
don't have.
That's what my mother calls me. All right.
It's Louis. It's not Louis.
No, it's all right.
Louis
I want to go back.
Name. God rest my brother's soul. His name was Louie, and I used to call him Lewis all the time. So take that as a compliment.
It doesn't bother me.
Yes.
Listen, guys.
Like, Louie.
You don't want this guy having to throw for 40 touchdowns this year. You don't have to throw 40 touchdowns to make it to a Super Bowl. You just don't have to. You just have to have a solid running game, throw 30 touchdowns, and limit your interceptions. And if this team is going to play defense like I think it's going to be a very dangerous team. But the offense regresses in the first part of the season, but the defense is going to be the reason why this team wins.
Absolutely. All right. I want to take it back to Bucky though. They need to keep Bucky fresh. I get a lot of people say that he's a 3-down back. I understand that, but I don't want him to be a 3-down back. You have a 3-headed monster at running back with Rachaad White, and I think he's going to ball out because he's playing in a contract year. But you want to keep your main guy Bucky fresh in that rotation because I'm telling you right now, what's going to win football games for this Tampa Bay Buccaneers ball club is playing excellent defense, better than last year, which they can do. And pounding the football down the opponent's throat, keeping their opposing defenses on the field because that was a big problem for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers last year. 7-minute drives, their defense is on the field and all this other stuff. We can't have that. I want to see that defense 3 and outs. They have the defense to create turnovers this year, in my opinion. So I want to see Rachaad White ball out this year, and I want to see Bucky Irvin fresh.
Curtis, we got to run, my friend. We'll give you that. We're giving that second call.
If I said it once, I'm gonna say this is the last thing I have to say. If I said it once, I'm gonna say it again. You already know what I'm gonna say. It all depends on injuries.
Yeah, it always depends on injuries. It's not for long when it comes to the National Football League. Curtis, use that second call here. We're about to get out to the media icon, Mr. TJ Reeves of the Buccaneer Radio Network. I appreciate you as always. Let's get out to Mr. Media icon TJ Reeves. It's official, my friend. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Welcome.
TJ.
On a happy hump day edition of the Sports Web.
Gentlemen.
Yes.
Are we the Four Musketeers or what? I got Peter, I got the Frozen Pirate, and I got the Greek.
Yes.
Greek, are you playing the ponies this weekend at the Preakness? I never heard from you after the Kentucky Derby. I thought you won everything and went and bought an island somewhere.
Had a decent Kentucky Derby. Unfortunately, believe it or not, the winner of the Kentucky Derby is not running in the Preakness, so we will not have a Triple Crown winner, which would have been. Let me tell you something. That really definitely had a shot. I understand why they're not, because they're going to save this horse to run in the Belmont because that stretch is just brutal. Great question.
Yeah, it is.
So you didn't have me here to talk about the horses or Harry's parimutuel exploits. I think you want to talk a little Buccaneers schedule here tonight. Am I right?
Well, a little bit. And we just got, we got it officially here. September 7th versus the Atlanta Falcons. I mean, that was a entertaining game. Maybe not the result, but over 500 yards of offense. I know Todd Bowles doesn't necessarily want to see that happening, and you're going to open up on the road versus the Falcons, and then you got Monday Night Football versus the Houston Texans. Two games on the road.
Yeah, 2 on the road to open it up, and it's interesting because the Falcons, those 2 games kept Atlanta from going to Michael Penix sooner, right?
Yeah,
when he lit up the Buccaneers on the Thursday night and in the home game. or they'd have probably gone to Penix sooner than that. So it's interesting. That's the opening game against Penix and the Falcons in Atlanta, and then you don't see them again all the way until the end of the year on Thursday Night Football. So 2 or 3 things stood out. I believe I shared this with you guys before. I did several of these interviews. I was looking right away for the Buffalo game because as the sideline guy, how many layers am I going to have to be in for Orchard Park, New York, especially if we get beyond like the demarcation of November the 1st, and dear God, if we're talking December the 1st, much less a January game. So we'll take, November 16th. We'll take that as a happy compromise for the Bills game outside. So I was looking for that, first of all, because that's really the only cold weather game is Buffalo. Possibly Seattle might have been a cold weather game, but that's week 5.
Rain. It'll be rain.
Rain probably, but it's beautiful there in September-ish.
Yeah, you're right.
We'll see on that. Interesting that they have 3 Monday night or Sunday night games all on the road. Fascinating that Houston, I think I saw, hasn't had a Monday night game in 7 years. Wow. And the Monday night opponent is the Buccaneers in week 2. So that's interesting. The Rams game, a lot had been made of whether that was going to be on Thanksgiving night in Los Angeles. Here to Roger Goodell and the schedule makers that I stay out of divorce court, that I'm not going to be in L.A. for 2.5 days for Thanksgiving, playing a Thanksgiving night game in Los Angeles. Thank you. We applaud the fact that is not the Thanksgiving game.
The first Monday night game is going to be Chicago hosting the Minnesota Vikings.
Yeah, interesting on that. How about the Detroit Monday night game is part of a doubleheader? So that game will be the first game of the Monday night doubleheader at 7 Eastern time. It will not be a standalone Monday night game. And I'm always looking for these little parts of it. Interesting that 4 of the last 5 games on the Buccaneers schedule are division games, 3 of them at home. So if you talk about having the opportunity, controlling your own destiny to win the division, you're going to get a chance head-to-head, once with the Saints at home, once with the Falcons at home, and twice, obviously, with the Panthers in the last 5 games to make up ground if you have to make up ground at the very end of the year. So there's my initial observations, gentlemen, on the schedule.
Yeah, absolutely. And you come home, you face the Jets. That's certainly a winnable game. I got Justin Fields there, but they seem like a team that's somewhat in there. It's always
new head coach.
Yeah,
head coach and Aaron Glenn. Yeah.
And then
that defense for New York is going to be something else this year. That's all I'm going to say.
I think it's going to take the Jets a little bit because I feel like at any time there's a new coach, I feel like it takes about maybe 7 to 8 weeks to really figure out what your team's made of, what your team is good at, what it's not good at, to get a real good pulse on the team. So I think the New York Jets game, I'm not saying they're going to blow the Jets out because I think Aaron Glenn's going to put a really good defense out there to compete with the Buccaneers. I think it's a winnable game. Louie.
Have you guys addressed the mayhem that currently exists on the schedule for Sunday, September 21st for Buccaneers Jets? And at the same time, Tampa Bay Rays, Boston Red Sox playing across the street at Steinbrenner Field? Hello.
Well, because here's the thing.
Yeah. What's the extra 12,000 cars laying around?
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
You guys are going to be gridlocked over there.
That's
dear God.
Yes.
So several people have brought this up because everybody has been leaking all afternoon that the Jets were going to be the home opener on that day and it was going to be a day game. So now it's confirmed that for now it is a 1 p.m. game and we have no reason to doubt that the NFL game would move. I ask here on the sports web, would Major League Baseball and are the Rays already looking into, instead of playing a 12, I believe it's a 12-10 game. It's right off the bat. Mm-hmm. That's the final Rays home game, by the way, of the season is Sunday, September 21st. They finish on the road the next 2 series. Would they look into making that a night game? I don't have this on any authority, but would they maybe look at making the Rays Red Sox a night game to better utilize the parking? Because bear in mind, not only do they use the north parking lot north of Raymond James Stadium, obviously for Buccaneer games, and they're using them right now for Rays games, but they use the Legends Field parking lot a lot of the time on game day Sundays, and the Yankees and the Sports Authority collect money on that, on those parking lots. So I don't. I mean, playing both
They're
of
going to
them
move.
at the
They
same
got to
time.
move the game around, TJ.
I
They
mean,
have to move the game.
Playing them at the same time. You talk about a parking premium mayhem gouge special. If that's going on, especially with the Red Sox fans. I mean, Louie, you're in that part of the world. With the Red Sox fans coming down here, if it has any relevance for that final weekend series. So that's just interesting on the scheduling part because this is the first time they've ever had to deal with that, with sharing parking and having a Rays Major League game right beside Raymond James Stadium. It's the same case for September the 7th, where the Rays are playing at home on that Sunday, but the Buccaneers are in Atlanta for that week, for the opening week of the season. So I just thought I would put that out there on the sports web as well, Peter Blake.
I think that's going to be a nightmare, though. That's going to be a nightmare. I feel like they really need to do something with that scheduling because that's going to be a nightmare for everybody. Because the only thing that's going to happen over there is price gouging for parking. Not only that, insurances are going to go up because I can only imagine the claims, the claims that are going to be put in for that.
They can't leave it like that, guys. They know that. It's just
now,
not going
what's
to
interesting, I go next level. We do this here on the sports web.
Yes.
So if they were to hypothetically, I have this on no authority, but if they were to hypothetically look at, okay, just move the Red Sox Rays game to Saturday and make it a day-night doubleheader. Play one game at 1 o'clock, separate admissions. Baseball doesn't play any more of these twilight doubleheaders where they have both games back-to-back. They will play on a makeup or whatever, a day-night doubleheader, play like one game at 1 o'clock, the other game at like 7 or 7:30. So if you wanted to do that on Saturday, we have another problem, and that is the University of South Florida football program, USF, is slated to play South Carolina State in an epic matchup on Saturday the 20th at Raymond James Stadium, and presumably they need that north parking lot the same way at some point. Right now, the Rays game is scheduled to be a night game with the Red Sox at 7 o'clock. So I don't know what they're going to do, including with the next day, Sunday the 20th. They're not asking me. They're not consulting me, but it's definitely something to consider here for the Buccaneers and their home opener with the Jets as to what they are or aren't going to do with the Rays game.
They should be, because he's the media icon, Mr. TJ Reeves of the Buccaneer Radio Network. I'm your host, Peter Blake, your Rolex reporter on the sports web, along with Louie from the Frozen Pirate podcast. And, of course, the Greek himself, Harry the Greek, professional handicapper extraordinaire of this show. It's weird because you look at the Philadelphia Eagles, of course, 1 o'clock game to the chagrin. Once again, another.
By the way, you played them in week 4 at 1 o'clock last year. Let's play them in week 4 at 1 o'clock again in the heat.
Yes.
Against the Philadelphia Eagles. That's interesting.
It is. And you wore them down. You absolutely were dominant in that game. We'll see what happens. They've had some losses in the offseason. It seems like Todd Bowles, the defense, the overall team has the Eagles number. I thought it was weird because you go to Seattle and then you're thinking, okay, well, you stay over on the West Coast and you play the San Francisco 49ers. No, you come home for the one game there with San Francisco, and then you go back on the road. Of course, you play the Lions on Monday Night Football. The Saints, you go to a bye week. I think the key is, and I believe the Bucs will definitely be in it, but the 3 home games here against Arizona, November 30th, of course, the Saints, who it could be a split because the Saints always play the Bucs tough, but I think the Saints could be possibly the worst team in the National Football League just because of their quarterback situation with Derek Carr retiring here just about a week ago.
First-year coach, never been a head coach before, Kellen Moore.
Yep. And then you have the Atlanta Falcons there, and that's a prime time game. And then 3 home games, and then also the prime time games. Once again, the NFL showing the Bucs love, or again, can the Bucs overcome this because they've had difficulty, TJ Reeves, and playing in those primetime games.
I would agree. 3 of them on the road, 2 on Monday night, 1 on Sunday night. And fascinating that Todd Bowles now enters his 4th season coming up, and he started each of the first 3 seasons 2-0. He's the only Buccaneer coach to ever have the first 2 seasons of his coaching career be 2-0 starts. He's done it now 3 years in a row, the only one with 3 years in a row. And to start 2-0 this time, you got to win at Atlanta and on Monday night at Houston. Again, only 3 home games in the first 2 months of the season. Somebody else was pointing that out as well, looking at the schedule. That's not a lot of home games in the first half of the year, but that means you get several of them at the end if they are needed. And remember, a year ago, you needed them. to win the division. In fact, each of the last 2 years, you needed the final game of the year basically to win the division. So you're getting a lot of them at home and again against division opponents. I was surprised at the Miami game that they waited all the way until the second to last game of the year.
Right.
I thought the Dolphin game might be a good candidate to be a Thursday night game, in-state rivalry, and have it earlier in the year. Again, they don't consult me, despite what some may believe. Roger Goodell is not, looking my way on the schedule. So play them as they come, and the Dolphin game will be at the end of the year.
I'm going to give my colleague here credit, not Louie, but Harry the Great, because he contends that it's not going to be the Atlanta Falcons that are going to be in contention in this division. He says it's going to be the Carolina Panthers. And if that's true, because it goes
split. I'm telling you right now, we're going to split with the Carolina Panthers.
Carolina is going to be the surprise team in the NFC South. I'm not saying they're beating the Buccaneers, but
how many do you have them winning, as you say, surprise? Do they win 6, 7? What is the defined surprise?
I think
team?
they go 9-8. I think they take second place. I don't think
they can even hit 10 wins this year.
Yeah, I agree.
You are like you are,
and I am not
bevy of Panther wins.
I am not a Bryce Young fan. Okay.
So what do you attribute it to then?
The defense is much improved. The offensive line has gotten better. The running game is going to be decent. The schedule is going to look very good for them. And I just really like that it factor that they had in the last part of the season. They remind me not quite what Detroit was doing a couple of years ago, but you could just see them starting to roll a little bit better. You see more confidence. It looks like, it just looks like this team is actually coming together. They're a couple of pieces away.
So I'm looking at
if they stay safe, this team could be pretty dangerous.
I'm looking at their schedule. They open the first 2 at home. Jacksonville, Travis Hunter debut. Liam Cohen's first game is Carolina in Jacksonville. Then the Panthers at the Cardinals in week 2.
This team could be very easily 2-0 to start.
All right, I'm not going to shoot the whole schedule at you, but their home opener is the Falcons in week 3, and then they play the Patriots on the road. So some favorable road opportunities probably for Carolina to begin the year. And I'm just looking at the end of their year. They're playing the Rams at home late in the year. Then they have a bye. Then they play the Saints on the road. They play the Buccaneers at home. Then they play the Seahawks at home. And then they play the Buccaneers on the road. So last 5 are the Rams at home, at the Saints, Buccaneers at home, Seahawks at home, at the Buccaneers for the close of the season for the last 5 games of the Panthers. And you have them at what, Harry? 9? Maybe 10 wins?
Games. Yeah.
Well, maybe the NFL.
I have them at 9. I have them at 9 too.
This team is going to sneak up on some teams this year.
Well,
they really are.
Here's my point. The NFL may agree with this because they have, of course, the Panthers December 21st, the Bucs going on the road to face Carolina. Of course, Miami, which I think Mike McDaniel has an opportunity to be fired because either Tua won't stay healthy or Hill and that offense won't do what they'll do, and he'll try to get a trade out of there. It'll implode.
He plays.
Well, there you go. And then you have the Panthers on January 4th to mean something. Thank God it's not on New Year's Day or New Year's Eve.
They don't have a time for that game, do they?
Do not
yet, no.
To be determined. Yeah, so that's interesting too. I'm telling you right now, man.
You're talking about the final. You're talking about the final game, correct?
Final game, week 18.
On the final day, depending on the bearing, everybody plays at either 1 Eastern or 4:25 Eastern, and obviously the Saints and the Falcons are playing on that same day. So if it has relevance, just like a year ago, the Buccaneers were playing the Saints on the final day, trying to win the division. Atlanta needed a Buccaneer loss, and they needed a win in Carolina. So both games were played at 1 Eastern time at the same time. So they will have you playing in one of those 2 slots. And if your games mean something, they may move to the afternoon. Now, last year they didn't move to the afternoon, to the 4:25 slot I'm telling you about, talking about. So it's just interesting that says TBD for everybody.
Yeah.
But there is no Sunday night game, the final game of the year. They're all going to play at either 1 or at 4:25 for that.
Yeah.
TJ, let's
ask everybody.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Louie.
So looking at the schedule, and it's all at its whole right now, is there one team out there that, the Buccaneers could be sleeping on that could put up a loss for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers? I'll let anybody go first. Is there one
This is
team
the,
out there?
That's any game.
This is the NFL.
Well, no, I'm just saying if
gonna
there's
say the same thing.
one team in specific, because we look at if we're looking at the Dolphins, we're like, hey, that's definitely a winnable game. Hey, the Jets, it's a winnable game. Which
That's
one
right.
of these teams that are not very good that could have the potential to upset
you
the
look
Tampa
at
Bay Buccaneers?
you look at the first year coaches where Aaron Glenn's never been a head coach, Kellen Moore's never been a head coach. You just have to be careful with those games. I mean, they may be bad. Certainly, you wouldn't expect the Jets to fall apart in the first two games. Then again, it is New York. As for the Saints, I mean, what do they look like? What is that, week 9 for the opening game at the Superdome?
Yeah.
Are they already like 2-6?
Week
8. Week 8. Are they already like 2-5?
Yeah.
Are they 1-6 and in the tank? The Saints.
0-7.
So you look at the first year coaches, because remember last year Dave Canales and Carolina looked like, I mean, it was like a bad high school product the first 3 or 4 games of the year. They gradually got better and won some games at the end and were a little more dangerous. But you wonder with the first year coach, if you're isolating a couple of them, Aaron Glenn and the Jets, Kellen Moore and the Saints for the first half of the season, what does it look like? We'll see.
All right, let's go out to the comments. I'll go ahead, Greek. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Greek, what did you have? Go, Greek.
TJ, let's go out of the box here, real quick. Go back to the 4-shot, Pete.
Oh, well, I like the single shot. So just ask the question, and I'll go. I got this. I know what I'm doing.
I don't like it, but that's okay. Listen, any teams, TJ, that 7 wins or less from last year, who do you think could actually make a rise or even win a division?
Just overall in the NFL, who's a dangerous team?
Teams
I don't
that
know.
won 7 games or less.
Yeah, you could. I don't know. I haven't thought enough about that. Do you have one? Well, you're not talking about your Chicago Bears, are you?
No. Well, the Bears made some
That's not
drastic improvements this year, but we're not going to go down that road. I mean, they bought an offensive line. Their defense is still really good.
You already
Run
said
game is
Carolina. You already said Carolina.
I think Chicago. I think Carolina. Who would be a third team out there? Because
I got one I'm looking at right now.
There's usually 3 or 4 teams.
I'm looking at
have
one
a
right now.
tendency of ascending.
Like Denver was dramatically better last year in year 2 under Sean Payton.
I don't think
all agree on that.
I don't think they're going to win the division.
That's a good question.
I don't think they'll win the division, but I will say this.
Why not? Is Kansas City all that in a bag of chips?
Nah,
honestly.
I think the New England Patriots are going to be much more improved with Mike Vrabel at the helm. I'm telling you right now. I'm not saying that because I'm up here, but I've been keeping a close eye on everything they've been doing. We're getting ready to launch something with the 508 podcast. But what Vrabel's been doing with that team and the type of free agency that they've had, I think they're a strong candidate to finish second place in that division. I really do, and I think they're really going to put up a fight. I'm telling you, mark my words, man. I don't know. I think that Vrabel's really bringing back that old mentality back to that team, and I think Drake May is really going to surprise a lot of people. That's my take. I mean, I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong because I'm going down there for that Patriots and Bucs game. I want to see a victory.
Give it to me, TJ.
I'm going to give you one. Well, I'm going to give you one right now. I'm going to go with
Peter.
I'm going to go with the Arizona Cardinals. I think they've made some moves in the offseason there. Kyler Murray, they played hard for their coach. Definitely an opportunity there with San Francisco and the uncertainty, the injury situation. Are they going to re-sign Brock Purdy? Of course, you got the Rams, but Father Time is undefeated. Well, with Matt Stafford, how good is he going to be? Is he going to be able to stay healthy? The Arizona Cardinals playing for a defensive coach the way they played last year, they could surprise some people and win that NFC West. What do you say?
How about, I like that. How about Tennessee Titans? What is their win total projection, Greek? What do you have? Like 5? 5.5?
What? I honestly, with Tennessee, I probably have them about 4 or 5 wins.
They're in a soft division. Jacksonville again, first-time head coach. Of course, Tennessee's head coach Callahan was a first-time head coach last year. But Houston has been feasting on this soft division for years. Maybe Tennessee ends up being like a 6, 7, 8 win
I like
team.
that.
Maybe Tennessee with Cam Ward.
I really like when people go after deep picks. It's easy to go after, the sexy picks. Now, if you rewind about a year ago, we were having the same conversation. What teams can ascend and which teams you think were going to regress? I gave everybody, I thought Buffalo would regress. They didn't. I said Detroit would regress. They really didn't. But I was right about the 49ers. And I still say that San Francisco, their over and under is 10. Bet the under on that, man. This team is not what it used to be.
we've talked about this before. They look like the window is closing or has closed.
Closed.
That
That window's
Super Bowl
That
to be a
window's
Super
shut.
Bowl contender, but we'll see.
Yeah.
That's the great thing about this time of year where we have the draft, we have the schedule release, we're
A lot of
selling
fun,
optimism,
isn't it?
we're selling hope, we're selling everybody's undefeated right now, baby, because nobody's playing. It's May.
Everybody's got a chance.
It's
Everybody's
May.
got a chance.
Yeah.
I'm looking at their schedule right now, and it's pretty favorable at the first half of the season with the Patriots. So I think they're going to be very much improved. They got the Raiders at home week 1. That's a winnable game. The Dolphins are pretty much going to be at the bottom of the division, in my opinion. That's in Miami. The Patriots have done well in Miami. You got the Pittsburgh Steelers.
It is interesting. The Patriots with Tom Brady did well in Miami. They haven't since. Hey, you just jogged me. What about Las Vegas Raiders with Pete Carroll there, with Geno Smith there, with drafting Ashton Genty? What do you have them on the win total?
That was my third team. This team can either win 7 to 9 games this year. I think Pete Carroll, I didn't really like the idea of him coming back. I thought he was too old. But you know what? I love what they did with Ashton Genty. I know that defense is going to be flying around. They got a really good tight end. And if you play decent at the quarterback position, doesn't even have to be above average. I think this team could make a little bit of noise. I
got Max Crosby leading the defense.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Their linebacking core's defense. Their linebackers are decent. The secondary is defense. They can put pressure on the quarterback. And anytime you can run the football and play defense, like the Jets are going to be able to do, these teams could be dangerous. And those are some of the teams that have a tendency for sending.
Awakening this year, in my opinion. I think the Chiefs are.
I don't like the
much
Chiefs this year.
Yeah, I think they're in for a rude awakening. They've like a lot of people are counting out Denver. Denver played very strong. I mean, their defense is ferocious. I mean, they punched us in the mouth. So I give credit where credit's due. The Raiders, I think they're good for 7 to 8 wins. And the Chargers too. A lot of people are not talking about the Chargers. I mean, I get that they're kind of rebuilding that program there, but I mean, still, it's like TJ says, it's a beautiful time because anybody's got a chance. It's a beautiful time. Everybody's undefeated. Everybody looks great.
And you got Justin Herbert, and I think that's the big question for me.
Yeah,
make a break of Jacksonville. Jacksonville, new coach there, Duval with Liam Cohen. Can he Duval? Can he duplicate that success that he had with Tampa Bay? Can he do what he did with Baker Mayfield?
Or does it start unraveling like week 3 in Jacksonville, even with Travis Hunter, which is a possibility?
I'll tell you who's got a schedule that I wouldn't want to have. I'm telling you now, everybody's anointed the Philadelphia Eagles to go ahead and win that division. Has anybody seen that schedule? Oh boy.
Well, listen.
That's all I got to tell you, man.
DJ, how disappointing was it to see Philadelphia open up with the Dallas Cowboys? Because honestly, I would want to see Philadelphia versus the Washington Commanders. And I get
it. It was supposed to be that way.
Everybody wants to talk about the Cowboys every year, but it's nonsensical. Leo Ward with Dak Prescott and all these weapons, and they just, I get it. They're America's team, or they're not America's team. They haven't won a Super Bowl since what, 1995?
I don't know who even gave them that name, America's team.
Louie, it was long before you were born.
I know.
Around. They were America's team because they branded it as that back in like the late 60s and the early 70s because you couldn't see all the games on TV, and they would have NFL films showing different things on the weekend, like as a recap or a preview, and they just started doing doing different shows as the Dallas Cowboys, America's team, because it just seemed like.
Tell Louie why there was a hole in the top of the dome.
Because allegedly the hole in the old stadium was so God could watch his favorite football team. That was allegedly. Oh, wow. That's what, according to the Cowboys.
I'm not kidding you, Louie. That's
Who
exactly.
put that out there?
All right, so I'm looking at the Eagles' schedule, to the Greeks' point.
It's terrible.
Here, they open with the Cowboys at home, then at the Chiefs, then the Rams at home, then the Buccaneers in the heat in Tampa, then the Ravens at home.
Woof.
What's the Eagles' record after 5 games, even though 3 of them are at home?
They're
Cowboys. Cowboys, then the Chiefs on the road, Rams at home, then at the Bucs, then the Ravens at home.
I'm telling you now, I like Cowboys in week 1. This Philadelphia team could open the season 2-2. I'm not kidding you.
2-3.
After watching this, I think they're going to have a little bit of a Super Bowl hangover. They'll make a splash in the second half of the season, but man.
How about the Eagles finish, to the Greeks' point, at the Chargers late in the year, Raiders at home, at the Commanders, at the Bills, Commanders at home. How many of those last 5 games are they going to win?
Wow.
I realize they're the defending Super Bowl champs.
Right.
But let me say again, at the Chargers, Raiders at home, at the Commanders, at the Bills, Commanders again at home.
All right.
That's not easy to end the year.
All right. I want to ask you this. We said who could be, one of the best teams or one of the surprising teams. Who do you think could be the worst team in the National Football League? My money is on the New Orleans Saints. It couldn't happen to a better team with Cam Jordan.
You're just being a homer.
Well, no. Look at their quarterback situation. I mean, who do you got at quarterback? You got Spencer
It
Rattler.
could be the Cleveland Browns too. We're still counting out. Everybody's kind of letting the Cleveland Browns off the hook because that's.
I'm gonna go Indianapolis. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So
but the Saints with a first-year coach in a much more competitive, improved division, without a quarterback, and apparently no salary cap to be able to do anything at quarterback. Are they already on the clock?
Yes.
Our buddy Powers wants to attach on the clock to every time we mention the New Orleans Saints already.
Yes.
He believes that they could be the number 1 pick next year, the worst team in the NFL, and just call them the New Orleans Saints on the clock from here on out.
Arch Manning.
Yeah, that they may be tanking for him. We'll
That's
see.
it.
Were you trying to get to any audience comments before I get out of here in a minute or two and leave it back to you kids?
Yes, we'll try to do that. Let's go ahead and go out to CSB brother Cole here. The Jets game will be a madhouse. That is crazy deal. TJ might be on to something with moving the Rays on Sunday night. Tim says, sounds like a good game not to go to on
with the traffic. Right, with the traffic.
Christopher Cole, if the Rays make the playoffs, then what? We shall see. A long season awaits the Rays. We'll see if they can hit. The Bucs might not. They might do like they did back in the 90s when they were building a new stadium. They took over the Walmart parking lot by 275 Del Mabry. People walked over to the stadium. Tom Banner says White Sox are better than the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Come on, man. I'll give you the Tom Brady.
I'm trying not to suck right there.
That's what you get.
Oh, my God. That cost you money.
No, it didn't. I said I could use the Tom Brady suck thing there. We got to use the Tom Brady. Bears, Tom Banner says Bears again. The Bears.
He's talking about the surprise team. Is that what he means?
Yes, that's what he means. Touchdowns or I don't know what it is there. And America's team is the Bears.
The Bears.
I got you. 4 primetime games week 2, Monday. Okay, we got the schedule. Thank you. Carl says, love it, Peter. The Saints, absolutely. And Mike D. Roche. Hey, guys.
What's up, Mike?
Yes, thanks a lot for tuning in. TJ, give me some final thoughts here on the evolution of sports talk television, my friend.
One thing that I always say, it is a long season. And Louie, I heard you saying that right before I came on about the running back situation with Bucky Irving and with Rashad White and even using Sean Tucker or anybody else you're going to hand the ball to late in the year. Same thing with injuries at receiver last year. Same thing with injuries in the secondary that you've had to deal with. So it is a long season. It is going to be more about how healthy are you in December and in early January when you have to have it. And so I am encouraged because this team has demonstrated over and over again down the stretch of the year that they could win key games. This core of players in December, I hearken back, speaking of the Chargers, that was a real litmus test to go all the way out there last year when you had lost some games, and a lot of people thought the Chargers were going to roll. They were a touchdown favorite, and the Buccaneers hammered them in the second half.
You remember that prediction, don't you, TJ?
You did. You called it, Greek. You called it.
Money line, not take the points, money line.
There were a lot of people that woke up and went, whoa, seeing that late in the year. So what do you have left? What tread on the tires? What do you have left in the tank late in the year? Because it is a long season. And all of those games mattered, winning dramatically in the overtime at Carolina, which I don't think gets talked about enough, winning that game in L.A., and then saving the best for last and winning the game with New Orleans in the final couple of minutes, and Mike Evans breaking the 11 straight years with 1,000 yards or more.
Yeah,
that was quite a flurry at the end of the year to make the playoffs. So what do you have left at the end of the year? Stay tuned.
All right, last question here. Mike D. Roche from Canada. TJ, when you interview a player, do you at times ever get nervous or awestruck? Has that ever happened to the media icon? I doubt it because you're a true professional.
I don't get awestruck. I don't get nervous.
And he stands on the sideline like this.
I do. Harry likes my pose.
Hold on.
Pose. Yes. Motionless, and Harry loves that because I don't want to end up on like ESPN in the background going, or something like I learned that long ago. But no, look, I mean, I have had a long career, privileged to interview a lot of Hall of Fame and all-time great players and people in all kinds of sports. And to me, it's just kind of second nature that I will be standing around them. I mean, I'll give you a perfect example. My wife and I were talking about this the other night because Aaron Judge was at one of the games. I've never met him. I've never interviewed him. But I came off the elevator to go do my job on the sideline about 10 minutes before game time. And Aaron Judge is standing 5 feet in front of me. And by the way, he's standing 5 feet in front of me like this. He looks like he could play defensive end or tight end or left tackle in the National Football League. So that was a moment where you go, whoa, he's really a big dude when you get off the elevator. But yeah, it's a privilege to be in there with those guys. And I say this to you all the time for Peter in the audience. Those Buccaneer players throughout the years, this will be my 21st season to do this coming up. They're amazing after games in dealing with me, awesome. Even after losses. So it's a lot of fun to get to do it. It's not as fun when they lose. But like, I'm just thinking right now at the top of my head, that Charger locker room after that win last year, when everybody thought, oh man, you're going to go out there and get your butt kicked, going to get your teeth kicked in.
Yep.
That was a blast to do that post-game show last year. So you take the good with the bad on doing the post-game coverage and the post-game stuff. And I can't wait for all of this to crank up come August, July with training camp, and August for the preseason. And then here we are with games. It'll be about 90 days from now. We'll get ready about 75, 90 days from now from all of it to crank up.
Yes, 50th season for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Amazing.
With the icon right there, Mr. TJ Reeves on the Evolution of Sports Talk Television. We appreciate the time, and we'll see you soon, my friend. All right?
So when I'm at a game this year, TJ, so you hear this crazy guy going, TJ, give me your autograph.
I get that sometimes, and this time it's going to be the Greek. It's going to be the Greek. All right, good luck, kids.
Thank you, TJ. Thank you.
Peter and Harry behave, or Harry make sure that Peter and Louie behave. I don't know how that's going to work, but you guys do well.
It's an interesting dynamic here we got on the Evolution. But and also,
TJ, have a good one, man.
Big Fight Weekend on YouTube. I'm going to put that information out there. Love the sweet
If you are a boxing fan, go find us on YouTube, Big Fight Weekend, the bigfightweekend.com website and podcast. I love talking the fights. Peter loves talking the fights, and we go watch the pay-per-views, et cetera. So thank you for the boxing plug as well.
Of course, awesome, my friend.
See you, kids.
All right, you go.
The Buck. I'll watch some more of the show. Continue the Buck chatter about the schedule. You guys be well.
All right, there you go.
Thank you,
icon, Mr. TJ Reeves of the Buccaneer Radio
I did
Network.
a little bit of boxing.
On. Well, yeah, we got some boxing history here. That guy right there.
We actually have a couple of fighters.
Well,
from my city, that's actually in the UFC.
All right. Yeah. Speaking of a fighter who's from Philadelphia, he's one of our number one fighters on this show. He always fights the good fight here on Monday and Wednesday nights. He's not a bum like Tampa Bay Ray Kennedy. He is the legend himself. From a Coach Scout and Now media member of Night Sports Productions, Amped Up Sports.
Book him, Dano.
From Philadelphia himself, Mr. Leo Haggerty, right there. And let's start it out with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. You open up versus the Atlanta Falcons, your favorite quarterback, Michael Penix. I mean, your thoughts. Welcome to the Sports Web on a Happy Hump Day edition.
I gotta float like a butterfly and sting like a bee.
Love it.
What's the matter, Leo? Sounds like you got Tourette's tonight. What's going on, brother?
Shut up, Harry. Quiet. Oh, jeez.
Well, but before we even get into the schedule, remember the first 4 games of the preseason.
Okay.
You can't count on what's going to happen there. It's just they're not ready to play. None of the 32 teams are ready to play. So if you can go 2-2 or better, great, because it's just not. Now, from week 4 to 4, 5, 6, 7, that's murderer's row. Man, you get the Eagles at home, then you got San Francisco, Detroit. Man, oh man.
Well,
that's no friendly schedule to me, guys.
Well, let's go off to it here. Of course, you open up against the Jets on the 21st there. Another 1:00 game. So a lot of fans out there, to the chagrin because it's going to be hot. It's going to be about 90 degrees with the humidity. It's going to be about 110. I always tell people this. It's like my kitchen on Saturday night. Everything burns, including your skin. So kids, wear plenty of air fryers save lives. Just saying. You got the Philadelphia Eagles September 28th at 1 o'clock. You go on the road to face the Seattle Seahawks. Weird. You come home to the San Francisco 49ers, and then you got the Monday night game versus the Lions, and then, of course, go on the road to the Saints, who I consequently think are the worst team in the National Football League. 2 words.
I disagree with you there. Tennessee until they prove you different.
Cam Ward,
usually, but usually we always think
21 other guys that are horse manure.
We always think this though. We see the first 3 teams that pick early on in the draft, and we always predict them. And I noticed this. Sometimes it's always a team that just kind of comes out of left field that ends up being one of the worst teams in the league. So I don't know. I mean, I do think New Orleans, though, they're atrocious. They're like what they've done, and it's to their own fault with the salary cap and all that stuff.
Indy is going to have a horrible.
Indy, yeah. A lot of people praising Anthony Richardson. I was never a fan of that pick, and ever since Luck left, and with all the injuries he had, and he winded up leaving, they've never really competed. They reached so much for Anthony Richardson, and I've had people on my show before say he's good. I'm like, dude, he's not good.
Listen,
he can't even stay on the field.
I wish I could have bet on that. I wish I had a prop bet, because I bet Harry the Greek here that Richardson would go in the first round. In fact, the first 10 picks, what do you go, number 4 overall? You owe me a steak right there, Leo.
Did he go number 4?
He did.
He went early because I had the same bet with Peter.
Yep.
Said there's no way anybody's that dumb. Well, somebody was.
Well, there you go. It's the Indianapolis Colts, and a lot of people would say it could be Ballard, the general manager.
Like a Browns things to do.
Well,
he was the worst pick since Tim Tebow.
Wow. Ooh. Well, how about Zach Wilson? Zach Wilson called. He wanted to know what you were talking about. And by the way, he's still checking out, other people's mothers, if you will.
Hey, buddy, leave Stifler alone.
Listen, he's not playing quarterback. He's too busy doing that, and that's the reason why. I mean, him and Bill Belichick,
you know what?
Get together.
He got paid.
Well, he got paid all right, Peter, but could he be the worst? You're done?
I got something that came up. You gotta bring in a reliever for me.
You got shingles or what? Okay, I'll get you out of here. All right.
I'm not that old.
He's like, you got shingles.
Will you shut up and be quiet? Neither am I. All right, see you later, Harry.
Okay.
See you
guys later. Leo,
no, you're leaving? Are you done?
Yeah, I need a pitch count. I gotta go.
All right, buddy. We'll get you out of here.
Seriously, you guys have a really good one, and can't wait to talk to you guys on Monday. Leo, Louie, Pete, it's been a pleasure. I'll tell you what, it's exciting to see what the schedule is going to hold for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, as well as my Chicago Bears and the rest of the National Football League. But I'll tell you right now, if you haven't seen the schedule for the Philadelphia Eagles, please look it up.
All right.
Please look it up.
Harry, we appreciate the time. With that being said, let's go out to the phone lines, gentlemen. Let's get this guy on.
Mr. Kennedy!
Best of the Bay himself, Mr. Tampa Bay, Ray Kennedy. Your thoughts of Tampa Bay and this schedule release party here on the Evolution?
Fill me in. I don't know what's absolute thing, and I even saw last second. I think it was Pat Donovan was, bragging about his inside source that had the scoop on the Rams playing on Thanksgiving Day. And then I saw a post that they're actually playing the week before. I know nothing. I've been saving it for this. You know how hard this is? Because my grandmother was literally getting NFL updates on her medical alert, because the NFL is the #1 advertising agency in the entire world. Fill me in, guys. What did I miss? What's up? The highlights and schedule.
All right. Well, here's the deal. Again, in case you missed the schedule here, September 7th, they open being the Tampa Bay Buccaneers versus the Atlanta Falcons, and that Thursday night spectacular of no defense at all. This time with Michael Penix on week 2. Monday Night Football on the road against the Houston Texans on September 15th. Then they come home, play their home opener, which may be interesting because the Rays play that day against the Boston Red Sox at the same time. They share a parking lot. The whole place may be a parking lot, may be tough to get into and tough to get out. September 21st versus the just in the season
The thing about that
New York Jets.
The same day with the Raiders is they got a good chance of actually filling the stadium. But I'm kidding. Go on.
Oh, see, here we go. And then you got the world champion Philadelphia Eagles coming to town on September 28th. So 2 road games to start, 2 home games after that. Then you go on the road October 5th to play the Seattle Seahawks and Sam Darnold. Then you come home and play the 49ers and Brock Purdy on October 12th. Then you go on the road again, play the Lions on Monday Night Football in a doubleheader starting at 7 o'clock there. Go on the road, play the Saints, go to a bye week, come out of the bye week, play the Patriots.
Can I be honest? I lost you a while back. So the Eagles, they're not coming late in the season when the heat might not be an impact on the game. They're actually coming the 4th week of September.
Yes, the 4th week of September and 1 o'clock once again, Leo, as we talked about. Patriots coming out of the bye at home. Then you go on the road, play the Buffalo Bills in Buffalo. You also have the LA Rams, which is not Thanksgiving. It is Sunday Night Football, November 23rd versus the Rams there. And then you got 3 straight home games at Raymond James Stadium. November 30th, Arizona. December 7th versus, in my opinion, the worst team in the National Football League, the New Orleans Saints at 1 o'clock. And then a Thursday night football game versus the Atlanta Falcons on December 11th. Then you go on the road, face the Carolina Panthers December 21st at 4:30. You go on the road again to the Miami Dolphins on December 28th on Week 17, and you finish out with the Carolina Panthers at home January 4th.
Can I ask Leo a question?
Go ahead, ask him.
Leo, so I don't know what week. Leo can tell me again the week. I kind of lost it in the jumble. Thanks, Pete, for giving me the breakdown. But when the Patriots come in after the bye week, if that's late in the season or towards fall when we all start feeling family-ish and holiday-ish and stuff, would that be a good game for Fox to try to grab and cover at the stadium, and maybe the Buccaneers put Tom Brady into the Ring of Honor on that game?
Well, let me answer this question. That's a
good point, Ray. That's a good point.
This is a CBS game, guys. It's at 1 o'clock, but that may be a point of contention here. Tom Brady could they do something along the lines of putting him in the Ring of Honor here, Leo? I know you're against this, but go ahead and talk about it.
Totally against it.
Okay.
I think you'd have a revolt among Bucs players that are in it already.
Okay.
The guy was a mercenary. He was a hired gun. He showed up three seasons.
Yeah.
No, you don't get in the ring. And you know what? That's a slap in the face to New England where the guy's up there in a deservedly Ring of Honor. You know, that's I don't see it. That's just me.
I agree with Leo. I'm on the same boat. At the end of the day, Tom Brady is a New England Patriot. And Belichick, they changed that franchise because I'll tell you something right now. When I went to the old Gillette's, it wasn't even Gillette, it was Foxborough Stadium with metal benches. Nobody was going there. You could get tickets for like $15. It was a crap hole. And then just what they did that year and Brady coming in and the rest is history. He came to Tampa Bay. He had 2 phenomenal, fantastic seasons. His 3rd season wasn't the greatest. So I'm not afraid to admit it. It was terrible. I mean, it wasn't good. It was almost like he was forced to do that. He wasn't at training camp. It just wasn't good. I'll be the first one to admit it. Call in if you disagree with me, but it's the truth. So he only had 2 really good years. I'm not with putting Tom Brady in the Ring of Honor right now. Maybe a little bit longer down the line, maybe. I don't think so. It's just, to me, he's a Patriot. He came to the Bucs for 2 solid good years.
I would say you can't retire his number. The Bucs
No.
Fans that were on board with that at one time.
Well, listen. The point for me was you retire 12 across the National Football League, and that's been talked about. But I will say this: I will go full screen, gentlemen. If you have an opportunity to get Tom Brady in the Ring of Honor for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, you do it because why? It's going to make you some money, and it makes perfect sense there, especially with the home game versus the New England Patriots, whether it's CBS or Fox. And for me, the most important Super Bowl in Tom Brady's career was the 7th one. Why, you say? Because first, he played in his first season in a new offense, played at an MVP type of level. And, of course, it eliminated the argument of could he do it without Belichick? He did it without Belichick. To me, he's going to be in the Ring of Honor.
It's just, for me, as a true diehard Buccaneers fan, I can't really see it in the Ring of Honor. I think there's still gentlemen out there. I think there's still Buck players out there that are still waiting to be in the Ring of Honor, and you can't put them in. And until there's certain few gentlemen that get put in there first, then I could see. Don't get me wrong. What Tom Brady did coming to Tampa Bay, he changed the culture around here. Losing was no longer acceptable. And he planted those seeds to guys like Mike Evans, Chris Godwin. We just seen it just now with Chris. What did he do? He took a massive pay cut. I don't care what anybody says. He turned down about 20 to 30 million from the Patriots. They basically had FU money for him on blank checks because they wanted him over there with Drake May. I predicted him to go there. What he did, and Peter went before I even was on the sports web, I called in and I said, I have this funny feeling that he might go with the Patriots. You know, and you asked me, what's your confidence level? I said, what, 6? We don't know. And then what he did, I commend him so much for what he did. But you saw what Brady has done. He changed the culture. I say maybe longer down the road, put Brady in because I think there's other guys that deserve the Ring of Honor more than him right now.
Well, there may be Hardy Nickerson, there may be James Wilder. I think maybe Wilder. Listen, I think a lot of fans.
What's the Thanksgiving schedule again? I'm sorry, guys.
There is no Thanksgiving week. Well, the Bucs are not playing on Thanksgiving. I don't know who the Thanksgiving schedule is.
But that weekend, right? It's
November 23rd. Yeah. Sunday Night Football. Listen, for me, Tom, and people will go put in Brad Johnson. I see where David's coming from there, but I think Tom Brady meant a lot to this organization, still means a lot to this organization. The Glazers are going to take advantage of it no matter if anybody likes it or not. I understand that Hardy Nickerson definitely deserves, Ring of Honor. James Wilder, I don't know what the situation off the field is. He could definitely, maybe he's in there. I don't know.
What about a guy like Shelton Quarles or Donnie Abraham?
It's up to the Glazers, guys, and the Glazers are looking at trying to make money at the end of the day, and that's what it's about. And if you have an opportunity to get the greatest of all time in the Ring of Honor, you take advantage of it. I don't know
how long
why.
How long are you guys going to be on?
We'll be on for a little bit longer. We'll be on.
A little bit, yeah. I'm going to be home like 15 minutes.
All right.
Watch the rest of the show.
Come on in if you want to. All right, my friend.
I'm going to try to get there, but don't end the show.
All right, we won't end the show.
We'll end the show if you have to. I'll talk to you guys later. Thanks, man.
All right, we'll keep on reading these comments here. Tampa Bay, Ray Kennedy, best of the Bay. Leo, we're getting a little bit of feedback there, man. I don't know what
Leo,
that is.
Are you using a phone?
Yep.
Turn it sideways.
Yeah,
have your speaker facing. Let's see what happens.
How's that?
No, it's not going to work.
No, it's not going to work. We got to.
Doesn't have. Leo, what kind of phone do you have? Is it Android or Apple? Apple. I think that setting is not turned on for him where he could auto flip the phone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because the speaker is probably hitting whatever he has it rested against.
Right.
And that's where you're getting your feedback.
How about this? I'll hold it up. That should stop the feedback. How's that?
I think that's a little better. Let's try that.
Beautiful.
Let's go with that a little bit. I know we've gone back and forth when it comes to Tom Brady. We'll see how it works out and who's going to be in the Ring of Honor. We'll see what games the Bucs are going to wear the creamsicle. I know there's a lot of Bucs fans that don't like the creamsicle, but it's going to be
one game. No, I don't want multiple games. I just want one game. One game, please. That's
one
it.
Game. We'll see again. I think there's going to be because the rules state you have the opportunity. They may bring back the white jerseys.
Are they going to do an alternate helmet too? Because now supposedly I heard you can have 3 helmets.
That's what I'm saying. Maybe they may bring back, and we still get we still a little bit of feedback there, Leo, but that's okay. All right, I think I cut you off there, Leo. We're trying to see where we were going there. Of course, it can all change here with the Saints. Let's say Aaron Rodgers gets signed. Tell you what, let's hold that thought. Let's go out to the phone lines here. Alex using a second call. Alex, welcome to the Evolution. You're on with yours truly, along with the legend himself, Leo Haggerty, along with Louie from the Frozen Pirate podcast. Go ahead.
All right, now that we're in the middle of the show,
yes,
how are you guys doing?
I'm doing great, man. I'm doing great.
Fantastic.
I like 12-5. Louie, what's your record here?
I hate doing this before they hit training camp.
We're not taking it to the gallows, my friend, if you get it wrong, okay? You can always predict.
No, I know. I try to, Peter, you know me, I try to be a perfectionist, yeah.
Yes.
It's tough because anything can happen. It could be an injury, but I'm looking at it right now. Let me run through this real quickly. I think they beat Atlanta. I think they beat the Texans. I think they beat the Jets. I think they drop one to the Eagles. So what? That's what 3-1. I think they go. They go to Seattle. I think they beat Seattle
4-1.
They dismantle the 49ers. I'll go ahead and say that.
5-1.
Detroit game, I'm a little skeptical about.
Really?
That's tough. Yeah, I'm a little skeptical about that game.
We'll shock you all with the Lions win. I think.
I don't think they go. It's just that I'm not going to count Detroit out just yet. But I will say I think the Buccaneers are going to squeak through Detroit on Monday night. I think they're going to beat the New Orleans Saints.
7-1 before the bye week, by the way.
Yep.
That's what I stated earlier.
Okay.
That Patriots game is a little difficult. I think that's giving me Denver Bronco vibes. So I'll get back to that.
Bro. Me too, bro. Yeah, me too.
I'm telling you right now, Peter, I'll send you some stuff about Mike Vrabel and what the Patriots are doing, and you'll see. Okay, I can see that. Buffalo game. That's going to be a tough game. I think they drop.
That's tough.
Honestly, I'm going to go bold. I think they beat the Buffalo Bills, and I think they drop one to the San Francisco. I think they drop one to the LA Rams.
Okay.
They beat the Arizona Cardinals. They beat the New Orleans Saints. Man, that's my birthday. I don't want them to lose.
Did they sweep the Falcons?
No, I think they're going to. I don't know, man.
Losing primetime football.
You know what? I'm going to go for it. They're going to beat the Atlanta Falcons. They're going to lose to the Carolina Panthers.
Wow.
They're going to beat the Miami Dolphins, and I think they're going to beat the Carolina Panthers.
They're going to drop one of those last two.
Yeah.
Don't think they're going to sweep, bro. If you think
that
they're going to
Patriots
sweep,
game,
I'm not sold on the Carolina Panthers until Bryce Young. Let me go out to you. Hold on, Alex and Louie here. Let me go out to Leo. Harry seems to think, and it looks like the NFL seems to think, that the Panthers could be in contention at this point. By the way, looking at NFL Network right now, the Bucs have the third weakest schedule in the National Football League. Now, I know that doesn't mean a lot to the fans out there because the fans go, it's going to be a tough schedule. It's going to be a tough schedule. But according to what happened last year, the Bucs have the third weakest. So Carolina Panthers, you buying them in 2025, Leo Haggerty?
I'm buying them better than in 2024, but I'm not buying them as a viable playoff team yet.
Okay.
I think they're a 7-8 win team, but I don't see them any better than that. And that's a big jump for them. What were they, 5 last year, 5-12?
Yeah.
But they played well during their stretch against some really good teams.
They did. They got McMillan to add to the wide receiving core there.
And they gave us a run for our money as well.
I agree.
It was a little shaky at times. I'm not gonna lie.
I agree. I agree. So
I think that a lot of people still are underestimating Bryce Young. He's had a lot in a full season to mature too as a player. So don't underestimate the Panthers. I think the Greek is dead on point. I think a 7 or 8 win team, man, and I think that they're going to be a team in the division that you kind of don't forget about, because as he pointed out earlier last year, those division games, man, you're going to need to win those division games, man. Because what happened, because I'm going to repeat what he said, and he's had such a good point. What happened last year? He came out to that last game, I think it was the last 5 minutes. I think we were all clock watching, if I recall. I could be wrong, but it was close, guys. The Falcons snuck up. Don't sleep on the Falcons either. I think the Saints are obviously going to be the weakest team in the division. Obviously, they have quarterback issues. Derek Carr retiring.
Right.
Rattler, I think they're going to hand the ball to him. I think a lot of people disagree with that, but I think he'll start with the ball. So I think the Bucs easily win the division. But I'm going to piggyback off what Leo just said. I just don't think we're a top tier playoff team yet. Obviously, I think we're going to win the division, but let
me ask you this: why are the Bucs not a top tier playoff team in your opinion? What's holding them back?
Well, it's and again, I could be wrong, but it's going to come down to injuries, man. It's going to come down to
that's every year. I mean, what's the main reason besides the injury?
I mean, if Baker gets hurt, is the season over?
I mean, but why do we assume that Baker's going to get hurt at this point? Like everybody keeps continuing to say that.
Can I jump in there, guys, real quick?
Go ahead, Leo.
Here's the point: no pass rush. Bottom line.
Well, I think that changes, my friend, because Philadelphia's own right there, Hassan Reddick, who has been known.
Still not happening, Peter. It has to happen in the middle, and you got Vita Vea, and that's it right now. Everybody else is a question mark.
I think
Philadelphia showed everybody the blueprint.
Right.
Carter and Davis.
Right.
Color in his face. And you're going to see. I think that's the main reason they took Watson.
Well, listen.
Hey, we got to get color in the guy's face, quick.
Right. Well, you go with Kalijah Kancey, you have Vita Vea, you have Yaya Diaby, and you have Hassan Reddick. And I think that's your 4-man right there, and you can rotate with Braswell. You have Anthony Nelson, and then you have the new kids. You have Walker, and then you have Roberts there, Elijah Roberts. So, and then we don't know what's going to happen with Watson, but
it's going to come down to health. Peter, I'm just going to be honest with you, man. I think
I agree with Alex. They got to stay healthy.
I think our pass rushing has improved off the draft.
Mm-hmm.
And again, you got to remember, we were a really banged up team last year too. So,
and they were able to how many wins? Wait a minute. Now, how many wins were they able to win last year with being a bang up team?
100%. And that's what I'm saying. I think the Bucs easily walk away with 12 wins.
Okay.
And honestly, it's a lot easier this year. But it's going to come down to what Leo just said. You asked me why not the playoffs. It's going to come down to what he just said about Baker Mayfield. Can he stay healthy? It's all going to come down to health and all going to come down to the rookies on the pass rushing. Because as Leo just said, Washington beat us because of why? Absolutely zero pass rushing.
Yeah.
When you're getting,
they beat us because they left that defense 7 minutes on the field, and they had no answers for Jaden Daniels. Just like, and it wasn't just the Buccaneers; it was the 7 teams that played Jaden Daniels up to that game as well. He did the same thing to those defenses that he did to us. Sometimes we just meet our maker. Well, I shouldn't say that. We meet our match.
You meet your match. You definitely meet your match. All right, Alex, appreciate the call as always.
Last thing before I go. Last thing before I go.
Go for it.
I think the other issue is the Bucs had issues talking about the playoffs only. The Bucs only had issues because they were giving up those big 3 and downs. Why? Because of that banged up defense, man. You didn't those 3 and 10s. You guys got to admit were brutal.
Right.
I'm sure you guys have all contested that yourselves. So,
well, yeah.
I think with what we're looking at right now, based off health, sure, I think we can get to the NFC Championship if we can stay healthy. If we can't stay healthy, then I don't know, guys. Hey, guys, thank you guys so much. Hey, Leo, good to see you on the show today. As always, my co-host, not my co-host, but the Sports Web host.
All right. I
appreciate you guys.
Alex, we appreciate you as always. Great call, my friend. I'll give him the Ric Flair.
Woo!
All right. So good stuff there. I think it's going to be the Atlanta Falcons. I think it's going to be the Bucs. I don't buy the Carolina Panthers, but again, I may be wrong about this. Bryce Young may take that leap. We'll see what Dave Canales does. I tell you what, let's go out to the phone lines,
12
guys.
13 wins.
Let's go. Opinion. 12-13, I think, is absolutely accurate. I know, Leo, I'm
just tough because that Patriots game, I think they remind me of the Denver Broncos this year.
Wow. Okay, Leo, really quick before we get out to Abraham here, how many wins in your opinion and why?
11.
Okay.
11.
Okay.
Yeah, probably 10, but they can get to 11.
All right.
It's a hard thing to win in the NFL double digits.
Yes. It is, my friend. It absolutely is. It's not for long, my friend. Just because the schedule looks easy doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be, because year after year, we've always seen it. Let's go out to Abraham here. Abraham, welcome to the Evolution.
Hello, everyone. hello, Peter, Louie, and Leo. Yeah, so I agree. I think it's 11 to 13 games. I'm not like, I don't know, but I don't get like Louie said, don't get fooled by the Patriots. The Patriots are a team that are very deceptive. They've gotten better, sneakily better, like the Broncos did. The main problem is against the Broncos, the defense let what's his name, Bo Nix, have his way.
Bo Nix, yeah.
Bo Nix had his way with the defense because of the lack of pass rush, and also the corners, the way they were playing, they were given enough space to
guys,
receivers.
I got to steal a word from Leo. I think that is an anomaly, if you will, because all year long the Bucs played every team very close. They got their doors blown off, and they were definitely not looking. They were looking past the Denver Broncos to this point.
They got punched in the mouth early.
But I don't see this happening after the bye week because you have a chance, in Todd Bowles' word here, to recalibrate. They'll be ready for that. I get it. They're a young team, but Drake May has something to prove there. And Stephon Diggs, yes, he's a talented receiver. But first, can he stay healthy? Second, he's a cancer in the locker room. He can ruin a young quarterback. Ask C.J. Stroud last year. I'm not necessarily.
Yeah, but you want to know what the Patriots do have, though, Peter? They
What's
have a hell of a corner, a hell of a shutdown corner that nobody talks about in Christian Gonzalez.
Okay.
And Mike Vrabel has had very good success against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Especially when he was with the Tennessee Titans. Vrabel is getting those. The Patriots are going to be they're doing it old school, and they're doing it the right way.
They may play some competitive football, but they're not there yet. I don't think they're ready.
No,
I'm
not. Yeah, I'm not. I don't think they're going to win a division. But I'm going to tell you right now, they're going to compete with a lot of teams this year. And the way he's building that team, defense first, and they're going to run the football. And it just so happens that they have Diggs. But I'm telling you right now, that defense from the Patriots is going to be very stiffening, and it's going to be very tough. And that kid, Christian Gonzalez, is
playing the
awesome.
Patriots are? Here's the problem playing the Patriots. Win or lose, they're going to beat you up.
Oh, yeah.
Because that's Mike
Vrabel's
Vrabel
coming out to
football.
play. Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to beat you up. So, and you know what, guys? I'm going to come out here right now.
Yes, go for it.
You know who my pick for to win the Super Bowl this year is?
Who is it?
Baltimore. I
like
think
that.
Finally the year that Jackson gets over the hump and they just re-upped the freight train.
Derrick Henry. Yes.
Oh, yeah. And what they did in the draft, too, Leo. Remember who they drafted? Malik Starks. They ended up getting the kid out of Green. Marshall, Mike Green. Yep. I predict that was my prediction, Leo. You again, hats off to you. I mean, that I predicted it. I said the Ravens are my pick out of the AFC because I think they're done taking second fiddle to the Chiefs. They're done taking second fiddle to the Bills. I'm telling you right now, I think they're going to put the league on notice, and I think Derrick Henry is going to have a monster year this year.
God.
My problem is Lamar Jackson. It's always been Lamar Jackson. Can he get it done in the big games? He wasn't able to get
They
it
just
done.
need home field advantage. That's their problem. They need the home field advantage in Maryland, and in Baltimore. And I think, man, I'm telling you right now, that Ravens team. Hopefully, they're playing the Buccaneers in the Super Bowl. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, guys. Here's the thing. Lamar throws that ball 1,000 times to Andrews. He catches 999 of them.
Yeah,
and
it was
one in the
unfortunate.
Buffalo drops.
Right.
I mean, it was heart wrenching.
Right on cue.
Watch that. Yeah,
It was. All right, Abraham, go ahead, my friend.
Yeah, so I think it's gonna be a decent season. I expect them to go at least to the NFC Championship.
I think so too. I think it's certainly possible for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And I get it. Everybody's talking about health because health, but maybe this is the year where, knock on wood, they're able to stay healthy. And I think the reason why you draft two corners is because you're anticipating that Jamel Dean either will lose his job or not be able to stay healthy consistently. That's why you got Morrison. That's why you got Parrish in the first place. And then furthermore, if Hassan Reddick doesn't necessarily work out, can one of these young guys step in? Can Elijah Cansey lead the league in sacks? Can Yaya Diaby have that progression and not only have the pressure that he had with those numbers last year, but finish off with sacks? I think there's a lot of potential with this defense. This defense may surprise a lot of people. It's not going to surprise me because I think it's improved. And I think Todd Bowles, he's been, under on the hot seat the last couple of years, understanding, and this is a big deal here, getting a play coach from the Jacksonville Jaguars and getting another set of eyes to help you with the clock management situation, that in itself is going to lead to more wins. Book it, Dano, as
I'm looking at the first 8 weeks. I think it's very favorable for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers as far as their rookie class goes, I think it's a good. It's not murderer's row like the Eagles. Imagine if they had that schedule this year with this draft class. I would say forget about it. But with all the talent that they just brought in, all that infusion of youth, I think it's good to get these guys acclimated. Boom, right away against a division rival with Atlanta. Right away on primetime. Now, again, pay attention to what I'm saying. That Monday Night Football game against the Houston Texans is going to make or break a lot of these rookies that we drafted. You know what I'm saying? Because your feet are being held to the fire right away. That's the spotlight's on you, man. And
listen,
it's very favorable for these kids to learn quickly.
Let me not cut you off here, but who can remember a couple of years ago, and to a surprise to a lot of people there, the Bucs scored 37 but give up 39 to C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
So we'll see. We'll see what Monday Night Football holds.
The worst
here.
one of all of them was going back 2003. Yeah, the Indianapolis Colts.
Yes, that was not good. So let's not remind everybody.
Maybe the worst call in the history of the NFL when they called leveraging. I'll never forget that.
Never even heard of that until that.
Simeon Rice jumps up in the air. The lineman goes underneath him, and they call him for leveraging. And that's after Vanderswat or whatever his name was hooked one.
Vanderjack.
Vanderjack.
Yes. As
drunk. He kickoffs was drunk, right?
The idiot kicker. That's what the Manning would say. The idiot kicker. All right, Abraham, appreciate the call as always. Use that second one, my friend, okay? All right, good stuff there. I guess he was talking in a cup there. I don't know what happened. So, yeah, let's read these comments, and then Leo will get you out of here on this. Panthers 4-0 already. It looks like it's a final 6-0. Panthers win that game. So is the series now tied 2-2?
I think it's 3-2 Florida.
Wow. So Toronto doing Toronto things, trying to blow the postseason once again. Let me check that, because has Florida – let me see here. Hold on a sec. I cannot believe that, but sure enough, no, it is yes, you're correct about that. If Florida wins this game, which is not final yet, they would take a 3-2 advantage over the Maple Leafs. God, I got to get my eyes checked at this point. My eyes are bad. I got to get a new prescription or something. Tough schedule, but we have it. See, it's not a tough schedule. It's not. According to the NFL, Zuzman, it is the third weakest schedule in the National Football League. But we have an opportunity. See, and I hear Bucs fans say this every year. Tough schedule. It's the Bucs are, in my opinion, they're an elite team. And they're a couple pieces away, and we'll see what they do defensively. And it comes down to Savasier Dennis. In your opinion, I'll get back to that comment in a moment. Savasier Dennis, to me, that's the X factor for this defense. If he's healthy, I think this defense is different. Do you agree, Leo Haggerty?
But that's... Again, Peter, we're dealing with so many ifs.
Yeah.
And, when you look at teams ahead of the Bucs right now, when you look at the Eagles, you look at the Commanders, you look at Detroit, you look at the Rams, there's not a lot of ifs.
Yes.
And that's the thing. And the biggest thing is they're going to have to outscore people early.
Yeah.
There's not going to be a lot of 19-17 games. They're going to have to get up in the high 20s, early 30s to win games. So, again, and we're dealing with paper here, guys. We're not dealing with anything. Louie, you brought up a great point. Let's not get excited until the shorts come off or the pads come on.
Yeah.
Because, as
everybody looks good in shorts and pads. I mean, it was shorts without pads. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
Yeah, I can remember Coach Smith saying, hey, underwear football doesn't get it done. And that's
I like that.
Lovey Smith, of course. By the way, update here, NBA. Boston forces a game 6 without Tatum, who, by the way, suffered a major injury. He'll be out not only the remainder of this year, but most likely next year.
Achilles, right?
Achilles, yeah. But Boston still forces it. Game 6 with the New York Knicks, not able to put them away. So that's interesting in itself. Denise says, hi, Harry. Thanks a lot for tuning in. Let me go back to Zuzman here. The Falcons consider we played them away on the first round. We're supposed to be more consistent based on the roster continuity. In the worst case scenario, we win 9 games. In the best case scenario, we win 11 games. Okay. Sports guy talking. Bucs should win the division. Agree. The evolution of football talk only tonight. Listen, Joe Sway, you continue to put this out there. I'll give you an update on the score. Rays lose to the Toronto Blue Jays. And if I try to talk about the Rays tonight during a Bucs schedule release, I guarantee I'm going to hear this. Because you yourself are the one that complains, and I love you, brother, but you're the one that always complains about us talking about football. But here we sit with the phone line wide open, and you don't do anything about it. So again, complain about it, but you got the opportunity to do something about it. I mean, I feel like I'm in telemarketing here. I'm talking to Esther or Winifred on the phone, and I'm trying to save you money, and you're doing the same thing over and over again and expecting something different, and you're not getting nothing different. Why? Because you ain't doing nothing different. There you go. All right. One with creamsicle game. I wonder. I don't know.
San Francisco, I say, against San Francisco.
All right. San Francisco, Cincinnati will struggle. Let's go out to the Bengals here. Louie, you first. Cincinnati struggles with the defense there. We still don't know where I'm trying to think of his nickname.
Hendrickson.
Yes, Trey Hendrickson is going to go because he hasn't been traded. He's on the trade block. Defensively, they're weak to a certain degree, but they do have the offensive weak. Lots of money invested in those offensive weapons. Joe Burrow has to show out this year, Louis. So can he do that?
I mean, I think Joe Burrow is going to continue to be Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow is an elite quarterback in the NFL, and that's a term that gets thrown around way too much. This dude's elite. I mean, he could have easily won the MVP last year. He was just on a very bad Cincinnati Bengals team, unfortunately, and that was because of defense. Now, the problem with the Cincinnati Bengals this year, I hope I'm wrong, but I think they're going to fail again this year because they invested a lot of money in 3 players when they could have let one player walk away, drafted his replacement, and put that money towards depth on the defense. So I think it's going to be pretty much the same results. I think they're going to battle throughout the year, in my opinion. But the problem is you're not going to make it far in the playoffs, let alone in your division, if you can't put defense on the football field. Unless there's some gems.
Offense sells tickets, defense wins championships.
That's right. Unless there's some gems on that defense that we don't know about. I mean, I'd have to take a look at their draft class again. But I mean, you got to build, you got to put something towards defense. I mean, if this is the only guy you have, Trey Hendrickson, and this guy wants a contract, you are screwed if this guy decides, you know what, I'm going to hold out. And we're looking
ready to trade him. He's on the trade block. They're still trying to find, figure out if they're going to be able to trade him or not. But
if I'm the Bucs, I'd call him up and say, hey, I'll give you a 4th.
No,
that's it.
I honestly, I don't think that's going to happen, and I'll tell you why. Because they're happy with what they got. They think that Braswell is going to be Nolan Smith this year. He's going to break out. They love Hassan Reddick. They love Yaya Diaby. They love Kalijah Cansey. They love Anthony Nelson and their kids that they got in this draft.
Would you do it for a 4th round pick if they agreed, though? Would you want to take him for a 4th?
No, I wouldn't. I like what the Bucs are doing right now. Yeah, it's a lot of
Peter, they would jump at that now.
Absolutely.
But the money you're going to have to pay, you're going to have to pay him $30 to $35 million. It's fantasy.
And it gets you to the door of the Super Bowl. Right now, you're not even there.
How many years he's got left on his contract right now? This is his final year, right?
I think he's got 1. Yeah.
No, guys, he wants to be re-signed at top money. We're talking about 30, 35, $40 million.
I mean, if he wants to re-sign, no, absolutely not. But if he's willing, this is like his get out of jail card, though, in my opinion. If you can get him for a 4th, and you can get 1 year out of him.
He doesn't want 1 year. He wants more than 1 year. That's the reason why he wants out of Cincinnati. I think he's got like 2 years left on his contract, and he wants a redo.
2 years.
I think he's only got 1, Peter.
He's got 1 year. Well, he wants a redo. He wants $30, $35 million, and he deserves it because
I think he's 31 years old. He wants that contract. So I agree. I mean, he deserves it. I mean,
but I don't think he fits with this Tampa Bay Buccaneer team right now. I just don't think it fits. I don't.
He's not a 3-4 guy. I'll agree with that.
No.
Right. I mean, I think you can listen. I think you can adjust if you get rid of a 4th round pick. But the problem is, even for a 4th round pick, then you're going to have to sign him to $30, $35, $40 million because he wants a new contract.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't do that. Like I said, if it's for 1 year to help us win a Super Bowl, I'd give up a
Right.
4th round pick. Absolutely.
And you're giving up an opportunity to not only possibly re-sign Baker Mayfield, you're giving up the opportunity to re-sign Mike Evans because he's a free agent. You also have Luke Gedeke. Maybe Levante David wants to come
That's
back.
a curious situation too with Mike Evans. I mean, depending on what happens this year, I mean, it's kind of scary that we always have this talk, and it kind of comes around, you know.
Right.
But this is I want to say this about Mike. I want Mike Evans to retire a Buccaneer. I really, really do. I think from now on they're probably going to do like what they did with Levante David. So I don't want people to freak out. It's going to be the exact same thing. They're going to do the 1 year, year-to-year contracts with Mike and stuff like that, just like they do with Levante. I don't think Mike Evans is going anywhere unless somebody offers him something completely ridiculous, like $50 million a year. I don't think Mike Evans is going anywhere.
Now, guys? How old is Mike Evans now?
He's going to be what, 32?
Yeah, I believe he's 32, 33 years old.
And he's locked in for 2 more years with the Bucs, right?
No, it's only one more year. Next year is his last year. So he's 31.
He may retire.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You surpassed Jerry Rice at that point because you tied him last year. You surpassed Jerry Rice, and then automatically, in my opinion, you're in the Hall of Fame. I mean,
he'll be 32 going into training camp.
There you go. 32
so,
years
I mean,
old.
it's going to be year-to-year contracts. I think Mike, in my opinion, I think Mike has got I think he's got this year and another year, and I think after that, I think the 1,000-yard seasons are going to start to. I think he'll get. You know what I'm saying? As much as people, please, Buck fans, webheads, don't tear my head off. It's just a fact.
Listen, you don't got to apologize. You have an opinion on this show. Leo has an opinion on this show. Harry has an opinion on this show. The great TJ Reeves has an opinion on this show. Ralph Williams has an opinion on the show. Jason Powers, we're looking at you. We got to get you on the evolution of sports talk television. You have everybody that comes on here has an opinion. So they disagree with you. It's okay. That's what it's all about. Open phone
Guys,
line.
I'll put it out here right now.
Yes.
If Mike Evans gets 1,000 yards this year, he retires.
You think so? Wow.
I think you may be right.
He retires.
And if he retires with 1,000 yards in the Super Bowl, I think he definitely goes off into the sunset. I am not. I am not.
I don't know, man. He's in really good shape. So he's really. Yeah. You guys remember when Mike first came into the league? He's a little husky.
Yeah.
And
you're not playing at 32 if you're not in shape.
Well, by the way, that's a Tom Brady thing too. That rubbed off on the organization. He understood greatest of all time prepared. That's where I go with.
Yeah, because he I remember listening to some interviews he's been doing, and he thanks Tom. He said, when I seen Tom's preparation to start taking care of your body, he goes, I knew I wanted to slim down a little bit to play a little bit faster. I mean, he didn't say it in these words because this is something I heard a while back ago. But he goes, when Tom came here, I saw the way he prepped himself and everything he does. He goes, that's when I really started kicking it up a notch. And we've seen it. He was a little bit slimmed down. He was leaner. I would even say he was a little bit quicker off the line. But I mean, unfortunately, with guys like that, the hamstrings and stuff, it happens.
And the toll of getting hit.
Yes.
I mean, we talk about Tom Brady and that, but he wasn't getting hit. Let's be honest. How many times did you see Tom Brady pull the French army in World War II and just hit the deck and throw up the white flag?
Outside of that Chicago Bears game, that was about it.
Well, Lil Mac having his way, and then of course Tom Brady his last year, which was not a good year, dirtying the ball 2 yards in a cloud of dust, if you will, or throwing the ball in the dirt. That's what Brady did that year because he didn't want to get hit, and that offensive line wasn't that good. Leo,
didn't he set the record that year too? What was it? 1.9 seconds he would get rid of the football.
Yeah,
I think it was. It was bad.
Usually in the dirt. That's quick in the dirt. All right, Leo, give me some final thoughts here. I know we got to bring in the left-hander, my friend.
Yeah, we do. I like the schedule because you're not talking about a week 4 or week 5 bye week. You're talking about week 8, which is good. So you got 8 in the first, then you got 9 afterwards. And I was so happy. Everybody was talking about the Rams on Thanksgiving. Yeah. And I said, no, guys, that's not going to happen because you're not going to see 3 NFC teams hosting a Thanksgiving game. Mm-hmm. And I can't believe people bid on that. Detroit gets one, Dallas gets one. It's going to be an AFC team. Well, what a surprise, right? Duh.
Well,
and you know what, Peter? I don't know if Louie's announced this, but I'm going to take my virgin trip onto the Frozen Pirate podcast tomorrow night.
That's right.
Well,
yes,
there
it
you
is.
go. That's what you do here. That's what we do here. Of course, newest show, a part of the evolution of Sports Talk Television. Of course, Leo Haggerty, a part of Ant Up Sports. A lot of great things going on there. Go ahead and tell everybody about that here on the Sports Web.
Yeah, go to YouTube, TikTok. We're all over the place. Amped Up Sports. Peter, I'm proud of myself. Not one word about Pete Rose, but I'll tell you what, I'm biting my tongue. You know that.
Well, listen, you don't have to bite your tongue on that. I think it's a complete and total disgrace by Major League Baseball to wait until the man is dead. Listen, at the end of the day, he deserved to be in as a player. Maybe not as a manager.
Terrible.
Right. But as a player.
Terrible. That was low. Like, unbelievable. Like, to me, that's unforgivable because he deserved to see that for himself.
Right.
And you blackballed him all those years, and you wait for the man to pass away. That's
to collect money. That's what it's all about. Yes.
And the worst thing is, Rob Manfred's quote was that now that he's gone, he can't affect the integrity of the game. What a bunch of crap! I mean, this is oh God, it's even worse than that. The fact that when we're sitting here, we're talking about the greatest hitter in Major League history. He has the hits record.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll tell you what, Harry's the only one that knows this. Mm-hmm. And I really wish he was on, because the question I'd ask Harry is, Harry, did he bet on his team to lose? If he bet on his team to lose, he doesn't belong in. But if he pulled a Paul Hornung and an Alex Karras and bet on his team to win every time, mea culpa, mea culpa. You got a racist in there in Ty Cobb.
Right.
You know,
it's no different.
You got O.J. Simpson in the NFL. Okay. But, you know, it's as a player, he deserves to be in. And the fact, if I was the Rose family, I would tell Major League Baseball 2 words, and it's not thank you or we're grateful. And you know what 2 words I'd tell them to do? They could stick that bus so far up there, you know what? It's not even funny.
All right. Good stuff there. Leo Haggerty coming strong to the mic here on the evolution of Sports Talk Television. We appreciate it, my friend. That's why you're a legend.
Tell Ray Kennedy to get on. I'm getting off for him.
I know. Here we go.
Welcome, Dano.
All right. There you go, Leo. Appreciate you. Good stuff there. Let's come back to the 2 shots. Let's go.
It's crazy because, like I said, it's no different, Peter, than a boxer or an MMA fighter betting on themselves to win the fight.
Well, yeah, I mean, but there's, see, what there is there's doubt there because he was a manager, and I've heard this from some people in the know that, you know, Pete bet on his own team and he could control that as a manager to a certain degree, but he did it as a manager, not as a player. Shoeless Joe Jackson, there was allegations there, was never proven guilty, one of the greatest hitters of all time, and now he's being put in. And I just hope that this doesn't open up Pandora's box for a guy, the surly albatross by the name of Barry Bonds and Mark McGwire and Sammy Sosa. And, you know, Mark McGwire at least apologized and he knew they did wrong. Rafael Palmeiro, because where does it stop? If you put those guys in there for cheating, and I think
you hear a lot of things about baseball, though. A lot of people, like a lot of fans are like, they don't care about the steroid era. Like, as far as like some people prefer the steroid era, because it was exciting, supposedly. Look, at the end of the day, I just think it's wrong.
It's a disgrace to Mantle. Yeah. It's a disgrace to Willie Mays. It's a disgrace to Maris because they did it in a natural way. They didn't do it and have to take performance enhancing. And look at that. You asked for this guy to call because he was complaining, and now he calls. Joe Sway, welcome to the evolution. Turn your phone down. Yes.
Why are you getting on me like that, Peter?
Because why you getting on me like that?
What you mean?
What you mean? What you mean?
I'm just saying. I didn't even know that there was a schedule release today. That's
well, Joe
that's how I
Sway,
look at
come
it.
on,
Oh.
man. Of course we're going to talk about the schedule release, but I'm messing with you. You're nagging me and I'm nagging you. That's what we do here. That's what boys do. That's what brothers do.
Okay. I was just making sure because
I'm
there,
good.
I was like, you got a little snippy at me.
I'm
That-
good.
that's
I'm
cool,
good.
though.
I
It's all
get a
good.
little,
But,
yeah. Like I said, I like to let it. Some people have it sometimes because I can't do it on the phone when I'm during the day.
I want to talk about Pete Rose and the whole
Go for it.
steroid thing.
Well, really
but
quick.
Before I do that,
yes, tell me about the Bucs here. Come on, give me some Bucs.
I mean, I guess I haven't even seen the schedule.
I
yet.
mean, first you got
to
to help me out here because you're killing me with the excitement. First, you got to do three things. You got to say three things. You ready to say it? Bring your passion.
bring your passion, bring your excitement. Just don't bring any nonsense.
Very good. Now that see, that's how it's done right there. He said it correctly. All right. Now I will give you the Bucs schedule. All right. You ready? Falcons on September 7th, week 1, on the road. Then you got Monday Night Football September 15th versus the Houston Texans. You come home week 3, September 21st. Open up versus the Jets. The Philadelphia Eagles come to town. The world champion Philadelphia Eagles.
Are those games impacting with the Rays? That's my question.
September 21st. You have to go back and watch TJ Reeves and his take on that. Hold on, Ray here. Stand by. We got Joe Sway. Ray, you can come on the video, please, if you like. But yeah, it definitely the Rays play the Boston Red Sox, so that'll be interesting how they handle that situation, won't it?
That's going to be a nightmare, dude. If they don't do something about that.
Both games are at 1:00, right?
But one is at 12:10, which is the Rays against the Red Sox, and there has been talk from TJ Reeves to move the game to Sunday Night Baseball. So we'll see if that happens to avoid the rigmarole, if you will, the gridlock that is Del Mabry right there.
Well, at least you guys are more laid back out there in Florida with that.
Laid
MLK,
back.
No, hold on, Peter. Wait a minute.
Whoa.
You guys are more laid back out there. If this was in Massachusetts, up here with the us mass holes, all right, and they were doing something like that with the amount of traffic, I'm telling you right now, I don't know to the audience if you guys ever played Grand Theft Auto when you put the cheat code in to make it riot mode. That's exactly what you would get. You'd have people basically jumping out of their cars because I don't know if you guys ever drove up here in Massachusetts. When you get hit with traffic, people want to fight one another. People are pegging you off. You just like today, I was minding my business due to this bridge that's really starting to become a nuisance for me. Because it's supposed to take me 15 to 20 minutes to get home. It takes me 45 minutes because this stupid bridge that was getting ready to collapse. That
Something before, by the way, which anybody goes to Orlando, which all you Rays fans out there who would think that this Rays team is going to end up in Orlando, not so fast. Especially if you're traveling I-4, it takes about 2.5 hours.
Yeah, but at least you guys inspect your bridges. They let people drive over this bridge. I'll send you the article, Peter, so you can read it for yourself. This bridge was getting ready to collapse while people were driving over it, and nobody said anything. And then they finally said something, so now they narrowed the bridge. But what I'm saying, to make a long story short, is that the gridlock out here and the traffic out here is terrible. Like, people want to fight one another. I got cut off and pegged off, and I had a green light to go. He just pegged me off, cut in front of me, and then he almost swerved and hit a truck. Pegged that guy off to cut me back off, and then had the window down to start yelling at me, and all I did was smiled and waved hi, and that pissed him off even more. I don't know, it's just crazy, but they definitely need to do something about that.
Stand by, Joe.
A lot of you massholes are miserable people.
Stand by, Joe Sway. Hold on a sec. Joe Sway, stand by. Ray Kennedy, hold on. We're gonna finish up with Joe Sway, and then we'll get out to you. You're not going to join us with video tonight, huh?
No.
Okay. All right. Stand by. You're going to be on hold. All right. Go ahead, Joe Sway. Finish up. Yes. Mass holes.
Well, he said a comment. I got to respond to that.
Yes.
If you had to deal with snow and going into your car when it was -5 degrees, there's times where it's -22 degrees wind chill up here. If you had to deal with that, you'd be miserable too. I promise you.
Well, you probably would be miserable, but listen, I will say this: driving Uber. Everybody knows I drive a Tesla. I'm bragging about it. The Go Bucs red Tesla. Driving on some of the potholes in downtown Tampa is not a pleasant thing either, because they have nails, which, by the way, special shout out to Mavis Tires and Brakes there. Yes, couple nails in the tire. That definitely kills any opportunity to drive at that point when you're driving on low air. But Mavis Tire and Brakes right there, 5660 West Waters Avenue. David and crew help me out with that. We appreciate you guys out there. But yes, so how many wins are you thinking with me telling you that schedule there? Or did I finish up with the schedule? Hold on. So you got
no, I cut you off because I wanted to see how the Bucs schedule in August, September impacts.
Let me go through the schedule here, and then I want to know how many wins. So you got October 5th, you go on the road, play the Seahawks. Then you come home, play the San Francisco 49ers at 1 o'clock. By the way, all these 1 o'clock games early for Bucs fans. Again, get ready to sweat. Get that get the sunscreen ready for you, because it's going to be hot. It is. Global warming is a real thing, especially in Florida. Just saying. Go on the road there, play the Detroit Lions on October 20th on Monday Night Football.
They should be prepared. They live in Florida. We live in Florida. We should know. We should know about this
there's still complaints out there. October 26th, week 8 versus the Saints on the road. So the Lions and the Saints on the road. Then you go to a bye week. You come back with the Patriots at home. Once again, a 1 o'clock game, November 9th. Go on the road, play the Buffalo Bills on November 16th, 1 o'clock there in Buffalo. Then on Sunday Night Football, it is the LA Rams, 8:20, November 23rd. And then you come home for 3 straight home games, November 30th versus Arizona, 1 o'clock. Saints, 1 o'clock, December 7th. And then it is a Amazon Thursday night game versus the Atlanta Falcons on December 11th. Going back on the road again, Panthers 4:30. And then the Dolphins 1 o'clock game, December 28th. Then you finish with the Panthers. Nobody knows if it's 1 or 4 o'clock. So with that being said, how many wins do you think the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have in 2025?
10-7.
Okay. All right. So there you go. 10-7. They duplicate what they did last year. Why 10? Why 10? Well, why 10-7? Well, all the predictions on this show are completely blind. I mean, if we knew how many wins they were going to have, we would all be millionaires at this point. We don't, because the National Football League is. I love to be rich. I wish I had that power to know every year how many wins the Bucs were going to have and just go bet in Vegas. But
why rich in the things that matter, Peter? We're all rich in the things that matter. How's that?
Yes. Oh, that's good. That's very good. That's very optimistic. Joe Sway, why 10-7?
Well, what was the record this past year? Wasn't it?
It was 10-7. Yes.
10-7.
Yes, 10-7.
So I guess, pretty much similar to last year. I don't see many changes in the roster. I don't think. I don't know. The division is, I guess, still kind of terrible.
Okay.
I guess the other 3 teams improved. I don't know.
Okay.
But 10-7 is kind of like the safe bet.
Okay.
I would
you think the New Orleans Saints improved?
Hey, I have no clue about the Saints.
The Saints don't have a quarterback right now. Derek Carr just retired. They got a rookie.
I think they owe the IRS money too.
They probably do.
I don't pay attention to football, Louie.
What are we doing here, man? We got to get you on the. Okay, so you pay attention to baseball. What do you think about baseball? Rays lose the night to Toronto. What do you have to say?
It's baseball. You win some. I honestly was surprised that we came back and won last night's game.
After blowing a 6-3 lead, yes.
After blowing a 6-3, yeah. The bullpen has been up and down.
Right.
But hey, give Caminero credit. He hit his first home run in a row, grand slam. That was big. I mean, he's starting to become a stud.
Yes, huge. All right, Joe Sway. Listen, this is your goal for 2025. You tune into the show no matter if we're talking football, baseball, badminton, basketball, especially football, though, because majority of the time we talk football, and you're going to learn about the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and the other teams in 2025. How about that? Okay.
As long as you learn about the Rays and the other teams.
Oh, come on.
Oh, he got you, Pete.
Bro. Come on now.
Got the stuff right there.
Oh, come on now. I know about the Rays and the Lightning. We have all kinds of guests here. All right, Joe Sway. I appreciate it.
Let's talk about the firings Bob Black and Derek Shelton of the Pirates. They've already got 2 managerial firings this year.
All right, so you got Derek Shelton for the Pittsburgh Pirates, who are a god-awful organization, even though they got a new stadium, which, by the way, there you go. You got a new stadium, and guess what? You're still not good, because why? You don't spend any money.
And how about this, Peter?
Well, hold on. You asked me. Hold on. You asked me.
Hold on. I'm gonna make this point real quick about the Pirates.
No. You asked me a question here. Now, Derek Shelton used to be the hitting coach of the Tampa Bay Rays. Well, it's going to be fired every year by every fan.
I remember that.
The organization hasn't given him the opportunity because they're not a good organization. They don't spend money. And then Bud Black with the Colorado Rockies. Man, it's simple. They're the worst team in Major League Baseball, maybe Major League Baseball history. So, all right, go ahead.
Yeah, but about the Pirates is they have Paul Skeens and O'Neal Cruz. 2 guys are gonna be owed huge paydays in the coming years.
You think they're gonna get signed?
Not by Pittsburgh.
There you go. All right.
But my point is about that is that, and I'll give you this, Peter, about how football is better, like all the way around.
Yeah.
Is that they have a salary cap.
Yes.
And the salary cap makes the playing field even.
Yes.
So which in baseball, it does not. Now, if baseball were to implement a salary cap, then maybe excitement for all 30 cities can be more rampant than it is. But even
I agree with that. I absolutely agree with what he just said.
I'm pretty sure there's like half the league is not really excited. They're excited because it's football, I guess, whatever.
Of course.
But they're
Everybody's got a
excited,
chance in
but they're not excited because the team's not good. Like the Saints, for example, they're not good. Nobody's excited. They're excited for the season, but they're going to be bad.
Well, they're excited for, tanking for Arch Manning or whatever quarterback comes out next year. You're exactly right. We'll see what happens, but your parity is prevalent when it comes to the National Football League. Joe Sway, use that second call, my friend. All right.
All right, Peter.
All right, man. Good stuff. I'm going to call you out. I mean, he's like, oh, man, you called me out. I had to call you out, man. You're calling me out. Well, I'm going to sit here.
You brought up a good point, though. That would be cool. Imagine that if all 30 teams in the MLB had a set salary cap number.
Right.
That'd be cool.
Well, it'd be cool.
Even the NBA, too. I don't really like the way the NBA does the salary cap. I don't know too much about how they structure it, but
at least they keep their own players intact.
Yeah.
With Major League Baseball, it's very difficult to do that. And there are some owners like the Tampa Bay Rays who refuse to ever spend any money. All right. So
that douchebag.
I'm not going down that rabbit hole tonight. Not tonight, Satan. Open phone line 727-255-0391 at 727-255-0391. All right, Mike DeRoche from Canada. When will the creamsicle game? I wonder. Don't know. Cincinnati will struggle. Read that. Falcons have a clear schedule advantage. If their new pass rushers start fast, we might have issues securing the division. I
heard there was some issues with one of the pass rushers, very immature. That's why a lot of teams passed up on him. Listen,
right.
I'm not going to say nothing bad about Atlanta because they beat us twice last year. But here's the thing. They, in my opinion, Michael Penix is yet to I don't really have an opinion on him just yet. He had a couple of good games, but we'll see what happens. Again, it's very early.
I don't think the Falcons have a clear advantage because of their pass rushers.
No.
And their offense is pretty good. Bijan Robinson. We're calling Curtis back. Curtis, are you there? Yes, Curtis, using your second call. Welcome back to the Evolution.
You know what? I need football right now. This is such a tease.
Well, I mean, this is what we got right now, man. You know this. And I know you want turnbuckle talk, too. You want to talk about turnbuckle talk. So we haven't gotten to that yet.
So,
yes.
I didn't get a chance to look, but what is our primetime games?
Primetime games, and we'll get out to Tampa Bay, Ray Kennedy, Best of the Bay. Of course, it starts a week 2 there with the Houston Texans at 7 o'clock. Of course, Monday Night Football. I believe it's 8 o'clock. 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock. You have, of course, the Detroit Lions in a doubleheader there on Monday Night Football on the 20th. You have, of course, the Rams on the road on Sunday Night Football. And you have the Atlanta Falcons on Thursday Night Football there with Week 15. And then after that, you got no more primetime games. Maybe the Panthers are at 4:30 on the road, but I don't think it's a primetime game. So you got the Texans, You got the Lions. You've got the Rams, and you got the Falcons. Oh my!
Let me ask y'all a question.
Shoot.
Would y'all be happy with going 2 for 2 on primetime games?
Yeah,
absolutely.
I think the Lions game will be tough. It's a tough matchup, but the Bucs shown even with them being hurt last year. I believe Vita Vea was out in that game. Savasi Dennis played, was a difference maker. I think Antoine Winfield Jr. was out of that game, and he still managed to pull out a win.
Yeah, he went out the second half. He didn't play the whole second half, and then a lot of people were getting worried because we had no Vita, we had no Antoine. Sure to say that was a sign of things to come. Yeah. But they still managed to pull out a win, and that's why I said I think that's going to be a very tough game for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. But to what Leo and a lot of people have been saying, when you lose your offensive coordinator, okay. But when you lose your offensive coordinator and defensive coordinator, that's kind of like that's tough to recover from. Not many teams can do that, and I still think they'll be competitive. But I mean, I think the Buccaneers can squeak by that game.
I think they can win that game. I think they win the Texans game there. I hate the Rams. You know,
I'm not afraid. Let's go back to the Lions, Peter.
Yeah,
I'm not afraid of the Lions. I'm not, and a lot of people are afraid of them because their physicality
is
right.
They're just
like it's kind of like the bully on the yard, right? Just kind of punking everybody, and then you just have that one guy that's just like, bro, man, you're gonna sit down.
What's the health of Hutchinson there on that side? Because if that defense is healthy, especially with him, he gave problems last year. Of course,
he put up 6 sacks against us, and we still won that game.
And Luke Gedeke was out of that game. You're exactly right. Yeah. So,
you know what?
Yes.
I'm gonna say this: Jared Goff.
Yes.
I've been watching this guy since he came out of Cal.
Yeah.
Obviously, like everybody else.
You love that guy.
Now, other times that I'm impressed. Of course. But other times I get Brad Johnson vibes.
Brad Johnson vibes? Why.
Because Brad Johnson was great as long as he didn't turn the ball over.
Okay.
When he turned the ball over, he looked just like Jared Goff did in that playoff game. And don't get me wrong, I'm going to tell you something. The one thing, oh God, not to change subjects. I hated losing with Jameis Winston. The only thing I loved about Jameis Winston was his continue firing the ball, but you can't continue firing.
Right, fire away, Jameis.
I didn't even like the pick. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't like the pick. I didn't think he was the right guy for the team.
I didn't think it was Mariota.
Now let me ask you a question. Then
I would have continued Peter with Fitzpatrick the whole year. I really would have. The team rallied around him those 3 games. He had that one bad game. He had a couple of bad games, but Jameis Winston was not the answer for this team. It was just.
Well, that was the 3rd season? That was 3rd season in, and
do you think we would have been better with Mariota?
No,
I don't know. I mean, Mariota, in my opinion, could scramble better than him, but honestly, I don't think the quarterback that we needed was there. I think the Buccaneers should have traded back and accumulated picks. But then again, who knows? We could say if. But you know what? Everything happens for a reason. There is no coincidences in the universe. So therefore, it all happens in divine order where we winded up having him squint his eyes, looking at scoreboards, and Bruce Arians say, "The hell out of here, brother. It ain't working."
I think it was just a coincidence that Cleveland ended up with our first overall pick, and we ended up with their first overall pick.
Well, there you go.
Man, there's again, it just literally just goes back to what I said. There is no coincidences in the universe.
But the difference is that one quarterback progressed and got better, and also the team put more around him than Jameis. I'll be fair with it. You know, he didn't have the running game, didn't have the offensive line. But the problem with Jameis was he would always have a propensity, Leo word, to throw interceptions, and has never been able to stop doing that throughout his years. And that's the reason why he's a backup quarterback.
I want to ask both of you this.
Well, really quick, I want to do this because I want to get this guy on. He's sitting there in the green room here, so let's get him on.
Mr. Canada!
I'm glad he's here. I would love that answered this question too.
All right, let's go on to Best of the Bay, Tampa Bay. Ray Kennedy, we're on with Curtis. We got Louie from the Frozen Pirate Podcast. I mean, welcome, my friend. Curtis, you got a question for Best of the Bay, Tampa Bay, Ray Kennedy?
For all of you guys.
For all of us, okay? Go ahead.
As the Browns owner, because I'm pretty sure they have the same GM that drafted Baker that's there right now.
I think
no, I don't think so. No.
Oh,
You don't think it's the same
house? No, I think they cleaned house that first year.
I think it's close.
Stefanski was there though, right?
Who? Is it Barry?
No, he played for Stefanski too, didn't he?
He did play for Stefanski, yes.
As the owner of Cleveland, are you kicking yourself in the head
He's
right
a
now?
lunatic. No, he's not kicking himself in the head. He's a guy that gave, Deshaun Watson the largest contract in NFL history. He's a guy that, drafted 30,000 quarterbacks. He got Dylan
You were the guy that got rid of the
he's the guy. He's been there since 2020.
Guys, the thing is that's where Shador is, and if you guys are seeing the video, the great predicto for the 2025 season.
Oh, wait, Ray, what is that shot there? You're like in your closet. What is that? You got a flashlight? What is that? Nightlight? What are you doing back there?
I'm not JC Allen. I'm not doing a show out of my closet. That's an inside joke. It goes way back. But no, the thing is what was I talking about? No,
let me help you out here. The reason why
he's in Cleveland.
Listen, you could draft Deion Sanders. You could draft whoever. You could draft Colonel Sanders at this point. It's a terrible organization. They got Dylan
I have a
Gabriel
name for it, but I can't say it.
Peter Gabriel. That's what it is. That's exactly what it is. You got Joe Flacco there. He's about 155 years old. You got no offensive line around this team. Where are the weapons at? They got rid of Nick Chubb. Yeah, they got a defense. Myles Garrett signed for, all kinds of money because he wanted to win a Super Bowl. And then all of a sudden he wants to be back in Cleveland because they're going to win a Super Bowl. No.
Wouldn't it be great, though? Wouldn't it be great if Trey Hendrickson could go there as a free agent in the division? It's not going to happen. I get it. But that narrative, if you had Trey on the other side from Myles Garrett, you'd be going against Joe Burrow, going against who's even the quarterback for your Pittsburgh Steelers. It would kind of be a narrative.
I mean, that'd be a narrative, but Cleveland, that's a quarterback graveyard. I mean, they're right up there with sorry, guys, the Chicago Bears, but they're worse because Curtis is exactly right. They're looking for a number one quarterback, and they had one in Baker Mayfield, and guess what? He's with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and now they've got the greatness of Joe Flacco, the greatness or supposed greatness of Shador Sanders, Peter Gabriel, and the rest of them. I don't know who else is in that quarterback room at this one. It could be a sledgehammer. Who knows?
Kenny Pickett.
Dylan Gabriel. Ryan Pickett.
Kenny Pickett.
Ryan
Pickett that works at Walmart.
Ryan Leaf.
Probably.
Ryan Leaf. Here. Yeah, I don't know who it is. There's there's an old saying. You got like what is it? 3 or 4 quarterbacks. You don't got one. Yeah, that's probably what the Browns do at this point.
But I'll tell you this though. I know nothing about the Browns' offensive line, and I know they had great line in front of Baker when they made the playoffs, and they won a game in the playoffs at Pittsburgh. I know they had an offensive line. They lost one of the best offensive linemen. I want to remember his name, Joe what? He just retired. Now he's like the president of the entire national. Joe Thomas. He's the president of the NFLPA now. I mean, tell me what kind of offensive line they have, because who knows what's going on in Pittsburgh with that defense? Who knows what's going on in the entire division? Did Cincinnati even get any kind of protection for Joe Burrow? I mean, if we're talking narratives, that's an interesting one. But I really think, guys, I'm not saying we're pulling for Shador. I'm just saying we know the kid has talent. He failed at the combine. He failed with the interviews with the teams. He was just being him. He was doing him. But now he's in Cleveland. And for some reason, I'm not saying this comes to pass, but I felt like if Shador has success and ends up being like a franchise quarterback there in Cleveland, that would be a push off the entire Deshaun Watson thing. I would forgive them for that, for Haslam and all that. And guys, you asked about the general manager. Was he general manager? We know Haslam was running the team back then, even when Baker was there in Cleveland.
I mean, they got Haslam as an owner. They're not going anywhere. And we got Louie from the Frozen Pirate Podcast in the background there. We'll get him back on in just a little bit. Tampa Bay, Ray Kennedy on with us here. We got Curtis on the line. I mean, it comes down to organizations. And the organization right now has a terrible ownership. Again, Shador Sanders, everybody's rooting for him. But what they don't understand is that his father told specific teams, don't draft him. We're not drafting you. And they took that into account. Sorry, it hurt people's feelings.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Who's the kid that the Saints took?
Tyler Shaw. That's not
Really?
Shook. It's Shaw.
It's Shaw. It's like there's a CK. They pronounce it with a at the end.
Are you serious?
I'm serious.
I swear to God.
Who is this guy?
I don't know who he is. From Louisville. Everybody's saying he's the next Lamar Jackson. Said no one ever. Nobody's saying.
You know what? I'll give you a comparison, Curtis. He reminds me of. He's got like a little bit of the Baker Mayfield swagger, and they're trying to say he's more into a body of like a Josh Allen. He doesn't have Josh Allen's size. He has Baker Mayfield's type of moxie. That's the player that they think they got.
What reminds me of? He reminds me of a second-round quarterback on one of the worst organizations in the professional football. Stuck at Saints. How about that?
Was he? I'm like, did they just draft Chris Winkie? Like, what the hell is happening?
That's a good comparison.
Chris Ricks. I mean, they drafted Florida State quarterbacks. Poor Jordan Travis. The Jets killed him. He's done. He retired.
Guys, let me ask you this though.
Yes.
Curtis, think about this, and Peter.
Yes.
I've had a chance to break down the schedule in my head. Tristan and I talked about it. We face. I don't know why you're right. It's the best I can do. The lamp fell. We face a murderer's row, guys, of quarterbacks in 2025. Really? I mean, just count them off. Penix twice alone scares me. Josh Allen at Buffalo. Of course, Matt Stafford out there in LA and whatever that inspirational thing could be for them. The Jets are the only team we face. I mean, we're talking about we're talking about Bryce Young, little Bryce there in Carolina, and of course, but I mean, we face a murderer's row of quarterbacks, and we're changing the entire philosophy of this defense. Are we excited about this, or is this going to be a big challenge for these Bucs in 2025?
I mean, I will say that I would look at this way. At this point, you got Michael Penix. There's an unknown there. You got C.J. Stroud. He's going into his third season. He's had success versus the Bucs. Justin Fields, I don't know. Again, it's a Jets. Just in the season. Who knows what they're freaking going to do? Jalen Hurts, that's a tough matchup, but the Bucs have been dominant versus the Eagles. Let's admit it. Sorry, guys out there, especially the Green Queen, Darlene Emanuel.
The truth is the truth. Don't apologize for the truth.
I'm just not apologizing.
Never apologize.
Never apologize. All right. We shut up and be quiet, both of you. How about that? Let's go. There you go.
Saying, brother, you never apologize for the truth.
I've never apologized. Sam Darnold there. The greatness of 1 year with the Minnesota Vikings. Now he's with the Seahawks. Brock Purdy performed well.
Think about this. Go back and Peter, you got the schedule in front of you, right?
Yes, I got it in front of me.
Because this came to me when we faced Brock Purdy against the Niners there in week whatever it is.
By chance.
No, but listen to this, guys. I'm going to drop some knowledge here, and you guys sit back and enjoy this. This is what this is about.
Can you say epiphany?
EPIPHANY. No, it's not even close. But listen.
Wait, hold on.
Peter.
Listen, say it. Say epiphany.
Epiphany. It's what they do with these. They throw the cross in the water, and the Greeks all jump for it. Ask Harry the Greek about that kind of stuff. Hey, Peter.
All right, go ahead, Ray. Sorry about you.
We face Brock Purdy in whatever week it is. Read me and Curtis, if you have the schedule in front of you, I'll give you this. Or Peter, you do it. Read me the 4 or 5 quarterbacks the Bucs face in the 5 weeks leading up to that Brock Purdy game.
All right, so you got Michael Penix.
With the knee, we don't know, but that kid, he's going to boss out, and we know his accuracy is incredible. Go ahead.
All right, we'll see. C.J. Stroud, by the way, he's going into his sophomore year. You know what they say, sophomore slump. Don't I sound like the optimist here? C.J. Stroud, third year, I know.
C.J. Stroud, we know the multi-talent that he is. Go ahead, next week.
All right, again, Justin Fields with the Jets.
Justin Fields, and then who do we face after that?
Jalen Hurts.
Okay, all running quarterbacks with a strong game to put the ball down, except for Penix with the knee. But you think he's probably going to, for Raheem Morris, he's going to do what it takes. And then all of a sudden we play. Brock Purdy is the first drop back pocket passing quarterback we're going to face in the 6-week period, which is why I brought up the fact that with this Todd Bowles defense and whatever they're going to be doing with the secondary, supporting the front end, which I think with Hassan Reddick and the rest of the boys healthy is going to produce that rush. This is exciting. Like we go through a stretch, we face all these, Jalen Hurts and, all these running quarterbacks. It's funny because even before the schedule was released today, my thought was, well, at least we don't face Jaden Daniels. I'm not saying we face any of these quarterbacks or the same exact quarterback that Jaden Daniels is, but my thought was we won't see him till the playoffs, and we probably will because these Buccaneers will make the playoffs with this schedule, but with this team in 2025.
Well, the point is, what your point is, you're going to have mobile quarterbacks. You got Jalen Hurts, you got Justin Fields, C.J. Stroud, somewhat mobile. You got Michael Penix. I don't know if he's mobile, but he's young, and there's a lot of potential there. Sam Darnold, Brock Purdy. Jared Goff, that kid Shaw or Spencer Rattler.
Jared Goff and Brock Purdy back-to-back pocket quarterback passers. So that's what I'm making the point is you go through this 5-week stretch and they're going to have to change up the entire philosophy to all of a sudden go and Brock Purdy, because Brock Purdy's never going to use his legs to beat you unless he gets lucky and does a Baker Mayfield minus the muscle and the attitude. And then, of course, a backup quarterback and Jared Goff at Detroit in a nationally televised game. It's an exciting schedule, but we get too many primetime quarterback games.
But you know what I'm more excited to watch?
4 primetime games.
I'm excited to watch this offensive line and this defensive line because I feel like those two units are going to take this team exactly where we need to go.
Yes, sir. Woo. Now you're speaking the truth, Curtis.
Because I'm going to tell you something. With all that talent and that front seven of this defense, with the rotation that they have, the front seven of this defense.
Quit talking dirty.
Listen, I'm going to tell you something. Don't get me wrong. Quarterback sacks are great. But pressure busts pipes. I'd rather have a ton of pressure than a million sacks. Don't get me wrong. I want the sacks.
Right.
But pressure, at least give me that, because the pressure will force people into making mistakes. Because they'll be like Eli and Peyton. Eli and Peyton, they didn't want to get hit.
Yeah.
You don't want to stand back there and get hit.
No, you definitely don't want to get hit. No, and that's what
do not want to, and then continue to get hit over and over and you don't. And then what you love about Todd Bowles is you don't know where it's coming from.
Oh, that's the most truth been spoken tonight.
And by the way, Thanksgiving,
Todd Bowles is blitzed 48% of the time every season.
Packers at Lions at 1:00, Chiefs at Cowboys at 4:30, and Bengals at Ravens, the night game there. So once again, no Bucs Thanksgiving game.
Listen, I'm gonna say this. You know what? I love Joe Burrow. I don't know if any of you guys love Joe Burrow. I love Joe Burrow.
He's got moxie.
They will never do anything if they don't get that guy some goddamn defense.
Well, probably gonna. It's crazy. Listen, it may go down, and if you think about it right now, he may go down as Dan Marino in that. And if you think about this for a minute, he may have the numbers and everything. But if you think about Dan Marino's career, what Dan Marino made his rookie or his second year as an NFL pro, and then he was never back again. Why? Because the Miami Dolphins didn't put a defense. They didn't put a running game around him. And that's what the Denver Broncos learned. Yes, you got a talented quarterback by John Elway, but you got to put balance around him. You got to put a defense around him. You got to put a running game.
They robbed them of a Super Bowl, though, in my opinion. Against the Rams, and they robbed them.
That's the reason why you just never know if you're going to get back there. He may go down as Dan Marino.
Absolutely.
Curtis.
Absolutely. I mean, our own Bucs. We got robbed of a Super Bowl appearance.
Stand by, Curtis.
Against the Rams.
For the manual catch, that was a catch.
Hold on. Curtis, stand by here. Let me put you on hold really quick. Oh, go ahead. Whoever call back. We'll get you on.
Sorry,
no, that's
brother.
Okay, brother.
Yeah, we got robbed. Teams get robbed. I mean, come on. That New Orleans Rams game, that was probably the biggest robbery we ever saw in our lives.
Yes.
Dude, they got molested on that play and robbed.
God, you're going to kill me with this. All right.
True.
Curtis, hold on.
What I love, I'm going to let it go so he can call it. But this is what I love about you guys. Listen, we are all Bucs fans. We love our Bucs to death.
Yes.
But you know what? Let's be realistic about what the hell is really going on in the game. If a team is great, a team is great.
That's it.
And this team has the potential to be great.
Thank you. And this team has they have the potential to be great. They may be great this year. This may be their year.
They've been great the last 5 years, and some years a little greater than others.
Curtis, call back for Turnbuckle Talk as we'll do that, but let's go ahead and read these comments. No, that's okay. Whoever was calling before, in fact, you know what? We'll just give them a call back because that's what we do here on the Evolution. Alex, if you want to call in, you're more than welcome to call in, I guess. I think you got 3 calls tonight. So,
Louie, where's it, Louie?
All right.
Hello.
Yes. Welcome to the Evolution. What's your name?
There you go.
Hey, my name is Corey, calling from Tampa, Florida.
What's going on, Corey? What do you think about this schedule release for your Tampa Bay Buccaneers?
That's what we talking about tonight. The schedule.
Yes, that's what we're talking about tonight, my friend.
Man,
yes.
it looks like we should go 12-5, man.
See, great minds think alike on this show because that's exactly what I think, and I think Louie thinks they're 12.
12, 13 wins. It's just the only game that really is I'm worried some about is that Patriots game. I think that's the upset right there. I really do.
Wow. All right.
See, that's your that could, I mean, if that's what that is, that's exactly
in my opinion, they're this year's Denver Broncos. Nobody expected jack squat from the Broncos, and look what happened.
That's Drake May's good, but Louie, don't give him too much credit. I think they're good, but they also
I pay attention up here. I'm in the loop. I see what they're doing, and Vrabel is putting a very good defense together. I'm telling you right now. And they secretly go back and look at their free agency. Go back and look at their draft class, man. They got a couple.
If we can't beat the Patriots, we got problems, man.
I agree because I think listen, I think the Patriots are improving, but I don't think they're there yet. But he may be right. Nobody thought.
Louie makes a good point because Mike Vrabel, you've heard these comments about how he's just out there doing these tough things and saying the things. He's not holding back on these players, and they're buying into it, Louie. What I hear, so and I think the Bills. With Josh Allen, they're still I don't think they're automatically the crown queen or king of the entire AFC East, and I
hope they're not the queen at this point.
That's great off the suck right there.
I'm predicting they finish second in that division. In my opinion,
wild card maybe. Yeah, Drake May. If Drake May's the guy, then they do.
All right, Corey.
Drake May is going to be something special. I think he might have a better year. I'm going to go ahead and say this, but I thought Greek might kill me for this, but I actually liked May over both of those guys because I think for the long term, I think him and Williams are good. I'm not.
I don't know. I don't know because he won a national championship with Michigan. He's the guy, but I don't know.
No, I get it, but I mean, my whole theory of
wait, hold on, Louie. What's the caller saying? What the caller say?
All right, go ahead.
Yeah. Quick question, man. I ain't really worried about no Patriots. I know no disrespect, man. But I'm not. I'm questioning the defense, man.
Okay. What's your biggest question on this defense?
Every team that beat us last year hurt us in the middle of the field. The hook curl. Right in the middle with the tight end running in the seams, things like that.
Sure.
In the secondary. How do y'all feel about the inside linebackers? And do you think we could pick up one probably after they make the have the cuts for the 53-man? Maybe it's a free agent out there that we can bring in here because I don't know if Savasi can hold up,
Well, I think they're depending on Savasi, Dennis. I think that's the big thing. That's the reason why they didn't go for an inside linebacker. At the end of the day, you could see that defense be different. But of course, the big thing is, can he be healthy? Can he sustain? He's had that shoulder injury, so can he come out and be as productive as the short time he was with the Bucs? Because the defense is different. But to answer your question, I think what comes down to is rushing forward. This is what Todd Bowles talked about.
Yeah.
And I think that improves with Hassan Reddick, coming in here, how many sacks, double-digit sack guy. I get it. 1 sack, but it's with the Jets. The Jets are a terrible organization. They're just
right.
Let me ask you guys this.
Hold on. Let me answer the question here.
All right.
Hassan Reddick, I think, makes a big-time difference.
Yeah, he does.
Else, and I think this defense gets better because Todd Bowles doesn't necessarily have to.
Man, if Hassan could give me 8 sacks, man, I'm happy.
8 sacks.
Oh. That's what I said. Said the same thing. If he can get 8 sacks, that means Diaby has probably about 12.
Thank you.
Seeking more of the attention.
Let's throw this out there. How many sacks do you think Hassan Reddick has, in your opinion, Corey? And we'll go down the line here right now. Early prediction. How many sacks do you think Reddick has?
Personally, I think about 7 or 8.
Okay. I think he has more. I think he has maybe over 10 sacks. I think he's a guy. Listen, he's going to be looking for a new contract. He's going to be hungry. He wants that long-term situation. And listen, if he does that for Jason Light and the Bucs will take care of him, or he'll move on and go somewhere else. But he has been a proven commodity over his career. How many sacks would he have? 50 sacks, 50.9 sacks. That's pretty guy. That's pretty good.
Yeah,
guy
but
to
that's
get.
the thing. You can use him on third down. Like
Correct.
you can just bring him in on third down. You
Correct.
know what I mean? Have somebody else set the edge on first. First down must be run down. So,
Correct.
yeah, you bring him in for third. He might get 10.
59. Yes, 59 sacks in his career. Not 50.9. 59.
I'll give you something to be excited about. What if
Yes.
with Vita Vea and Kalijah Cansey and Logan Hall and whatever the Bucs are bringing from the right side, along with Hassan Reddick on the left side, what if I told you my prediction is as we talked about this Todd Bowles defense that does stories in the Tampa Bay Times today, he's changing this defense, he's changing his philosophy, growing with time, if you will, saying that maybe a couple of years back, I think when they almost went back to when he was coach of the Jets, he was more stubborn. What if it's more of just a defensive secondary type strong defense? What if you've got Levante David in there and you're rotating in 5 defensive backs with the dogs the Bucs have now up front, covering every area of the field, but being able to run different blitzes, different schemes, different surprise type of rush coverages. And that's the way this Buccaneers defense, that's the way you're going to be able to deal for 5 weeks with a running quarterback and then switch it up automatically, go to a pocket passer and Brock Purdy and a pocket passer. That's the type of defense I think Todd Bowles is going to put on the field in 2025.
Yeah,
that's exciting.
That's the thing. If we don't get pressure, you got a field corner with Dean, man. You hit him with a double move, it's over. So if the quarterback,
that's a point. Yeah, okay.
Well, that's it. Listen, that's the reason. Also, you drafted Benjamin Morrison from Notre Dame, Louie, because you want to improve that position. That's why you doubled it with Parrish, who's been impressive. I get it; it's rookie camp at this point, but he's an impressive rookie. You've heard him in talk and how he wants to be physical, former wrestler. So. And then also Morrison's going to challenge Dean. So I think it's always predicated up front, right, guys? I mean, if you get the pressure up front, then it helps out your back end. You have the Atlantic Ocean, if you will, when it comes to your defense down the middle.
It disrupts timing. And I think a lot of people are predicting our edge rushers to have a lot of sacks. I'm going to go in a little bit of a different direction. I think he's good for over 7.5 sacks, I want to say. But I honestly think that, again, I don't know why people are not talking about Logan Hall, Kalijah Cansey. I think those guys up front are going to have more sacks than our edge rushers.
Well, I think Cansey, I think Yaya Diaby, you look at the pressure rate last year, you look at him, if he could finish, he's got a chip on his shoulder. He talked about
healthy.
It comes down to health, and I know people have been focusing on that when it comes to Cansey and Yaya. They both have to stay healthy. Everybody has to stay healthy. It just wasn't the year for the Bucs, and with all that being said, at the end of the day, guys, they still had 10 wins. Now imagine if they can stay healthy with the depth and everything they've done. Todd Bowles can definitely get creative, and you're exactly right, Tampa Bay Ray Kennedy. They can go with multiple fronts, and Todd Bowles has talked about that. But I think it comes down to Todd Bowles wants to rush 4, and I think now he has that opportunity with the addition of just Hassan Reddick. So, I love what the Bucs.
Yeah, it's like I'm not even worried about this offense, man. I think we can put up 30 a game, man. I mean, we just got too many weapons.
I think again, the big time question is Josh Grizzard. You have another offensive coordinator, it's the third offensive coordinator in as many years. Can they do the same thing? Can they duplicate it? They have the same the same pieces. They're only gotten better.
You got the Jimmy Gold, man.
Yep.
Can he be as creative as Liam Cohen was too?
Very true. Very true. But you know what? What you look at is, and it's a great point, Louie, the third down conversion rate. Grizzard was a maestro, Leo Ward, on when it comes to third down conversions because the Bucs are one of the top teams in the National Football League.
Which ironically tells me he's the best caller on this team at calling the play that's least predicted. Because on your third down, you're all in on this. This is the play you got to.
Wow.
Yeah, so I mean that's why when Grizzard moves up, I'm like, and at this point, guys, aren't we all pretty sure? I'm not asking a question here. Aren't we all pretty sure that Baker Mayfield could run his own offense as long as the other 10 on the offense isn't buying into his deal? Because Baker, this cat is one of the best quarterbacks in the entire National Football League, and it doesn't matter who you put back there. And I think as we're talking about, Canales gets a job, and now we're going to go over Duval, and now it's at the end of the day, the common denominator that Baker Mayfield is
the thing that made Baker so good, he can make any throw on the field.
That's
That arm strength. That arm strength.
That's it.
It's
strength and balls.
And you got one of the best offensive lines in the National Football League, led by Tristan Wirfs there, Graham Barton coming into his second year. Of course, Bretterson coming off an extension there. I mean, Luke Gedeke, he's going to be up for an extension for this team. So many great things to talk about when it comes to this Tampa Bay Buccaneer team. Corey, I need you to do me a favor when you're on this show.
Yes,
First, don't be a stranger because you always have great calls. I'm going to give you the Ric Flair.
Woo!
And do me another favor. Say 3 things. You know what they are, right? Bring your passion. Bring your excitement. Just don't bring any nonsense. Go.
Bring your passion, bring your excitement. Just don't bring any nonsense.
I love that. That was awesome.
Corey, use that second call, man. We appreciate it. All right, go Bucs.
Hey, thank y'all, man.
All right, man. Good stuff
Thank
there. I love that. He does good. He does well, man. When he calls in here, I love that. I love when people, bring some thought to it. And Alex, call back if you want to. I guess I'll allow another call here. But yeah, I love the fact that we're getting calls after calls.
Did the Rays lose tonight?
The Rays did lose tonight, 3-1. So there you go. Alex calls back right on cue here. Let's go out to Alex. Welcome to the Evolution here on the schedule release. Stand by because your friend Eric is calling in. Hold on, Alex. Eric, we're going to finish. We're going to go with Alex here. You're going to have to hold the line, and then we'll get out to you, my friend. All right?
Okay, buddy.
All right. Stand by. Be patient. Patience is a virtue on the Evolution. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
So true. So I want to pop off my Bucs thoughts, and I have a question with Tampa Bay Ray in the chat tonight.
Yes. Because you and Tampa Bay Ray are bosom buddies at this point. I heard you guys are cooking something up when it comes to Rays talk, right?
Yeah,
look at you.
He is.
You look like the devil there, by the way.
Thank you, right? Thank you.
And a bum. Yes.
But talking about the Bucs real quick, and then I have a question for you guys about MLB real quick.
Yes.
Long story short about the Bucs, a 12-5 season.
Yes.
I think the last caller made a lot of good, valid points, and I think Louie made a point about it earlier too. Is that I see Baker kind of calling his own offense.
Mm-hmm.
So don't be surprised if that's something you see, just because he has that go get attitude. So don't be surprised with the new offensive coach that you see more of a Baker calling his own shots. That's just my opinion on it. I think we have the right pieces to be very successful. I like what we did on the defense, of course, in the draft. I've spoke about that. But like the last caller said, the Bucs' main issue was what? Those big giving up 3rd and 10s. You saw it in the playoffs.
Yes.
Our pass rushing is terrible.
Awful. Yes.
That's something that you have to. I think that literally is the one downfall of this team.
Well,
you get pass rushing last year. I promise you, you're adding another two wins and a Washington win over the Commanders.
If you have Hassan Reddick, how many wins do you have last year?
12.
Okay.
And you beat the
Commanders. Because
Yeah,
you're able to get off the field, right? It comes down to 3rd down. It's not only about converting.
Those 3 and 10s guys were brutal.
Right.
Those 3 and 10s, bro.
Tough.
4th downs.
Do you guys realize last year when the Commanders win that playoff game, it's been so long since this team had been completely dominated by a quarterback like that. I mean, because you're talking about the fact that we literally almost won that game. We won that game literally in almost all facets of the game. But Jaden Daniels was that X factor. I don't know, Alex. I'm just like, what do you think about all these quarterbacks these Bucs are facing this year? Because we know every year they won the South with they were like 2-15. Is that how they won the South for the 4th consecutive year? Because that's the national narrative. But I mean, you're playing a bunch of Jalen Hurts. You're playing against Penix twice. Are you a little worried about this defense and what the quarterbacks we face here in 2025?
Hey, listen, I'm gonna top it off with this, and then I have a big MLB question for you guys tonight.
Okay.
And no, it's not about the Rays. By the way, the Rays lost. So
yes, the Rays lost.
They suck. Go to Orlando.
Shut up and be quiet.
That's good enough to suck right there.
Go ahead.
Talking about his question, though, I'm going to go back to what Louie said about some of these quarterbacks, because in some of these teams that people are really underestimating. I mean, we saw what Bo Nix did against us with the Denver Broncos last week, and no one was expecting, or last year, and no one was expecting that.
Oh, that's a good point.
There are some quarterbacks. Bryce Young, he got a full year under his belt. Don't underestimate that, man. Don't underestimate the Panthers. Don't underestimate these rookie quarterbacks that are going to come out here for the second year and just ball out. So I'm confident with the 12-5 season. I think we have an easier opponent and a good home schedule, a very good home schedule, a very good season loaded in home schedule. So I think you're going to have about 6 home in loaded schedule. You're going to have a good bye week at week 9, which is the perfect time to have a bye week. It's in the middle, almost middle of the season. So you're going to be able to rest some guys.
Yep. Good point.
So I really like this team. I think it's a 12-5 season. We won 10 wins last year, and don't forget 10 wins with as many injuries as we had.
Yep.
Yeah.
Without two top wide receivers and a pass rush that was pretty much non-existent.
Can I ask Louie a question? Louie.
Sure.
The NFL schedule makers see fit that the Bucs play the Panthers twice in the last 3 weeks of the season.
Mm-hmm.
Are they saying the Panthers are an improved team and that's going to be a narrative, or is that just them giving the Buccaneers a little bit of a bone at the end of the season?
I think, in my opinion, I think that's just adding pizzazz because it's not just the Buccaneers and Panthers and that. They seem to be doing that with all the division teams now. I mean, I think it's pretty much across the board. Like you'll see, basically every team is going to be playing their division opponent. But to what you're saying, I do think that the schedule makers do think that the Carolina Panthers. I'm predicting them to finish second place in the division.
Wow, ahead of the Falcons. Okay,
I think they're a much improved team.
Okay.
What Dave Canales is doing with them, he's done a fantastic job.
They draft another tight end. They get another big tight end, and he's going with a heavy two tight end offense.
I'm predicting them to split the series with the Buccaneers. I really do, and I think that's going to be a fun, exciting last couple of weeks. I'm not going to say it's going to determine the division. Maybe it could. We don't know, and that's the beauty of it. I mean, for all we know, the Buccaneers could finish 9-8, and the Panthers could finish 9-8. We don't know. You know what I'm saying? A lot can happen, and in this time, and but I do find it a little ironic that they would pick the Panthers outside of the Falcons to do that. But it's pretty much universal.
Can I ask a question? I'm sorry, Louie, I cut you off. I apologize, but is Alex still on the phone?
Alex is still on the phone. Yes.
Alex, the Lightning announced today that now they're going to be on Scripps Network, which is available via free terrestrial television here all over, and they expand the market all the way to the Florida state line. They're getting off the FanDuel network. As a huge Rays fan and a huge Lightning fan, just a Tampa Bay sports fan, did you not hear that today? And did you wonder yourself, is there a chance that these Rays are going to also go there? Are the Rays also going to maybe follow this and just get a team and sell it and have a marketing campaign that makes it worth it to have it on free television? Or are they going to continue to try to stay behind a paywall? Because I don't pay that $19, $20 a month for FanDuel. I won't do it. I listen to the radio. I got Neil Solondz. I got Chris Adams Walls, the guy. I will not pay for that. But if they're on Scripps, of course, now it's available all 81 or 162 games a year.
I thought it was good because for some fans, some people can't afford the $19.99. I mean, you'd be surprised.
I'm not poor. It's a thing. I refuse to pay this. It's our team.
I thought it was a good move on the Bolts. I thought it was a good move on them.
Nice.
So it's going to be huge. But we'll see what happens with that. But I do want to ask you about the question because I do have to get out of here.
Yeah.
It was breaking news yesterday that MLB Commissioner Rob Manfred decided to go ahead and reverse the whatever you call it on Pete Rose.
A lifetime ban on Pete Rose and Shoeless Joe Jackson because Pete Rose is dead. I mean, I've already put my comments out there. I think it was disgraceful. I think it was distasteful by the commissioner and by all the parties involved. That man should have saw the Hall of Fame when he was alive, not when he was dead. It's just all about money at this point, and basically putting a knife in the man's back who's already dead at this point.
But Peter, you think I'm a Stu Sternberg apologist?
Well,
you're thinking out. I'm gonna tell you, Rob Manfred did what he had to do. Charlie, a Hall of Fame without Charlie Hustle. To know the entire narrative of Pete Rose, and I know the guy sat in a dugout and they didn't have cell phones back then, so he probably wrote it down and had some short person run up to the bookie. But the fact that he made bets, I get it. It's wrong.
Be a lifetime person for why do you got to be?
I didn't want to see Mitch is not politically correct. I just did. So there goes that. But my point is that we can talk about Barry Bonds, we can talk about Mark McGwire. We'll talk about Sammy Sosa, but a Hall of Fame without Charlie Hustle, without Pete Rose in it. To me, Pete Rose in the Hall of Fame, and he might not get there in 2027, but when Pete Rose is in there, that'll be a trip worth taking for me. Not because I'm a Pete Rose apologist, but I just think that a Hall of Fame without Pete Rose in there. And so Rob Manfred just went, you know what? He just passed. It's kind of fresh. We'll throw in the Black Sox from 2019, but let's just say that once you're dead, we'll still let them consider whether they want to put you in the Hall.
2019, it's 1919. But yes,
I want to add a thought. Guys.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead, Alex.
But you can't tell me for 1 minute there's no agenda. Because obviously there's an agenda.
Of course there is.
And most likely this is about the big dollar sign. Come on, bro. So
no, I get it. It's
disrespectful. It's disrespectful, man, to the man.
It is.
Because there are players out here that cheat every day. Cheating will always become a thing in baseball. It always will, always has been. Just ask the Astros in 2019.
The Astros or the Red Sox. You're exactly right. The Astros. Yes, absolutely.
Asterisk.
I just felt like if you're gonna give the man and reverse that call, whatever you want to call it, at least honor the man by doing it why he's alive and not because of a personal agenda.
Oh, okay. Now I want to make a confession right now. I broke it down.
I appreciate the call, man.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah. All right, good stuff there.
I don't want to keep you.
Yeah, let's go ahead and I know everybody feels passionately about that, but again, I think we're just
one.
Yeah,
I'm not wearing pants. That's how passionate I am.
Mike Vrabel's record.
Falcons have a
Mike Vrabel.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mike Vrabel's record against the Buccaneers as a player and a coach, 5-1.
All right, there you go. Good
I
stuff.
was at the one.
Leo looks like Mickey Trainer from okay, so we got to go out to Eric here. Eric, welcome to the Evolution.
Eric.
Everyone.
What's going on, man? How you doing?
I'm doing great. How about you guys?
I'm doing good, man. How do we start off this show? Say it, man. Say it.
Man, bring your passion.
No, that was not right. You got to do it over again. I've been watching this show here. Bring your passion, bring your excitement. Just don't bring any nonsense. Do it again.
You got it.
Passion, don't bring your something, don't bring no nonsense in here.
Yeah, I don't know what you just said. All right, go ahead, Eric.
Bring your passion.
My mother, what?
I don't know.
Eric's got this, but Eric, go ahead. But Eric, just get.
Man, what do you guys, man? Oh, about the baseball thing, you're right. You cannot bring him in because he's dead. What do we do? People cheat all the time.
Yeah, it's for the family, right? Because a funeral is not for the dead. A funeral is for the living.
You just dig them up right at this point, you know? I mean, that's
the thing is when Rob Manfred makes this announcement, my thought is, okay, so when's Major League Baseball going to sign with MGM? When are they going to sign with FanDuel? Because they're like the last professional sport that hasn't sold and gotten in bed with the professional gamblers and all that. And baseball's held true, but now Pete's dead, and they're going to have to eventually come around because it's all about the money. Alex said it. And I think Eric will agree.
It's absolutely about the money. Yes, Eric.
You know what's so crazy? If the NFL cheated, is they going to get into the Hall of Fame? Tom Brady cheated.
Well, did he cheat? Did he cheat? And okay, hold on.
Hold on. I got to answer this one.
Hold on. Supposedly deflated football. There's never been any proof of that.
But wait a minute. Even if he did deflate a football,
right?
What team was that against? The Indianapolis Colts, right?
Right.
So if my memory serves me right, does anybody remember the score from that game?
I think it was like 40-14 or something like that.
Yeah, I believe LeGarrette Blount alone beat the Indianapolis Colts, running the football in the end zone.
LeGarrette had a great game. He did.
At this point, you're talking over us, Eric.
You remember they're still in the playbooks too? That was cheating.
Still in the playbook. Brady.
It was Brady.
Pushing the corners. Cheating's a nasty.
All Tom Brady. That was Belichick and the Patriots.
You guys mentioned about cheating, right?
Speaking of Belichick.
So you think? Okay. So you okay?
Hold on.
that? Hold on. You think that? You
right?
think that is the equivalent of gambling on your own team, and you think that's the equivalent of doing steroids in baseball? You think that's the equivalent?
But you said somebody.
No, that's not. No, Eric. That's not what I asked. What I asked.
Nice to Eric.
Oh, hold on now. I'm trying to
Go
prove
ahead.
it here.
Go
The
ahead.
question is it the equivalent of what you're talking about? Deflating him? Okay, then. There you go. Let the
I
truth
mean, what's the worst thing Belichick's really done? Leave some chick's house at 6 a.m. with no shirt on?
Well,
He's dating a 27-year-old girl. I know this is the worst thing, but it's not a
point, but she
short on.
I heard they got a baby.
I don't know what you're saying. Eric. All right, man. I appreciate the call. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Eric.
I know what you're saying.
Bucks going to Super Bowl. Super Bowl bus.
All right, Eric. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
Eric, what was his prediction?
Eric, what he was
Super
saying.
Bowl or bust.
He's talking about Instagram models and all this other nonsense. Maybe that was me. I don't know.
Did she just get banned from the U.S.?
She should be banned. You know what?
She's not an official member of the program, but they have an actual starter.
Guys, what job does she have? And by the way, they predicted on
Being
the NFL.
annoying.
Right. Well, they had
That's about it.
MJD, who looks like he ate MJD, Maurice Jones-Drew. He looks like he ate him. Rams versus the Bengals. He has that as the prediction of the. I don't think Stafford
For
can
the
stay
Super
on.
Bowl?
Yeah, for the Super Bowl.
I think he's like a couple of years late with that.
I think he was. Somebody needs
Her
to wait.
offensive line's not what it was 4 years ago either.
The green.
Yeah, but that was the Super
Darlene
Bowl a while
Emmanuel.
back ago.
Yeah.
All right. I'll be there September 28th. Birds and Bucks. All right. Good stuff there. Realtor David Zuzman.
My
First
realtor.
win. Yes. Hello, Realtor. You need a house. It's Realtor David Zuzman. There you go. Call in, Dave. Win, second lost, win. So that's 2-1. Then a loss. Then a
2-2.
loss again.
3-2 or 2-3.
Then a win. Then a
Pretty sure.
loss. Then a win. Then a win. Then a loss.
He's making me do algebra.
Loss.
10-6.
I think he's saying 10-7.
10-7. Okay.
10-7,
10 wins.
sorry.
Scout the W's.
All right. We'll see.
But he can sell it. He can sell a hell of a house. I mean, he can't do math.
You got some oceanfront property in Arizona if you're just selling that. The Falcons
Stop.
win, split the
He's a good
series
guy.
against us. He is a good guy. 9 wins. Mike DeRoche, James Wilder, Ring of Honor. We'll see.
Yeah.
Falcons win one of those games against us, so it will be 9 wins. Well, Falcons swept the Bucs last year.
That's a good point, though. But it's gonna come down to every game. I don't think
Patriots game is a very dangerous one. I marked as a Bucs win, but it will be
trap
tough to beat
Yeah.
them, right? David says, if you put Tom Brady's name in the Ring of Honor, you got to put Brad Johnson.
That was my call. My call that prompted that comment because I talked to you about the fact that we played against the Patriots here at Raymond James late in the year, and if it was Tom Brady, because you said TBS is covering the game, so we're going to put Ted Turner.
Well, and listen, every case does not relate to a Bucs quarterback. You put Tom Brady in because of Brady's accomplishment.
No, he deserves it. I'm just saying it would have been a nice time to do it.
It would have been. We were likely not winning the division this year.
TBS is carrying the game. Why did they put him in TBS? What are they saying? The Buccaneers are worth 1993 cable.
It's not PBS. It's CBS.
TBS. WTBS.
PBS. This 13-5.
Oh, CBS.
Again, yawn. 13-5. Well, there you go. I thought it was 12-5. Was it 12-5?
That puts them in hopefully the divisional round.
No, it was 12-5. Was 12-5. It can't be 13. Well, okay. There you
Well,
go.
if they win the first playoff game, yeah.
All right. Patriots will be the most improved teams in the NFL this year. This is a very good season.
They are.
Mike
Louie made a good point there. With Mike Vrabel, when they signed him as a coach and the things he's been doing behind the scenes, I mean, this is going to be a tough freaking team in a division that's very winnable. That's crazy.
All right. How about that little shot right there? That's good. That's a nice little shot.
Can you still? Yeah, because I have no.
I could do this. Hold on a sec. Oh, here we go. Oh, look at that. I see that. Oh, wait, there you are. Okay.
He got better. He got better there for a minute.
Oh, look at that right there. Louie from the Frozen Pirate podcast working on some things here. So we'll
nice.
Yes. So we're doing that. That's what the evolution's all about. All right. So we'll
Actually,
do
visually, yeah.
Visually looks good, right?
It looks good.
Like,
it's
looks
relaxing.
Yeah, it looks like a lineup at this point. There's your lineup. Yes, America's Most Wanted for you. Good job. Okay, So we'll continue to read these comments. Carolina helped us out twice. Correct. Dave says going to the Buffalo game. Very cool.
I'm going to try and make that game too.
7
You're
to 8.
right up there, Louie.
Okay. The problem is that I don't see a way Falcons will win less than 11 games. Falcons? Well, Michael
They're a
Penix?
tough team they're honestly a tough team to dissect. I mean, it's just because I don't really buy into Raheem Morris at all. Okay, you guys got 2 pass rushers, but they're young. It's gonna take a little bit for them to really get going. I wouldn't compare them to like Jared Verse. So I mean, Atlanta Falcons gonna Falcon, if that's the term, right? Is that the term that
I like it?
The Falcons are gonna Falcon. I work with an Atlanta Falcons fan, and I tell him, I'm like, Marcus, just stop. And he's like, oh, the Bucs. I'm like, listen, 28-3, bud. And then the conversation's over.
Yes. And Tom Brady will always remember that for you guys. All right.
For that alone, he's in the Ring of Honor. For that alone.
Carolina 7 to 8 wins. I agree. Carolina helped us twice. All right. The problem is, okay, Scott says, I think our offensive line is very good. Can protect our ass. Pretty accurate with the weapons.
I love Scott. That's my guy.
Scott is
That's what I'm talking about.
But if Case Baker, knock on wood, we're not going to even talk.
Don't even do it.
I agree with Louie. Patriots game will be very difficult. We might lose. Tim, I agree with Louie. I like Vrabel. All right. Christopher Cole, Bucs secondary will be very different. David, defenses are only good as their backups. We've seen this the last 2 years. Whomever picked our backups should be fired. Okay. David, the point is, yes, you talked about Josh Hayes and Thunderberg, but they addressed that in the draft with Morrison and Parrish.
Backgrounds, yeah.
And they addressed it with the defensive line with Walker and Elijah Roberts.
Shiloh makes this team, right? Am I crazy? We're all hoping.
We'll see.
Special teams, but he makes his team. I think he's a week-to-week player, and it's not because Dion will be in the locker room. It's because this kid's got talent. It's just that, the Bucs can Todd Bowles figure out a way to tap into that and give him enough confidence on the secondary. Of course, because the front seven are doing enough wreaking havoc there. So I mean, it would be a great story. It's probably the best story of preseason to keep an eye on.
I wouldn't be surprised if you see Todd Bowles send him on some blitzes because this kid can hit. And I think he can blitz him from the outside and force the turnovers.
We asked for it. We're going to get it. Realtor David Cheeseman.
My guy, David.
What's going on, buddy?
Hey. You see, I was following the podcast, and I want to say hi to Pete, Louie.
What's going on, buddy? How you doing? Yes, welcome back.
Yeah.
Always welcome. Yes.
Thank you. Yeah,
Yes.
so but I'm a little bit worried. So I'm gonna be, rooting and supporting so that we can get to another playoff. But I think this is gonna be a very, very difficult year, and I think it's gonna come down to injuries.
Okay, break it down for me. Why do you think it's gonna be? Why do you think it's gonna be difficult? Is it injuries? What else is it for the Bucs that kind of worries you?
So I think that we lost depth in very key pieces. Okay. So, for example, our offense was really good last year, but we don't have the same backups as we had, for example, in the offensive line. Okay.
Hainsey. I hear you saying Hainsey.
Well, he's not good, man. I mean,
Hainsey was playing center, and he had
Hainsey this.
I'm just saying that's what my realtor's saying here. He's saying, but offensive line, because that's the most important
thing.
thing.
Realtor now. So you sold your house. By the way, we got to promote you some. We got to maybe do some sponsorships here on the Evolution. Would you be interested?
I want to do that.
Okay.
There you go.
All right. Let's talk about that. But yeah, you're exactly right. You're a realtor. You do sell some houses, and you're kind of selling Ray on the aspect of that. I will say this. I like Graham Barton at the center position. I do think he had some mistakes, but I think you have to be excited as a Bucs fan for him going into his second year. You won't have to go through that rookie mess. The transition period will be better. It'll slow down. I think the game will slow down. I think his offensive line is really, really good. It's going to be
really good.
So
nobody's really talking about Cody Mauch too. I think Cody Mauch's going to really develop into that mauler that we wanted him to be. Almost like, and almost like a Ryan Jensen. It's a shame because we didn't get to see him and Ryan Jensen on the same line. That was one of the draft picks I got right. I actually messaged, not that he looked at it, Jason Light. I said, hey, if Cody's available, you got to take this guy in the second round.
He saw it. He told me. Louie, but the point you make is with Cody Mock is that you took Tristan Wirfs is out there on the island, just being Hall of Famer bound Tristan Wirfs.
By the way,
hold
on. Your Wi-Fi looks like you're out on the island at this point in the dark.
Sorry,
room.
it's my lighting.
Pixelated. Go ahead.
But Cody Mock, I think one of the best stories I'd love to see in 2025 is that Cody Mock ends up, by default, with the loss of one front tooth, ends up becoming the leader of an offensive line. Graham Barton just bring that lunchbox to work every day. He's Paul Gruber reincarnate. You got Tristan Wirfs. You got an offensive line. You lose School. You lose Hainsey. But I still think Cody Mock, we almost want to make him the character, the representative for this offensive line, because everyone says he's always crazy Cody Mock, but I think that he ends up being probably one of the most likable offensive line players for this Buccaneers team.
Yeah, all right. I mean, he's really developing too in the running game too. He's becoming somewhat of a mauler, and I like that. And it took a little bit of time, but he's going to get there. But again, the key word is keeping everybody healthy, and there's a lot of depth on the team on both sides of the football. But I think one of the most important sides of the football that they need to keep fresh and healthy is the running back position. You got to keep those guys fresh, because I don't know what it's going to look like the first couple of weeks with Chris Godwin, with Jalen McMillan, with not McMillan, but just Chris Godwin and Mike. You know what I'm saying? These guys are getting older. Chris Godwin we don't know if he's going to be ready. I hope he's ready, but you have to really establish this run game, because you have to grind out these defenses. The Bucs did a fantastic job under Liam Cohen with their running game. So, in my opinion, like I said, I'm going to continue to beat that drum. They really have to get going with that running game and keep those guys fresh. And I want to see a little bit more of Sean Tucker too. You know what I'm saying? And listen, Bucky is very important. He's very important to this Tampa Bay Buccaneers offense. What he brought to us last year, and let me take a little bit of time with this. What he brought to us last year, do you know how many plays I could count where it was over, the drive was over, and he just would break one for 15, 20 yards and gash you? And the way he moves, the way he runs, how he's shifty, keeping plays alive. I mean, keeping just drives alive. He is probably one of the most important players on this offense, and you have to keep that guy fresh in order for him to continue doing what he does best, and that's those flash plays and just grinding out defenses. And that's why I think guys like Sean Tucker are going to play a pivotal role. A guy like Rachaad White wants to get paid. He wants to be a starting number one, and I do not blame him one bit. He's very good at picking up the blitz. Obviously, we're no stranger to seeing him do that. But again, Bucky Irvin needs to remain healthy, because I'll tell you what, if Bucky goes down, I think it's just as bad as Baker going down, because that kid is the heart and soul of this offense. And I'm telling you, you're going to see it this year too.
You're definitely going to see it, and I think he's your top running back, of course. Yeah. I don't think make no mistake about it, and I think there's also been talk about trying to get Sean Tucker the ball more.
Let me ask you this, Peter, though. What happens to the Eagles if you take away Saquon?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's definitely a major part. What
happens to the Steelers with Najee Harris when you take them away? They have to face that situation now. They don't have him this year. Derrick Henry. That's why people don't understand. The running game is so important. That it's old school, Peter. It is. It's old school. Well, two things that are true that are the main keys of why teams win Super Bowl is because they have an excellent running game and a fantastic stiffening defense.
Yeah, that's true. It's absolutely true. And you have to have that in the later months there, especially in the postseason, and if you go on the road, because that's what travel is. Zuzman, what else you got, man?
Yeah, so when it comes to the offensive line, that's what I'm worried about. I think a lot of the teams, they're going to make a lot of adjustments playing against us because of how well we played offensively. last year. So it's going to be harder to run the ball. It's going to be harder to do a lot of things. And then on the defensive side of the ball, I think that we are very slim on the safety room.
Okay.
I think we are worse than we started last year.
Wow.
Really?
On paper, yeah, yes.
Well, let me ask you this: who was it last year that was outside of Antoine Winfield Jr.? That was crucial.
Yeah, so for example, when we started the year with Winfield and Whitehead. And Whitehead started well. So after he got injured, then he played really bad football. But to begin with, I think he was playing really well in the first 5 games. He was one of the best players on the team.
Jordan Whitehead, you're saying?
Yeah, yes, Whitehead, yes. First 5 games, if you watch the tape, he was one of the our best players on the team.
Well, Winfield Jr. was hurt last year. I think a lot of people anticipate Winfield Jr. getting back to that level, not 2024 Winfield Jr., but 2023, where he was the best safety in the game. And that's what you're looking forward to. And I think Tyke Smith can make some plays, wants to be on the field. Kayvon Merriweather, they really like him, and that's where they have an opportunity there to see if Shiloh Sanders makes this team. Will have an opportunity to make this team. Maybe he makes the team on special teams. At the end of the day, you have the opportunity with that room. But I think the room has improved. I think the room has gotten better because you got playmakers. Winfield Jr., of course, but also Tyke Smith. When he played last year, he made plays. He had interceptions. And, Todd Bowles is looking for those ball hawks, and that's what Smith is, in my opinion.
Yeah. But you see, the way we started last year, right? When Whitehead was bad, we could move Ezian back. We could move Tyke back. We had a lot of options. This year, if Tyke gets injured, we're going to be relying on Merriweather. And he played awfully last year. Then middle linebacker room, very weak. So no improvement over there. And most of the teams pick us apart in the middle of the field. So I expect this to continue. And then it's going to come down to edge, right? Because we have all our chips on Reddick, right?
Well, you got your chips on Reddick. You got your chips on Yaya Diaby, and, of course, Cansey. And I think Braswell's in there, too. They expect big things out of him for a second year.
Yeah. So if Reddick plays well, it's going to be a really big changer. I'm not a believer based on what I saw last year, but I hope that I'm wrong.
Well, he's with the Jets, and I'll make you a bet that he definitely has more than 1 sack last year.
Yeah.
How many sacks do you think? How many sacks do you think Zuzman that he has this year? Over, under 8?
So no, I think Reddick will very likely get 6. I think we're gonna see Diaby getting more sacks than him.
Wow.
And I think we're gonna see Cansey really, because here's what's gonna happen. Cansey, even without any edge rushers playing, he could still get to the quarterback.
Correct.
So now, with more edge rushers that make the other teams afraid, he will be able to get to the quarterback more than what he did last year. So I think Cansey will be our leading sack producer this year.
All right. So Cansey, and of course, Cansey came out and talked about this about a week and a half ago, how he wanted to lead the league in sacks. So we'll see. Zuzman is buying it. I think it's Reddick. I think it's Yaya Diaby because Diaby showed the pressure, but good problem to have. And we'll see, what they do because it always starts up front, Zuzman. Anything else here on the evolution, my friend?
Well, I got a question for him.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Louie.
What is it about the inside linebacker position that you don't like? Because I kind of talked about this. I said I really didn't like the fact that they didn't address it in free agency. I mean, in the draft. But what is it about the inside linebacker position that you don't like? Do you not like Savasier Dennis? What is it that you're concerned about?
It's just I just don't understand how they have so much optimism. Because, I mean, he did play well, okay?
Right.
But he did get injured in the last 2 consecutive years. So I just don't like a situation that we are going to start a year.
What about Anthony Walker? You don't like Anthony Walker?
No, not at all.
Yeah, I mean,
he had 68 tackles last year.
Pro Football
So-
Focus grade was not good. It was right up there with the
Yeah.
guy that he lost, which is, who was that? KJ Britt?
KJ Britt.
Yeah, not good. So
Yeah.
they're very similar, but Levante David recruited him.
Yeah,
Get
that's
the
what I'm saying.
Right. He'll get the opportunity. We'll see.
So let me say something. So like in the beginning of free agency,
Mm.
I was really pounding on the table that we should make a strong move to get Sherwood.
Okay.
But then in the other day, he got resigned. And then the other player that I was really pushing was Jack Gibbons. And funny enough, the Patriots signed Jack Gibbons.
Hmm.
So let's watch the Patriots game and how well Jack Gibbons gonna play,
Okay.
just to see how
I'll be paying attention to those
we
games.
were really stupid not to sign him. Only 1.5 million for this year,
Mhm.
and he's arguably better than Dennis, better than any other player that we have on the roster, with the exception of Levante David on middle linebacker.
All right. Good
I told
stuff.
you they were doing some good stuff in free agency.
There's
Peter, I
def-
told you.
Oh yeah, no, I'm again though. We'll see. The proof is in the pudding, but they may be the team that makes the turnaround simply because of coaching. Zuzman, we appreciate the call. Use a second call if you like to. All right.
Yeah, man.
All right, then go Bucs.
Yeah, man. Go. Oh, wait. Hold on a sec. You can't just do go Bucs. You got to do bring your passion, bring your excitement. Just don't bring any nonsense. Go.
Okay, how do you say it? Bring your
Bring your passion, bring your excitement, just no
Just don't
nonsense.
Bring your
Just bring
excitement, just don't bring any nonsense.
All right.
And go Bucs.
Yo, Bucs. All right.
Okay, give
Up
a little.
there, we'll take
all right.
that. We'll go.
Wait up, little boy. Stop.
Yes.
Wait up.
All right.
It's exciting.
It is exciting.
How about them Bucks, baby?
It is exciting. All right, we'll read the rest of these comments. We'll get out to Turnbuckle Talk. We're almost at 4 hours at this point, but we expected this, right? I mean, schedule release, plenty of phone calls, plenty of excitement. Who knows? Because it's like what TJ Reeves, the media icon, said. Everybody right now feels like they can go undefeated, but, the schedule hasn't been played. It's been released. The predictions are out there. Everybody has an opinion on this show. With that being
Everybody
said,
looks smart, Peter. Everybody looks smart and knows what they're talking about this time of the year. But
They do.
Again, one thing that we know for sure, it's going to be between the New Orleans Saints and Cleveland Browns for two of the worst teams.
I agree. Let's go out to the phone lines. What's your name? Where you're calling from? You're on the Evolution.
Peter, Jeremy, how you doing, brother?
What's going on, buddy? What's going on? Long time no hear. What's up? What do you think about this Bucs schedule release?
I mean, I like it. It's really winnable. I think I'm predicting already 11 wins. I think they'll go 11-6 in that schedule.
Okay.
I'm really positive. I think our division is ours for the taking yet again. I just feel there's not going to be much competition. They'll give us a game because we like to do that, but at the end of the day, I say they'll improve their winning to another win, 11 wins.
Okay.
I mean, for what they've done the offseason, because we haven't chatted in a while, adding Hassan Reddick, a pass rusher who's hungry to get one more payday. Then you go out, we sign Godwin, and the draft was a home run to me. To me, the draft was a home run. The place I believe all those draft picks can be contributors right away. That's how confident I am. And if everybody stays healthy, you know what I mean? I feel this team can compete against any team in the NFL.
Mm-hmm. It's certainly possible. I definitely think you're right about that. They can compete with anybody in the NFL, whether it's offensively, whether it's defensively. I think defensively they've gotten better. There are some question marks. I think it starts at middle linebacker. Can Savasi Dennis stay healthy? Levante David, another year older, where he still be playing at a high level. And then, you look at, the pass rush. Can they get a consistent pass rush so it takes the pressure off of that back end? And with that back end, who steps up? Does Dean step up and continue to be the starter for this team? Or is it Morrison? Is it Parrish? What are the kids? How do the kids make an impact? There's so many great questions about this team. Good problems to have. And we'll see how it all lays out. But for me, the schedule right now, just, from NFL Network here, third weakest schedule for the Bucs. So when people say this is a tough schedule, according to the numbers from last year, it's really not. This may be
last year's schedule was crazy. Last year's schedule and the order it was in with the
Yes.
injuries was terrible.
Yes.
So this year, I'm not saying it's a cakewalk, but I'm saying this year is a lot more. I would take this year, especially with the draft class that we have now. Like I said early on in the show, Peter, this is a good schedule for
Yep.
these guys to get their feet wet, make mistakes early on, versus last year, we couldn't make no mistakes. And I think
Yes.
that's why last year's draft class turned out to be so good. Not saying anything bad about this year's draft class, but I mean, we kind of have an advantage there. But I will say this: if the inside linebacker position does not turn out to be what Jason Light and Todd Bowles wanted it to be, I would not be surprised, and I'll go ahead and predict it right now. I would not be surprised if they go out and go make a trade midseason to get somebody in here. Who could that be? Because it's not a very strong draft class. Well, I shouldn't say draft class because we don't know.
Free agency.
It's not a strong free agency, but there is a kid out of Jacksonville that I've been keeping my eye on, and I mean, I've heard that. I don't know if he's going to make it through there, but I mean, he could be available for the take in Devin Lloyd. So we'll
All
see
right.
what happens.
So Devin Lloyd right there. So we'll see, and there could be some cuts, and who knows? Maybe the Bucs pick up somebody else. Maybe they're not happy with the linebacking situation right now. I believe 7 linebackers
Let me
in
ask
that
you
room.
this, Louie. Not to interrupt you, Peter. I'm sorry. But
Yeah,
let me
that's
ask you
okay.
this.
It's all right. Yeah.
Do you feel more confident in the linebacking core we have this year compared to the last couple of seasons? Let's hear that honest opinion. Because you got Deion Jones, who has experience. I'm not saying he's a game changer. And then you brought in Walker from Miami. Who has plenty of experience. So to me, I feel like we got a much better linebacking core than we had the last couple of seasons. What do you think about that, Louie? Talk to
Do I think it's a better linebacking core right now?
compared to the last 2 seasons. The last 2 seasons.
I can answer this. I think it
Go ahead.
depends on Savasi Dennis.
Yeah.
Like it comes down to that. If he's healthy, he's a game changer for this defense. This defense is different. We know that.
And
he's
and
not.
only, yeah,
major
he's
question.
physical. He's very physical, and he brings physicality to the field, and that's what's awesome about Savasier. The one issue that I have is with Walker. I do like Anthony Walker, I really do, and I was always the guy on here. I wanted Jahad Campbell, but I understand why they didn't do that. Because I said inside linebacker was a position they really need to address. It's why I gave them a B+ on the draft, because they didn't address that position, but they got some guys in here. My thing with this year's linebacking core.
Stand by, Jeremy. Let me put you on hold and we'll come back to you. Curtis, we got Jeremy online here. We're going to finish up with Jeremy and then we'll come back out to you. I know you want to talk turnbuckle talk, so stand by, all right?
All right.
All right. Jeremy, go ahead. Go ahead, Louie. I'm sorry.
So as far as this year's core, I mean, it's going to really, I agree with what Peter said, but it's really going to be based upon Anthony Walker. If he can sit here, and he's not a bad player, he just needs to be polished a little bit. Like you said, he's got the game experience. I think he needs to be polished. It's kind of like with anything. It's how much he wants to put in and how excited and motivated he wants to be. It's kind of like when you start a new job and you're very excited. It either goes good or it goes bad, and you just kind of stay mediocre until the next thing comes. That's why I say Anthony Walker. I mean, he's going to be a big part of this team if he wants to be, and I think he has the potential. And again, what 54 says, I'm going to go with. He's our captain. He vouched for him. That's why I have high hopes. As far as the inside linebacker position, do I feel like it's better this year? I think it's pretty much the same as last year. They haven't found the replacement for Devin White, but I mean, they couldn't keep Devin White.
No, you can't keep Devin White, and he wasn't that good in the first place. He is a player with lots of potential.
2 good years.
Yeah,
2 good years. And I'm pissed off because I compared him. I said he had the potential to be like one of the best, and I put him right up there with Ray Lewis. Not saying he would have been better than Ray Lewis, but if you look at him in the first 2 years, the kid was on pace to be like Ray Lewis. He was quick. He was physical. He won a Super Bowl, and then he got lazy. He became a lame.
Well, there you go. Became a lame. All right, Jeremy. Anything? Well, what's your prediction for the record for the year for this schedule right now?
right now, if everybody stays healthy for the most part, or at least somewhat, playable, I do say 11-6.
All right.
Just because I feel they got some winnable games in the division. They could go 6-0, at least 5-1 at best. And I'm just confident they're gonna surprise a bunch of these so-called good teams, whether it's Houston, who doesn't really scare me, or the Niners, who's had our number, and we finally get that W over them at home.
Mm-hmm.
I just feel those are some strong victories. Even Monday night against the Lions, to me, they're not that scary.
Yeah.
They lost a lot of coaching staff.
They lost their whole coaching staff. You lost your offensive coordinator and your defensive coordinator, so it's going to be tough to replace.
Exactly. But it's going to be fun to watch. It's more exciting. Now I got to decide which away game I want to go to. That's on my bucket list. Go to one Bucs away game. Haven't decided which one I want to go to yet.
All right, my friend. Well, you're always welcome here on the Evolution. Don't be a stranger, all right?
Absolutely, Peter. Take care. Thank you, Louie.
Yeah, use that call if you want to. All right, let's go out to Curtis here. Curtis, what's on your mind? Welcome to the Evolution.
I just want to say one thing before we transfer to Turnbuckle Talk.
Yes, we'll go to Turnbuckle Talk, and then we'll read the rest of these comments, but stand by. Yes, go ahead.
I just want to give out a shout-out to one Buccaneer who we haven't mentioned pretty much all night. And I'm going to tell you something.
Yeah?
This guy could be a hell of an X factor for us.
Who would that be?
That is Cade Otton.
We have not. I brought them up early on in the show. I said
we have really
not tight end room.
Right, we've never really talked about Cade Otton. Yeah,
showed us who he was when they lost Evans and Godwin.
Mm-hmm.
This guy was out there catching everything. He was running great routes, catching touchdown passes. And you know what? He was getting his ass whooped going across that middle too.
Yes, it was.
And he would get up and shake it off and go right back in the huddle.
Mm-hmm.
I love that guy. I love Cade Otton, man. That guy is he comes to work with his lunch pail every Sunday. So I just want to shout out to Cade Otton, man, for real.
All right, kill Cade Otton. Cade Otton certainly a possibility to where he's shown up. He's definitely.
I was worried about him.
Right.
I was worried about him.
Right.
I wasn't convinced. I hadn't seen anything, but last year he showed us, and I was like, "Shit!" Oh, excuse me. That's
all right. That's okay.
He out there whooping ass, man.
Yeah, whooping ass. That's what we do. Whooping ass.
That's right.
All right.
All right.
Turnbuckle Talk.
Turnbuckle Talk?
You know what? Let's go ahead. We'll read the rest of these comments. Stand by really quick, and
I'll
then
be back.
All right, come back.
Yeah.
We'll get you that call. I want to read the rest of these comments, and then we'll get to Turnbuckle Talk. I don't want to neglect anybody here. Again, Facebook stars are open, YouTube super chats. Of course, Miss Darlene Emanuel, the Green Queen herself. YouTube super chat tonight of $10. Appreciate that. Yeah, that was a good thing. Let's see, where did we leave off? All right. So the Trask comment, okay, Scott, agree. I got you on that. I don't know about Trask, but we'll see. I agree with Louie. Patriots game will be very difficult. I think I read some of these. Completely different scheme when it comes to offense. Defense is only good as their backups. All right, we read that one, addressed it. We will still be very vulnerable in the middle. We all know Jamel Dean will miss a bunch of games. Benjamin Morrison nobody knows if he will be healthy, much less he can play at the high level. I think he's going to be healthy. I think he's going to make an impact for this team. I do. I agree with Leo. Ravens are absolutely favorites, followed by the Eagles. 3-2 Panthers. Coaching staff switch around is going to be big. Russ Vaughn, I just tuned in. Is there any truth to Von Miller coming to Tampa? Not that I've heard of. I don't understand the Braswell hype. The only thing he knows is how to set the edge. He'll be at the same level as JTS at best. Never seen anything at Alabama or last year to think otherwise. They really like him, and he can set the edge, and that's exactly.
I heard some good things about him at Alabama, though.
Right.
So.
Right. Let's see here. Hold on a sec. Where am I at? Okay. Let me go ahead and read this. I agree with Leo. Mike is really close to being done. Jeez, Mike Evans done? I don't know about that. Imagine Evans puts up 2 more 1,000-yard seasons, would be considered the best of all time. Yes, there you go. Dave says, and they also threw shoeless Joe Jackson from the Black Sox in with Rose. Also slap in the face the Black Sox 3 games. Agree 100%. Timmy says 12-5. I agree with that. That's where I'm at. This year, Super Bowl or bust, says Eric. We beat them Eagles too. Rodgers can save them. Laugh out loud. JTS is a Brown now. Congratulations to him. We'll see how that works. Reddick is going to ball out this year. RIP Sabu. We'll get back to that in a moment. Christopher Cole, Cincinnati needs to start playing their defense or paying their defensive players. Laugh out loud. National media is predicting the Cowboys to win 11 games. Going back to this, the defensive players, most of their money is tied into their wide receivers. That's what it comes down to. And their quarterback. They haven't done a good job when it comes to managing the cap.
174 million on 3 players.
So Cowboys 11 games. Put Watson next to Vita Vea. Can Watson be the next Sue? Dave Ruffalo, Sun Devil Dave. Cubs and Rays both lose tonight. Eric Baker, half mobile, 2 can run. Christopher Cole, Pete Rose in the Hall of Fame, just doesn't have what is it? Buff? Doesn't it? I don't know. All right, Nicholas Kosamidas. Atlanta beat us in overtime with their 6 wide receiver fresh off the bench because our safeties and corners were injured and tired. Fumbles and miscues have never lost to Atlanta twice. No pass rush, only 6 interceptions. Of course, you have the fumble by Bucky Irving in the offense. Disappointing. They definitely missed a face mask call on Bucky Irving, but we won't talk about that. You're all wild and drunk on the sports web, including Eric. We're not drunk here. Christopher Cole, Manfred.
Drunk off water. That's about it.
Reinstated a lot of players. Eric again. Alex Dunster, good one. Sun Devil Dave. Bucs 11-6. Bears 10-7. Eric, who rooted Panthers, head coach Jags, head coach has more faith, more wins. Dave Canales or Liam Cohen?
Who has more wins?
Yes. We're not rooting for anybody on this show, by the way.
Coach?
Yes.
I mean, well, no, Liam Cohen has never coached a team. If you were going based off the Buccaneers and Panthers, I would think that if I had to pick between the two guys, I would pick Liam Cohen. The guy really knows how to draw up an offense. He's a lot of people have some ill will against him for what he did to the Bucs. I don't. I was a little upset because I wanted him to kind of be the successor of the team after Todd Bowles. But I'm sorry, Peter. If somebody offered you right now, they said, "Hey, screw the sports web. We're going to give you $13 million a year."
Well, I'm taking the $13 million a year with the sports web. Let's go out to the phone lines. What's your name? Where are you calling from? You're on the Evolution.
Sun Devil Dave.
Oh, Sun Devil Dave. We got to get to Ryan Leaf. You got a great job. Thanks for wasting my time,
Great
lady.
job.
That's it.
Hey,
yes.
And for Peter Blake, Rolex reporter.
Yes, sir.
Hold on 1 second.
You got the touch. You got the power.
It is, babe.
That's it,
you.
man. You and your sound effects. You got sound effects. Louie, do you have your sound effect going into that Will Ferrell sound effect?
But you don't say that.
Yeah, I swear to God, this is such a great show.
Today because we were listening to 80s music.
We were listening to the 80s music, and we were. It was the first 2 hours of the day. My new name here on the sports web and on at Policy Scout is Bipolar Blake, because the first half is always terrible, and then all of a sudden the second half, boom, boom, boom. 10 in the second half in like less than an hour and a half, and then finish off with 14 for the day. So there you go, winner, chicken dinner.
Real quick, I know it's getting late. I just wanted to say,
yes,
I enjoyed the Backlash pay-per-view.
Okay.
I was reading up about the way TKO Holdings, and I think WWE and I think Nick Khan and Triple H and the board members are looking at things differently now, because at first I thought it was only like 4 or 5 matches. I'm like, God, that's it for a pay-per-view? But I think they're doing that whole less is more. So I think it builds more tension, but it doesn't burn the people out as far as having 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 matches in one pay, because they got Saturday Night Main Event a couple weeks.
I think they got way too many pay-per-views.
It seems like they do.
And guys, that's why a lot of these stories don't develop the proper way. That's why a lot of these storylines don't really hit. Like, I think you could have did a little bit more with Pat McAfee and Gunther there, in my opinion. It's just the problem is when you only have 3 weeks to try to make something work, that's very difficult. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like the WWE has moved away from that. Like, you remember back then when it was Rock and Stone Cold, that was long-term storytelling. And that took weeks to build up. And not weeks, like sometimes like 6-7 weeks of a storyline building up.
Yeah.
You know, now everything is so rushed and so forced. Not forced, I shouldn't say. It's very rushed because there's too many pay-per-views. There's no real rivalries building up. That's why guys like Penta and a lot of guys are going to get lost in the shuffle because you're not really exposing them. I know they bought AAA. I don't know what they plan on doing with that. But I mean, the premium live events, there's too many of them. We just had WrestleMania. Let's ease that transition. I get it. Backlash. Who cares?
Well, the good
Ease
news-
that transition. Let that Seth Rollins and Braun Breaker stuff form.
I got to tell you, I think the Backlash was a lot better than WrestleMania. Like the
Really?
Backlash pay-per-view. I mean, besides the Seth, the three-way there with Seth and CM Punk and Roman Reigns, everything else sucked.
Right.
It absolutely
Well,
sucked.
Io Sky and thing,
Yeah.
that was good. That was really good. I mean, what about AJ and Logan Paul? I was gonna say Logan Hall. I got Bucks on the brain.
I'd rather have Logan Hall than Logan Paul at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I will say this: he's very athletic, man. I mean, I
Logan
understand.
Paul or Logan Hall?
Both.
Okay, there you go. Very
Both.
good. Very good answer right there. That's good. You're learning. You're learning
thought-
on the run.
Yeah, I
there.
think Nick Khan, they're scaling back the amount of live events. I think they said they cut it back by like 70%. So they're not doing 7 or 8 shows a week, or they used to do 7 shows a week.
Right.
I think it's going to keep the wrestlers fresh.
Yes.
And I think we'll look at their health and well-being. But again, Louie bring up a good point of like sometimes it does take 6-7 weeks to build. You can't just do Gunther McAfee with like a 10-day build-up. But
Yeah, it's
I
too
kind of like the
too
way it's
much.
going, less is more. So we'll see what happens for the Money in the Bank. That's coming up, I think, in June 8th.
By the way,
When's
Black
that, in 3
Friday
weeks?
for you guys. Black Friday returns. The Chicago Bears versus the Philadelphia Eagles. So if you have, your significant other out there shopping, then you have something to watch while it's going on, or you could just say, "Hey, honey, be like George Jetson. I don't know, take the credit card and run."
Do they still do that Black Friday stuff?
I think so. Yeah, they do Black Friday.
Yeah, they're doing the
I don't-
Christmas triple header again.
I always do like
I know the NBA is
a
supposed to
week
pump that.
before Christmas. Like I used to go the
Come on,
night
Peter.
before Christmas to shop.
That's
At
wow,
least
you're
have
one of
cake.
those.
I'm one of those.
No, you know what I do? I actually keep my stuff. I keep my stuff in the attic sometimes. Like I buy stuff throughout the year, so when everybody's just like, "Oh, I gotta like you." Last minute Christmas shopping, I get all the deals for myself throughout November, December because I already bought everybody's stuff.
I like
That's what I
going
do.
out there and being a lunatic. I like running out
Why
there.
would you want to stress yourself out like that?
I don't know. It's just funny to me. Like, and it used to be funny to me because you go shopping with the family, and of course, mom, she's all about holidays. We're always about birthdays and holidays. And she's like, "We got to get this, we got to get that," and I'm like, "Oh, mom, you know what? We got like an hour and a half until it goes. I'm gonna go ahead and sit down now and just have a little, just hang out." And she just goes crazy. She's like, "What are you talking about? We're not gonna get it done." I'm like, "We always
It's like
get
a different. It's like people change, man, during the holidays. Like
Yeah.
my girlfriend, first thing, man, she's like, "You need to get the bins down now."
Right.
Turns into a completely different person to decorate and all this.
I've never
stuff, and
put
I'm
up
just
any
like,
Christmas lights ever. I'm proud of
Never?
that. I've never made a turkey before.
She does all that stuff. I bring all the bins down.
all the time.
I know. You know what I do on Thanksgiving? Everybody's
we
like,
just keep our Christmas lights up 300 days a week.
"Well, there you
365
go.
days a year.
Just keep them up." I mean, we got
Just keep 'em up all year
we got
long.
a tree in the house here. It's right in the
you
living
go.
room. They kept the tree up. It's a black tree. I don't know what that means, but
That's
we
safe.
got some rockers. I mean, it's not. Yes, they kept it up there, and I was like, "Okay, all right, keep it up there, so we don't have to take it down." But and one of these days, I'm going to make some turkey. I'll probably burn it or something. But yeah, what I do on Thanksgiving, I get up, I watch a game, I go to sleep. If it's a boring game, I watch the game. If not, I get like 2 or 3 helpings, and I go to sleep for a couple hours. And if the game's good, watch it. Go to sleep.
I
Again.
indulge because we have people that come here, and I indulge in food, and then everybody's at the table talking, and then here I am passed out on the couch.
Yes, right.
I don't care. I get yelled at for it.
Like,
Oh,
who
you got to
come-
host.
I gotta host
I know.
this. I'm gonna host to sleep right now. I'm gonna go in a comatose state
Oh, yeah.
of too much turkey.
I load up on all of it.
Double. Okay, real quick, so the Tampa Bay is going to have 4 big events coming up with the 2 NXT events, and then you got
Yes, yes, we do. We need to get a crew together for the sports web and go out there and do that, including Harry the Greek, because I know he's a big time wrestling fan.
Speaking of NXT, man, I keep telling the audience this, Peter. You guys got to go back and really watch the heyday of NXT, man. You had Asuka, Sasha, like it was at the time it was better than the main roster.
Yellow and black brand that Triple H made, and I get it. Now Shawn Michaels is in charge. I watch a little bit of it, but I don't know. You watch wrestling on Monday. I try to watch wrestling on Monday, but I host the show until sometimes 10 or 11. I'm trying to watch wrestling on Tuesday. AEW. Try to tune into that. Try to tune into SmackDown.
AEW sucks.
Yeah, I know you love AEW.
It's my favorite.
That's
good enough to suck right there.
Yes.
Yeah. Louie, you guys do a great job as always.
Thank you, man.
Thank you.
What do we always say, man? What do we always say to the ladies in the morning so we don't get fired? We're gonna say it on the show. Go ahead.
Thank you for wasting my time.
Thank you for wasting my time. And then you got to say, bring your passion, bring your excitement. Just don't bring any nonsense.
Bring your passion, bring your excitement. Just don't bring any nonsense. You guys have a great night, okay?
All right. Good stuff
too,
there, man. Winner, chicken dinner. Good stuff there. Double Dave. And
it sucks. They suck.
That's good enough to suck right there.
I don't care. I want somebody to call in and argue with me about it.
Cares.
Well, I know the tribal troll Roger Shue. He watches wrestling every day of the week. He watches
AEW
Monday,
sucks,
Tuesday,
Roger.
Wednesday.
AEW sucks.
He loves it. He loves it.
I think
Super chat me if you like AEW wrestling.
Yeah.
We'll put it out there. All right. I'm asking for money. And also Facebook stars, like and subscribe to the Sports Web on YouTube. Where are we at right now? Wow. 141 watchers on Twitter right now, blowing up. Sports Web kind of a bit low on YouTube and a little bit low on Facebook as we're winding down to almost 4 hours of a show here.
I think we have
hours.
like just about 1,100 views.
Yeah.
Just for this episode. Not bad.
I think so. I think you're right about that. All right. So let's read the rest of these comments. We'll get out to Turnbuckle Talk very quickly. We do have some talk here. Okay. So we were at that. Where did we leave off? Okay. Eric says, hope Watson makes the team. We'll see. Undrafted OL is going to surprise a lot of people with depth. Nick says, Nicholas, run, Bucky, run. Let the line hit some DBs. Pete Rose was too blue collar for Giamatti, who was a known union buster. He broke up unions at Yale. He was an Uptown Guinea. Major League brought him to robust the union, keep the players in place. All right. Thank you very much. Keith Smith will continue his good playing. I agree. Joe Sway says, if it's not too late, I have my StreamYard up and running. I want to test it on my second call. You can call in if you want to, guys, but we're going to do Turnbuckle Talk after read these comments. Sanders ran 4.5840. Needs to be very smart. He does not have the speed to give up one step. John Lynch ran a 4.7, but was smart, big hitter. Todd Bowles, as mentioned. Shiloh Sanders, very smart guy, can hit. Don't count out the undrafted free agent inside linebacker at Iowa, Nebraska, Bullock. And, of course, Nick Jackson. Go Bucs. Says sit and go Bucs.
Wait up, little boy. Wait up.
Yeah.
It's exciting.
It is exciting.
How about them Bucs, baby?
All right. How about those Bucs? There we go. Let's go on to Nick again. The draft is big-time marketing. Gives fan base a false sense of positivity. Even Dallas and the Saints feel good about their draft picks. Yeah, but everybody knows that's nonsense at the end of the day. I also forgot to mention they will see the Cowboys improve so much this year. Really good draft. Pickens at wide receiver 2. They will be a menace. We'll see about the Cowboys. There's always
I hear all this crap about
Cowboys. Those Cowboys.
America's
Oh my God! Who the hell cares?
All right, no pass rush. Easier to burn an inside linebacker with tight end or running back and pass coverage. Christopher Cole. Bucs leveled up the inside linebacker room. have some balls. 14-3, no 10-7, 11-6 for the
I like
balls.
that.
Don't you start yawning here. Get me to yawn. What's up, Peter? Feeling tonight? My feeling tonight is it's great to be on Wednesday night on the Evolution of Sports Talk Television and NFL release party here, where I think the Bucs will go 12-5.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go out to Rachel, who's been listening all night, loving the love for Otten. I think you got to love the love for Otten, Rachel, because he's shown flashes of brilliance. I mean, his in uniform sometimes it looks as athletic as Gronk. Not saying he's Gronk, but he's had his moments, his flashes of brilliance. Can he stay healthy? Can he be consistent? We talk about him in this offense. I think the sky's the limit. He got so many targets on the outside. 13-4 says sitting. I like it.
Yeah.
Let's go out to Mr. David Zuzman Canals. We'll get more wins than Cohen. All right, let's go out to O'Brien Norman, the newest webhead here. I'm excited to see the D line. That's where our games will be won, in the trenches. There will be no yard rushers this year. No even say the feeling of winning. We lose, I cancel my week. Just play more unified, smarter, faster, powerful, concentrated, combined with the talent. We could be Godzilla on offense and Kong on defense. Okay, well, it was interesting.
Oh, yeah.
And then shout out to Legendary Films, O'Brien. Appreciate you as always for tuning in. All right. Wrestling World lost Sabu at 60 years old. You remember him, ECW original. Just give me your initial thoughts on the loss of Sabu. Just 2 weeks ago, had one of his final matches. His final match with, I believe it is Joey Janela.
Joey Janela,
yeah, of GCW. And we'll go through this story, which is crazy in itself. It's so Sabu. But you'll go ahead and give me your initial thoughts on losing Sabu here on Turnbuckle Talk.
Sabu is actually one of the first guys that he's actually how I wouldn't say how I found out about ECW. I mean, I found out about ECW when they did that invasion angle in the early 90s. You remember that when they used to take over the Hammerstein Ballroom or whatever? Sabu was the first match I've watched in ECW. That whole I was unsure about ECW when I first seen it because I wasn't used to that type of stuff.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying? But watching Sabu wrestle and doing the stuff that he did with the barbed wire and the chairs, and I was like, this dude is a effing badass. And with the scars all over the body, Sabu was actually one of my favorites in ECW. Him, Rob Van Dam.
Well, it was him and Rob Van Dam together, and then matches there. You had him and Taz. I mean, man,
epic battles, man. It was just
discovered that stuff. Late at night at 1:00 in the morning on Sunshine and Paul Heyman screaming and Tommy Dreamer and Raven. I mean, it was just that was
good stuff too with Tommy Dreamer and Raven.
Yes.
There you go.
Yes.
Prime storytelling stuff right there.
Prime storytelling by Paul Heyman right there. Great show, Pete. Thank you, Richard. Appreciate you as always. Go Bucs 12-5. I like it. I like right there. And RIP Sabu. Now, this is the story here. Sabu wrestled Joey Janela in a hardcore match at Janela's annual WrestleMania week event of Game Changer Wrestling. He says in the days following the match, Janela did an interview with Phil Schneider of Yahoo Sports on Crown. This was published yesterday, May 12th, one day after Sabu died at the age of 60. Janela's description of Sabu in the hours leading up to during the no-roped barbed wire match. Jesus, at 60 years old. And I get it. He's doing what he wants to do. He's doing what he loves. It kind of reminds me of The Wrestler. Remember The Wrestler?
Yeah.
Ram with Mickey Rourke. And you don't know if he's going to die at the end. He's had a heart attack. Yeah. That's how he's going to go out. That's how Sabu is going to go out. So anybody blaming Janela is a moron because
I did hear some stuff though about it transpiring, how he was late.
Yes. Well, let's go through this. Now, it led to new statements from both Janela and GCW owner Booker, Brett Lauderdale. He says, I was fairly confident that he was fine. I was kept in contact with him, and he was a team of people around him, guys. This time, They were all saying he was ready to go. He was going to the gym, that he was on a training program. I believed them until the day of the show. Then 2 hours before I get the call, Sabu can't walk. What do you mean Sabu can't walk? They said, yeah, Sabu's something with his knee. They locked up, can't walk. His feet are bleeding. Jesus. He's not coming. Sabu's not coming. I said, Sabu effed. So we talked to the indie wrestler, Matt Tremont. Tremont is about to be the replacement for the match, and I feel like this is going to be the most embarrassing moment of my wrestling career. There's 2,000 people here. There's one of the biggest spring breaks ever and the biggest crowd mania weekend indie-wise, and I'm going to have to go out there and announce that Sabu once again no-showed his own retirement match, So Janela didn't explain that Sabu's team gave him Kratom, which I have no idea what that is.
It's like a numbing agent or something like that.
Controversial herbal medicine that advocates maintain has a variety of uses, including helping ease withdrawal from opioids, but that the critics haven't been researched or regulated enough for safe use. We were an hour into the show, and I said, just get Sabu here. So they gave him something called Kratom. You can buy it at a smoke shop or something. It's like a legal opiate or something. They said, he's hopping on the bed. He's hopping off the bed. We're going to get him to the show. So he shows up 2 hours into the show. Sabu was on a different effing planet. Everyone backstage was like, what the F is this match going to happen? And my God, did it happen? Particular controversial spot in the match saw Sabu whipped head first into a barbed wire board, crashed to the floor, which prompted numerous officials to check on him while action continued the match between Janelle and others. Joey's account of the moment, in which he now explains was an exaggeration meant to inflate the legend of Sabu. He was definitely out cold. He was done. They were telling me there was no way. The rest were communicating to me that there's no way he's continuing this match. Like, holy stuff. This is one time you want to be a barbed wire to stop you. He just blew right through it. And then old ECW rival, the Sandman, came out, and that was all that Sabu needed. The resurrection happened. Jesus resurrected 2 days later, the anniversary. Couldn't effing believe it. Dude, he was ready to go again. I guess that concussion knocked him back to 1996 or something. I don't know. He says, responding to the critics, I'm truly devastated over this, and this whole deal has really affected me. Kratom is something Sabu took daily for years. It helped him get off the substances. Sabu loved his weed. Kratom, his body was wrecked during what he loved for 40 years doing these kind of matches. He said, I did an interview for the article 2 days after the match, not knowing what would transpire. Weeks later, I said he was knocked out after the spot when, despite being a rough deal, he was not that. I was just trying to add to the lore and the unpredictability of Sabu. I love Sabu. He's legitimately my idol growing up. My friend just wanted to give him, the fans, one last great Sabu spectacle. I'm sorry for lashing out at you, but your tweet caused a snowball effect that has many people saying I was responsible for my friend's death. Sabu was fine after the day, after signed at WrestleCon, and has been doing many appearances since. I don't know what the cause of death. All I can say is I wouldn't change a thing, and happy he went out on top. He also says that any suggestion that I or GCW or Joey Janela forced him to do this match, supplied him with substances, somehow caused his death, is irresponsible, disingenuous, and hurtful and false. It's upsetting and discouraging to see people so eager to cast judgment without knowledge of facts. There you go. So you're let me go out to this comment here. Haned means 100. Okay, I'm sorry. 100. Okay. Well, a few typos. Excited typing fast with my big hands. My bad. That's how my nephew sees Saquon Barkley's name. Say Sean. Okay. Well, O'Brien, appreciate the comment. Oh, yeah. I mean, your thoughts. Listen, you're going to go out when you want to go out. It's sad that he passes away just 2 weeks. That's the way you wanted to go out. You've been doing it for 40 years. He's not going to miss his retirement match. You can say whatever you want to about him taking Kratom. It wasn't forced by them. It was his people. He wanted to take it. He died the way he wanted to. Is it a sad story? Yes, but it's a wrestler's story, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's how can I say? It's effing Sabu. That's
yes. That's great.
Sabu, man. I mean, it's Sabu. that's. I mean, this is what I used to watch as a kid. These are the type of matches that I seen. But as far as like people blaming Joey Janela and them forcing, you can't say that stuff, man. I mean, he went out like you just said, Peter. He went out on his own terms.
Yep.
And maybe it was bittersweet. I mean, this guy was probably dealing with a lot of pain. I mean, your feet to bleed and you can't move. Like you need. Like Sabu has been in some of the most vicious matches. Now, I know a lot of people out there are probably saying, "Well, you were making, you were saying that AEW with John Moxley, that was stupid." No, that was stupid. Sabu did, in my opinion, different things. There was again going back to storytelling and have it being meaningful. That was his character. That was just the style of Sabu. It was. I don't know. I feel like I'm getting off topic here, but I mean, I'm happy for Sabu. He went out on his own terms. As long as there was no foul play involved. I mean, did this match probably scrape some months and weeks off his life? Yeah, probably. I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, maybe his body wasn't in the best condition to be doing that. And then unfortunately, I don't know, maybe something happened. Something gave out in the body, man. It's just, but he went out on his own terms. He went out like Sabu. So when I think about Sabu, I don't think about like something stupid or something happened. I think I'll get that brief, quick thought of, wow, that was his last match, but that's Sabu. Yeah, if that makes sense to you.
Makes lots of sense. All right, on Busted Open, Bubba Ray revealed a conversation he had with AEW star Chris Jericho, who complained that WWE's use of Sabu's full name would have not gone well with the late star. I hope Jericho does not get mad at me for this, but I'm going to pull back the curtain a little bit. When WWE put up the whole thing last night about in memory of, and it said Terrence Brunk, Jericho texted me and said Sabu would have hated this. He would never have appreciated it. I understand what Chris is talking about, just knowing Sabu, whether it was the use of the name Terry Sabu saying that's not who I am. Now you put me over now that I'm dead. WWE's tribute to Sabu featured a monologue by commentator Michael Cole, who recognized his hardcore style of wrestling, while fellow commentator Pat McAfee also praised him and sacrifices he made in the ring to entertain the audience. The monologue ended with a memoriam display of Sabu, where his full name, Terrence Brunk, was mentioned. In his 4 decades in the pro wrestling business, the late star predominantly went by the name Sabu during his legendary run in ECW, later in WWE as well, and never used his full name in the pro wrestling business. With the death of kayfabe, WWE has often used the real names of performers, be it at the Hall of Fame ceremonies or while paying tribute to those who passed away. Listen, I understand, like, it means something. He never wanted people to know that he was Terry. He was Sabu.
Yeah.
This is WWE's way of acknowledging him. They did put him over. Like, they didn't put him over when he was there.
They could have said nothing.
They could have said nothing. That's true.
They could have just did like a little thing before the show started in loving memory.
Doing any harm. What I think Ray was talking about and Jericho was talking about was the way he wanted to be remembered. He just wanted to be remembered as Sabu, but WWE is all about history and names, and sometimes they do break away from the kayfabe. Do you appreciate? Because I think that hurts. I think that hurts the product. Then again, it kind of normalizes it, if you will. Makes it,
like they got that new show coming out.
Right. There's a human aspect to it.
Yeah, and I kind of don't like that because you're giving away too much. It's kind of like when you have all these like dirt sheets that give away spoilers. It's just like I don't even pay attention to none of that stuff because I want to watch it. There was nothing like me growing up when I was a kid watching Monday Night Raw and seeing what is Stone Cold Steve Austin going to do next? What is The Rock going to do next? What are the Outlaws going to do next? What is the APA going to do? You know what I'm saying? Instead of, reading the dirt sheets and them giving away spoilers. Those are the people that are ruining the industry, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And I really, I don't know. It's just this whole situation with Sabu.
Hold that thought, because let's go out to the phone lines here. What's your name? Where you calling from? You're on Turnbuckle Talk.
Lakeland, Florida. This is Eric.
What's going on, Moreno? How you doing, boss?
Bring the
ahead.
excitement, bring the passion. Just don't bring any nonsense.
Now you got to do it right because you got to do it in order here. Do it again. Come on.
Bring the passion, bring the excitement. Just don't bring any nonsense.
All right, winner, chicken dinner. There we go. All right, man. What's on your mind tonight? You want to talk turnbuckle talk? You want to talk about your Tampa Bay Buccaneers?
Hey, let's do two. Let's do 2 for 2, Peter.
2 for 2. All right, go ahead.
Bucs schedule came out. I think we're going to go 11-6.
11-6. Why do you think 11-6?
I just think with the moves that we made, and a healthy Winfield. I think we have the best receiving core in football. Probably a top 3 O-line.
Mm-hmm.
Get some payback on Atlanta week 1, and then go to Houston week 2.
Certainly could be looking at 2-0, right?
Yeah, and then week 3 at the Jets. Against the Jets.
Yeah, at home. You're at it right. You're at home. Absolutely. Yes.
Oh, we got the Rays at 12-10 that day, and
Yes.
then against the Jets at 1. So
Yes.
I thought they were gonna do 3 weeks on the road. I don't know. That's gonna work out. That's gonna be crazy.
It is going to be crazy. You got 2 series there, but that could be, I believe that is the last game of the season right there with the Rays, last home game of the season with the Red Sox. So we'll see if the Rays move that game to Sunday Night Baseball. That's something we talked about with the media icon earlier about 8:30, about 3.5 hours ago with TJ Reeves.
And they're not going to move the Bucs Jets game.
No.
We already have four prime times: 2 Monday night, a Thursday, and a Sunday against the Rams.
Yeah, I don't see them moving the game to 4 o'clock. It won't be NFL. It'll be Major League Baseball.
All right.
The NFL doesn't move for nobody.
No. All right. What else, Eric?
That's pretty much it.
No turnbuckle talk. You're not a wrestling fan?
I'm a big wrestling fan.
All right.
I don't know. I was hoping Orton will win, but they were gonna. I don't think they're gonna take the belt off Cena until what's the last?
Listen, I got to say something. This has been one of the most disappointing heel runs I've ever seen in my life. I don't care if he's trying. This is so flat. It is.
They need other people with them. That's the problem. They need other people.
The problem is you need The Rock. It is so effing flat. He comes into the press conference. R-Truth. He AAs him through the tape. It's just so.
Doesn't it feel like
flat?
Doesn't it feel like 2010? Nah, it feels more like
2015.
It's so awful.
15 Vince McMahon booking.
It's so awful. I'm sorry.
Yeah, they definitely need The Rock. They need to put him with somebody.
They dropped
the ball. It's not the same anymore. It's not the same anymore.
It's not. And listen, I get it. I wanted to see Orton too. I knew they weren't going to take the belt off him. It was a good match, but Cena doing Cena things, and then Archer. It's so friggin' flat.
I will say this: he's really
Cena and Punk at SummerSlam.
I think you could see that. Yeah, that's definitely something we're going to talk about. But I definitely think you could see CM Punk, and they foreshadowed this. This is what Triple H does with the Easter eggs, foreshadowing. They hugged Elimination Chamber, which was well done. Well done. They have a rivalry going all the way back to 2011. I could definitely see something along the lines of that. Christopher,
I don't think it's going to be SummerSlam. I think it's going to be towards the end of the year. Probably, I wouldn't be surprised if CM Punk is John Cena's last match.
Wow. How about that?
And of course beats him.
Or Cena's last match is Cody Rhodes, or Cena's last match is with The Rock, where Cena turned.
I think it might be in Boston.
I don't know.
December 14th, I think.
I'm so disappointed by the storyline. It's just they dropped the ball when The Rock wasn't involved. Period. Point blank. Exactly. Yawn. It's
See, I'm yawning because it honestly. It was disappointing, and I kept on saying this, Peter. They needed to turn it up a notch a little bit, and I feel like they're done turning the notch, man. Let them cuss. Let them do something else.
Let them do something different. Yeah. All right, Marino. What else?
Hey, Peter. One thing. I want to make a bold prediction. Okay, bold prediction.
Go for it.
Bucky Irving, top 3 running back of the season. Let's go.
Let's go, man. I love it. Good stuff right there, Eric Moreno. I think Todd Bowles will be excited.
It's exciting.
It is. Absolutely. All right. WWE has finally decided a name for Seth Rollins' new faction. Not so fast. The name is the High Rise, but now they updated that. They said on NXT it was revealed the High Rise is the new name of Wes Lee's faction. So Rollins' stable name, which we don't know what it's going to be, but of course you've got Heyman, Braun Breaker, and now people are assuming that Sami Zayn will be the next one that turns. Does that make sense to you? And
I hope not, because I don't know. WWE sucks at putting fact.
I think your Wi-Fi just abandoned us. I don't know what happened there. Yeah, I think your Wi-Fi is dead. Oh, so there you go. That's the end of that. I guess it was. Oh, well, maybe he's back. There he is.
There
Your
you
Wi-Fi.
go.
Your Wi-Fi died there for a moment.
I
I love Comcast. By the way, Al Michaels celebrating his 40th year calling NFL primetime games. 40 years.
I like Al.
Michaels.
I like
do.
Al.
I think
You know
Al.
who I used to like?
Who?
John and Pat Summerall. Those guys were good.
Amazing.
Classic. It was
Absolutely.
classic.
Amazing. John and Pat Summerall. Yes.
But like I was saying, they're not good at putting factions together, in my opinion. They're not. I
Yeah.
mean, the last good faction they probably put together, like this era. I mean, I know you can say DX.
The Bloodline. Bloodline was a faction, was it not?
Yeah. But it's just
It's a pretty good faction.
Yeah, it was all right. I mean, it ran its course, but I mean, when
The Authority?
no, wasn't a fan of it.
Evolution? Evolution's great. Great faction.
It was
man.
all right. I wouldn't say like.
Randy Orton, Hall of Famer. Batista, Hall of Famer.
I think the Bullet Club's better.
Oh, no. Come on now.
Yeah, I think the Bullet Club was better than Evolution.
I didn't listen. I didn't get a chance to see the Bullet Club. I got a chance to see Evolution. Anytime you start with Triple H, Ric Flair, Randy Orton, Batista, take my money. It's been a day. And then you got the Shield. That was pretty
The
good.
Shield was good. I liked the Shield.
All right.
I just for me, if I had to choose a faction, it would be the Bullet Club. I think that early stages of Bullet Club with Tama Tonga, Finn Balor, the Prince, the Underboss, like that was good stuff, man. As Vince McMahon would say, that's good shit. But no, I think the Bullet Club. I don't know. Even I hate to say it, but Marty Scurll, like Kenny Omega, like that whole, like even when Cody Rhodes first joined the Bullet Club, those promos, they were good, man. I take it over Evolution. They were. You know what it was? You want to know why they were good? It's because they were hungry. And then they ran out of stuff. And now you have Hangman Page. I don't even know what he's doing. He looks like a crackhead.
You love AEW, bro. Come on, man.
It's my favorite company. I would pay top dollar just to go see them, said nobody.
There you go. Rhea Ripley calls out fans because we're going to finish up here with some of this stuff here. She says when it comes to fans talking about women's wrestlers, she tweeted this out. She's sleeping with their boss. That's why she is where she is. She should retire. She doesn't deserve it.
She's sleeping with her boss.
Yeah, that's what she's saying that fans say about women's wrestlers. She's sleeping with her boss. That's why she's where she is. She should retire. She doesn't deserve it. She's handed everything and never worked for anything. I hope she gets injured. You guys are the real reason it's so difficult to be taken seriously as a women's wrestler. If you put as much effort into your own miserable lives as you put into degrading successful women, then maybe you would accomplish something yourself.
Well, my question is, how does she have all this time to pay attention to stuff like that? Because
I don't understand. This is the problem with social media for me. Like, is this a storyline or is this really you attacking fans? Because we all know you're rich, but the reason why you're rich is because of the fans.
Yeah,
Like-
I don't know why she would even acknowledge something like that. I mean, I have I don't know. I wouldn't say I'm like 100% disciplined, but
Right.
like I've had incidences where people kind of act out of character and I'm calm, and I hear people say things about me. I don't care. I don't acknowledge things like that. Just for her to take the time out of her day, I mean, to sit there and read through comments, you must feel insecure about something, and I don't know why. I think she's a fantastic wrestler. I think
Right.
she's probably one of the greatest women. I'll go ahead and say I think she's you could put her in that category of one of the greatest women wrestlers. I mean, you know, it's that's stupid. Why would
I mean,
she?
I think women's wrestling has come a long way. I think it's a
Oh,
great thing.
absolutely.
I think there's very talented women's wrestlers. Are people going to be critical of women's wrestling? Yes. Are people critical of men's wrestling? Yes. Are people critical of booking that's going on? Yes. But to, put this whole generalized statement out there, this is the reason why women's wrestling is not successful, is bull spit, because it is
Yeah.
successful and WWE is successful. And you know what? To a certain degree, AEW with Timeless Tony Storm is successful.
Fantastic.
So from
Wow, did you hear that, Peter? I said something about AEW and fantastic in the same sentence.
it is. I mean, there's
Tony
no
Storm, fantastic.
no
Perfect.
lying with that. It's a great storyline. I mean,
Yeah.
maybe not Mercedes Moné, but women's
Oh,
wrestling.
she should be in jail, stealing money from the company.
But it's come a long
It's
way from
awful.
20, 25 years
Oh,
ago
God, yeah.
when you're having, pillow fights and lingerie at the time. So, enough with the killing of the I think
Hey,
this
I was
is
a 16-year-old boy at that time. I was okay with that stuff. But
attitude.
again, that's who they're catering to. Now you see, I don't know why she would say that, because in my opinion, her, Io Sky, Bianca Belair, they were all involved in probably by far, if not the first, maybe the second or third best match of WrestleMania this year.
Mhm.
Now you know what the second. Now, honestly, I'm gonna go ahead and say it. It was to me that was the best match of WrestleMania. Don't you start.
You start.
It was the best. See, you're
Got it.
disrespecting women's wrestling by yawning at my opinion of me saying that was the best match.
Sure,
He's talking about you.
Somebody will put that up there, and listen, I think they do a damn good job, and there's some
Oh,
great
yeah.
women's wrestlers out there. But again, to generalize the statement of this is the reason why women's wrestlers are not successful. No, they are the reason why women are successful. Whether you're critical or you're admiring them or not, they are come.
Yeah, but
they've
you know
come a
what,
long
though,
way.
Peter?
This
There
is
is a lot of
this is so much of the problem these days. Like people just you want something, you want an inch, and you take a yard. Like it's just never good enough. Like come on, man. We've had women's wrestlers main event WrestleMania. Like
yeah, Charlotte and who was it? Charlotte and Rhea. Wasn't
right.
it Charlotte and Rhea?
Wasn't it? I mean, do we think that the Charlotte and Tiffany Stratton match was the best in wrestling history? No, but was I happy for both of the ladies to do that? Yes, it's great women's wrestling.
Yeah.
Jade Cargill, it's great. That's good stuff. Naomi, it's good stuff. Like the whole, it's just a general.
I'm not
know.
really a fan of Jade right now.
Well, I don't know why you're not.
Or
Why you're not?
Fred.
Yeah. The
Or
issue
Fred.
with the statement is identity politics. Women's sports in general is just a joke. The reason why women's sports is not successful is because the level of competition sucks. But I think again, it's not just like women.
Ooh, he got right to the. He was not afraid with that one.
Women's
Good for him,
sports.
that's his opinion.
And we like you on this show, Zuzman. We appreciate the comment there. I think women's sports has come a long way. I think with college basketball, college women. WNBA, people are interested in it. Are they as interested as are in the NBA? No. The reality of the situation, the NBA has more identifiable players. They've done a good job of promoting their sport. But when it comes to women's wrestling, it has come light years from what she's.
We're in a different galaxy.
I mean,
from where it was. You had Sable as a champion, who was probably terrible.
As a wrestler, she was terrible.
Terrible.
Was she good to look at? Was she eye candy? It's shifted. You've had women that can wrestle, that deserve the credit. But to have, again, this generalized statement of, well, this is the reason why you're not. They are successful. Is this a gimmick? Is this kayfabe? I don't know what it is, but it's kind of annoying to me. I don't know. I get it. There's criticism, but welcome to social media.
Yeah, exactly.
Everybody's going to agree with you. Not everybody's going to agree with you on everything. It's called an
opinion.
Yeah, well, there you go. It's an opinion. You know, it's a mixing pot of opinions. It's a good thing. Like, this is where like, you don't have to agree with everything that I say here on the sports. Like I told you when you first joined the sports web, if you didn't agree with me, it's okay. We'll go ahead. We'll go back and forth. We'll debate. We'll do it respectfully. If we get passionate, it's okay if we get passionate. But that's the great thing about the sports web and social media in general. And everybody is so afraid to disagree or offend somebody these days. It's just nonsense and
you
garbage.
got to walk on eggshells. And unfortunately, I always say, hey, listen, if you don't like my opinion, that's fine. We can agree to disagree. Just,
God, I just feel like we are so friggin' soft as society.
You're telling me, man. You're telling me.
Me,
Jay, and myself actually wanted to dabble about that. On all walks of life.
How about the throwing
didn't.
of the bottle of John Cena? And people were saying, "Oh my God, they threw a." Are you effing serious?
You know what's crazy about that, Peter? Back in the day when that was happening to you, you were doing your job.
Yes.
You getting heat.
Scott Hall got hit with a drink in the face
numerous of times
to do his promo. You know why? Because that's how much people hated the NWO. That is good.
Unfortunately, we live in a society where everybody's kind of just weak-minded and offended and entitled. We were gonna dabble about it on all walks of life. The episode we did on Saturday, and then I kind of just looked at Jay. Jay looked at me, and we were like, "And you want to know why? Because people are gonna get offended. You always have a couple of those people out there that get offended, and it sucks. And it's just because like that show that we're doing, we have to walk on eggshells. And we were talking about that after the show, and I was just like, man, why do we got to walk on eggshells? Why can't we just be us? If you don't like it, tune off. But no, I got to go on social media and I got to report you first. And then after I report you, I got to report your account because I don't like the way I felt and you messed up my whole day. And then I'm traumatized. Man,
words, bro.
Go kick
rocks. It's words.
Yeah.
You
Go
scroll
kick
on.
rocks.
The problem
That's
is that they leave off attacking people on social media so they can place themselves as morally superior. It's just egocentric people that need to feel better about themselves. Exactly. That's good stuff. Putting others down. They live off. They live off of it. And it's just, again, is it storyline? It's just it's a statement that it's just like, God, man, you just can't be critical of anything. Like that was a terrible.
Yeah, but she tends to be critical about a lot of things. I noticed. Like she's
right, but Tiffany Stratton versus Charlotte Flair was a terrible match. Period. You can be critical about it. You don't have to make it.
And they know it though. Those two know it.
It was a terrible match. It was not good. We've seen better. There have been terrible women's matches. There have been great women's matches. Just because you're a woman doesn't mean you can't be critical. Yeah. And it goes back to, women sometimes a lot of women want to be equal. Cool. Be equal, but also understand that when you want to be equal to that there's going to be criticism that follows.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
It's not rainbows and uniforms.
You want the same eyes on you.
Damn.
You're gonna have to get. How do you think these guys in the NBA, these guys in the NFL, these hockey players, including us doing a show like this, people are crucial. If we cared about what other people thought, where would this show be? Nowhere.
It would be nowhere.
It comes down to.
It goes back to YouTube when I was in my room and setting up a cell phone camera. My poor sister was holding it, and we took take after take. People go, "This looks amateur," and I said, "Okay, let's make it better." And let's continue to work and work and work.
You just said it. You just said it right there. Let's just make it better.
Let's make it better, man. Let's make it better. So, do I think it's great? I think it's unbelievable right now. I think wrestling is in a great spot, whether you like AEW or not. There's lots of talent there. They wrestle. I wish they would do long-term storytelling, but WWE right now has got great talent. To say, women's wrestling, all this other nonsense. And then, oh my God, he threw a bottle at John Cena, a freaking bottle. Are you we can't do that. That's not where the era. Where's the era of wrestling at? The era of wrestling right now is how about terrible flat heel turn by John Cena with no Rock and a terrible WrestleMania main event.
Go back to some of those Undertaker stories on the 6 Foot Under podcast that he does, and he'll tell you he goes, I don't understand that. I walk in a locker room, everybody's playing video games. He goes, back in the day, it was a lot different. He goes, we would be looking for strip clubs after we were done. Like, I'm telling you, if you haven't got a chance, man, go listen to that podcast. The 6 foot. Dude, it's good.
Yeah.
He lets loose. You really get to see a different side of Taker. But overall, man, good show, man. 4.5 hours, Peter.
Bro, we got to finish it up here. All right. For what it's worth, Jonathan Coachman claimed on the Coach and Bro show, which is done with Vince Russo, so take it for whatever it is. He has a good authority that John Cena and The Rock will cross paths before the end of the summer. It'd be nice. Thanks a lot to The Rock for showing up.
Yeah.
Speaking of the JP Morgan conference, TKO president Mark Shapiro mentioned WWE keeping its options open on future WWE PLE distribution deals, including possibly utilizing multiple platforms. On Wrestling Observer Radio, they noted that it's possible a WWE draft could happen during Memorial Day weekend takeover of Tampa, Florida. It's not set in stone, but Brian Alvarez said it's very likely during that time. Fightful notes that at least possible Liv Morgan will be back on Raw next week, but that's not confirmed right now. And then an interview with Variety CW president Brad Schwartz seemed to hint more an NXT programming could be coming to the network. So there you go. They also say here that WWE Money in the Bank 2025 could be CM Punk and John Cena. Of course, John Cena only has just over 20 appearances left.
That makes sense.
Yes, it definitely does make sense. Of course, it all goes back to 2011, as we talked about. And then on 83 Weeks podcast with Eric Bischoff regarding WWE increasing partnerships such as with TNA Wrestling and recent acquisition of Lucha Libre, AAA, suggesting that these relationships will create more opportunities for wrestlers. He said on concerns that WWE might be gobbling up promotions, WWE is a global friggin' juggernaut. There's going to be more opportunity for more wrestlers to be gainfully employed long-term because of WWE. The acquisition of association, whatever the case may be, TNA is not an acquisition. It is an association. He is correct about this.
Yeah.
This is why it works. This is why it puts over both promotions, which you would never see in the Vince McMahon era. Which
Now you can have like 2 NXTs type of deal because a lot of those guys, a lot of people that end up in TNA wind up being like,
But they wanted to do this with WCW back then, and the reason why they didn't do it because they wanted to keep WCW as a separate show, even though they didn't have the big boys, even though they didn't have Goldberg and Hall and Nash and Hogan at the time and Flair, because they had Buff Bagwell and Booker T, and it was a terrible match and the ratings stunk. But the original plan was to keep it as a separate entity, and that's exactly what they're doing with TNA. He's right; it's association. I don't know what the details of AAA. Let's just assume for the sake of this conversation, it's a form of acquisition. He says on partner companies benefiting from WWE connection and talent conduct, they still have to put great talent out there. If you're great talent, you don't do stupid and say stupid. That buries you with decision makers. The opportunity for you to come back in any way, shape, or form and any number of opportunities is only enhanced by WWE and the strength of it. Because Triple H is a strong, or Triple H. It's getting late. Because AAA is stronger company because of its association with WWE than it is without. Otherwise, they wouldn't be effing doing it. Same with TNA. TNA is a much better position due to the association with WWE than it would be without. So I get the desire to create the monopoly storyline and narrative. Oh, these poor wrestlers are never going to have the chance because big bad WWE is gobbling up all these wrestling companies. It's the exact opposite. It just depends on how you choose to look at it as an individual. Final thoughts on Eric Bischoff. Once again, sounding like, look, this guy does not get enough credit. I don't care what anybody says.
No.
He nearly took down WWE and Vince McMahon. He did buy lots of talent, but he was smart about this. And this makes lots of sense in the acquisition. And this is the difference between AEW and WWE. It's an association. It's not taking over. Your thoughts on comments from Eric Bischoff on 83 Weeks?
I agree with everything he said. He's absolutely right. And one thing that I never understood why AEW never reached out to Eric Bischoff to give him a position. I never understood why, because I'll tell you one thing right now, with the amount of talent that they have right now in AEW,
Well, 2 words.
they do have
It's
talent.
Tony Khan.
Yeah, it's you know, with the amount of talent that they have, think about that roster. I mean, I could book a better show than Tony Khan, in my opinion. I think I could do a better job. Honestly, you know what? I'm gonna give myself some homework. I'm gonna look exactly at that talent. I'm gonna pick out a few people, and I'm gonna
Please do.
book something, and we'll see what the audience has to say. We'll do it on Turnbuckle Talk next week, so that gives me about a week.
Okay.
And I will book feuds, long-term storytelling, and I got to see where their premium live events are, or pay-per-views, whatever they call it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give myself homework, and I'm gonna do that.
All right.
And going back to Eric Bischoff, I don't know why AEW would never offer him a role, because they have all the money in the world, they have all that talent. You had a guy that ran WCW, who had a billionaire's wallet, who had a lot of talent over there, and he beat WWE for quite a long time, 83 weeks.
Yeah.
And I still, that kid's a problem. He's too narcissistic. He believes in his own bull crap.
Yep.
And he thinks he's good at what he does. And I'm not knocking him. That's just a fact. And just to see him, honestly, it's getting late. And this is why I'm going to say this. Seeing him at those press conferences with those eyes, I just feel like smashing his head into the countertop. I can't stand him. I really cannot stand him. He has this persona like he's better than you, and he knows everything, and you can't tell him what to do. And I was the best. I was Booker of the Year for this. Nobody cares, dude. What are you doing now?
Yeah.
Nobody cares. It's just you're legit driving a company into the ground. You're not making any money. And then you know what's going to happen? You're going to go out of business, or your daddy's going to shut that down. And then hopefully WWE doesn't go back to the way it used to be, where it became, very dull because they had no competition. I want competition. I want AEW to thrive. Why they don't thrive? Because they have a big problem. It's a kid that was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. That's the problem. And his name's not Shane McMahon.
Yeah, that's right. It's good stuff. All right, last one here. Motor City Machine Gun SmackDown debut on October 18th was the first WWE appearance for Chris Sabin. In January 2020, Alex Shelley competed for a handful of matches on the NXT brand, teaming alongside Kushida in that year's Dusty Rhodes Tag Team Classic Tournament, as well as 2 NXT live event shows. Speaking to CBS Sports, I'm not going to even try to mention this guy's name. Shelley recalled being offered a contract by WWE in 2019, turning down the opportunity due to the uncertainty of COVID-19 pandemic. Shelley explained, I had tabled a WWE contract offer because of the pandemic. I was too scared to sign a wrestling contract because of the entertainment industry was so up and down. I didn't know what was going on. Nobody in the world did. After turning out for WWE in early 2020, Shelley returned to TNA Wrestling for 2 different spells across the next 4 years, winning the first TNA World Championship in June 2023, 7 months on before the WWE debut. Motor City Machine Guns had a WWE Tag Team Championship reign to their name. They also officially joined the roster of WWE 2K25 May 14th as a part of the New Wave DLC pack for the game, alongside Stephanie, is it Valkyrie?
Valkyrie, I don't know.
And Julia, not yet announced celebrity guest. It's a great story because they spent so many years in TNA wrestling as a great tag team, and finally they get the opportunity. And that's what it comes down to, kids. You never give up on your dream, no matter what the obstacles are. You put the hard work in, you try to improve yourself, and there you are, boom. And the big time, it was always their dream, and now they're not only in WWE, but on the video game. With that being said, thanks a lot for the time, man. Give me some final thoughts here on Turnbuckle Talk, and of course, the evolution of sports talk television over 4.5 hours.
Yeah, man, it's always a grind, but I love it. And like I said, you just said, you really got to beat on your craft. You got to really work on everything. And I love being on here. tomorrow we have a cool show lined up for the Frozen Pirate podcast. So everybody go to the YouTube channel and go like and subscribe. We're gonna have Leo Haggerty on. That's gonna be cool.
Great.
Yeah, I'm gonna
And great
talk-
stuff with Chris Mathis, by the way. That was good stuff. I watched some of it.
Yeah, man. Me and Chris, we don't do a show a lot. The last show we just did, well, the most recent show, we just basically broke down every draft pick that we had. That's also available on the YouTube. Go check that out. But tomorrow's going to be a really cool show. I really want to go down, because I know Leo has a lot of history with the Bucs, and I really want to go down memory lane with him. I want to know the differences, and like basically, I'm just there to sit there and listen, and it's going to be a cool show in my opinion. Peter, as always, you're more than welcome to join. And then at the top of the hour, like around 8 o'clock ish, we're going to be doing Around the NFL, where I'm going to be dabbling with talking about other teams and what they're doing, some top news around the NFL. Because as a Buccaneers fan, it's cool to talk about the Buccaneers, but you can only talk so much about the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And I want Buccaneer fans to be informed about other teams and what's going on, and and eventually that's going to evolve and grow into starting to break down film, something that I've been wanting to do for a while now. When the season starts, giving you guys some plays, and because I do watch the all 22s.
Nice.
And I like to break stuff down and basically give you guys an idea of why they lost the game or why they were so successful in a game. But yeah, tomorrow, 7:30, Frozen Pirate Podcast. I'm sure we'll stream it right to your Facebook thing as well.
Absolutely.
So yeah, Peter, you're always more than welcome to come on. And obviously, again, I'm happy here on the Sports Web. The Frozen Pirate Podcast is officially a member of the Sports Web, and we're going to do great things, and we're going to have an awesome Tampa Bay Buccaneers 2025 season. I'm going down for Buccaneers and Patriots.
All right.
I got to make my way down there.
You definitely make your way down here, Louie, from the Frozen Pirate Podcast. We appreciate your time. How do you end off this show, my friend?
Goodbye. Good night, because I got to get up at 4:30 in the morning, but it's all right, because the less sleep I get, I'm a little cranky in the morning, but I'm going to go, because I grind, just like all you young kids out there. This is how you become successful. You just grind.
What do you hear? What do you say?
Bro, appreciate you as always. Thanks a lot for the time. We'll see you soon. Maybe I'll be on the show tomorrow night. All right.
Feel free to join in.
All right. Good stuff there. We'll answer this final question. The Greek was on with us tonight for a little bit. He'll be on. We'll get him on. We got fluidity. I like that word. From Leo Haggerty, thanks a lot to Louie from the Frozen Pirate Podcast. Of course, Harry the Greek, professional handicapper extraordinaire. Tampa Bay, Ray Kennedy. Again, Leo, Harry, of course, the media icon, Mr. TJ Reeves of the Buccaneer Radio Network, breaking down the schedule. We'll keep it low here because the roommates are sleeping. It's late. It's past 12:30. Like and subscribe to the Sports Web on YouTube. Friend me on Facebook at Peter H. Blake, and do three things as the Bucs. We have their schedule. How many wins do you think they have? We'll be back on Monday night. Who knows? Maybe I'll be on the Frozen Pirate Podcast with Louie and Leo, the two L's right there. Three things. You know them. You love them. You got to have them. Bring your passion. Bring your excitement. Just don't bring any nonsense. I'm your host, Peter Blake, your Rolex reporter. What time is it? It's my time. And for fans of the Sports Web and the Tampa Bay sports fan, it's your time. We'll see you next time on the evolution of sports talk television. And as we always say here on this show, go Bucs.